ṣe mí ṣe wọ́n ṣe jáná ìyàwó. Kí ló ṣe mí ṣe wọ́n ṣe jáná ìyàwó. Abu bàbá ọkọ, abu màmá ọkọ. Bó bá ń bá kan sọ̀rọ̀, awú bí búrẹ́dì omi. Amọ́kọ lójú táyì, bẹ́ẹ̀ni kọ́kọ́ ò jẹ́ nkọ́kọ́. Bọ́kọ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanumọ́. Bọ́kọ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanudé.
Okay now.
To person between my bed.
I see.
I see Panamata don't really forget me.
Okay.
Papa you look at you. One day you get ya. Mama say na wa me to go kwa. Aga na wa mu jelumba. O we butike. Aga ni lu de butilo wane mo. Ata me wanke ya di ba ya jomba.
And it is right there. So that is, hold on. Let me just do something quickly. There it is right there. Hold on. I'm hearing myself back twice. Let me play you a bit of music again. I'm hearing myself back twice, and that would not do. All right, let me play you this.
Where are you? Ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ṣẹ̀, ìfà ló ní kan fà ìmọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀, akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́, àkọ́bí bọ́bá lọ bèbèrè, wá fi jó ẹrùkù, bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wá fi jó aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ, wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá. Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún, wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàlàbọ̀bà, àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè, aṣíwájú odògbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́, ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀.
And there it is right there. I'm still hearing myself back twice. No, this will not do. So let me just let me switch some things around. All right, let me do this. All right. Hopefully you can. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Now I can hear myself. Let's just yeah, let's do that. All right. Okay. So yes. All right. Let's just press on with it, shall we? Let me play you one more track. I just need to sort out some gremlins in the background. Some gremlins in the background.
Oh yeah.
All right. Hopefully you can hear me now. Let me know in the comment section if you can hear me. I can't hear myself back, but hopefully you can hear me. That's the most important bit. Yes. We were going to do an Nnamdi Kanu session. If we ever get the system working, we will do an Nnamdi Kanu session. Hold on. All right. All right. I'm just going to have to move some things around. I'll play you one more track.
Oh yeah. Orin àyájọ́ ni. Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wáyé dà.
All right. Oh, okay. Well, let me know if you can still. Yes, let me know if you can still hear me. I can see myself pulsating on the screen, which is to tell you that you should be able to hear me. I think it's because we're trying to do an Nnamdi Kanu session that that the gremlins are out. But yeah, good day to you. Good to be your company. And how are you? Good day to you. Good to be your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day, cascading into yet another session. I was going to say a regular session, but it's not with the same regularity that we've previously had. I am. There are certain things I'm trying to sort out, and I do have a busy life outside of this. So sometimes life gets in the way, and then sometimes the time gets so late that I make the wonder that is it worth the effort to do it. So that was what happened yesterday. So apologies. I try not to miss too many sessions because some people have come to rely on it as part of their daily routine. So I understand that. So I try not to miss too many sessions, but there will be instances that I will miss sessions. But in the short term, in the almost short to immediate term, really, we're going to establish. Yes, we're going to establish some sort of regularity. Thank you, Adama. We're going to establish some sort of regularity so that there's some sort of consistency. And I want that consistency to be 10:45 UK time, no later than 10 p.m. UK time, ideal, but at 10:45 p.m. UK time, no later than. And that is going to be going forward as early as tomorrow. I want to try to start to implement that so that there's some sort of predictability to how the sessions run. So apologies, but like I said, life gets in the way. Life gets in the way of some of these fun things that we do. But good day to you. Good to be your company and all that. We've said all that. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as you come in. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. If you want to come and join me on the screen, hyperlink says StreamYard. Click on that. It'll bring you into the studio. So click on that to bring you into the studio. Share the links, super chat towards the stream. All the things I always say. So that's the StreamYard right there. If you want to come join, just click on that. If you want to come join, just click on that. I don't really think there's too much room for dilly-dallying starting so late. So let me just launch straight into it. So there are other talking points as well, but the bulk of it, or at least the opening phase of it, is going to wrap around the Nnamdi Kanu narrative. It's going to wrap around the Nnamdi Kanu narrative. And the reason why we're doing this session, pardon me, and the reason why we're doing this session is to remind ourselves what has brought us to this point and who exactly Nnamdi Kanu is. Because there's a lot of clamor for his release, but that clamor, as loud as it is, it's a minority voice. It's just a little, it's just a little vignette of the Nigerian society that is actually clamoring for this guy's release. Just a little, it's a vociferous, loud vignette. That is what it is. I can only describe it as that. I'm not trying to be unnecessarily worthy, but it is just it's just a tiny little vignette. It's just a soup song. It's just a little flavor, but a very vocal flavor as well. The abundance of the Nigerian society, the quiet majority, the silent majority, I think you'll find that they actually want this guy to face the fullness of the law, including the ultimate conclusion if he's found guilty. This is what people feel. But we pick up the story from the beginning. Let's pick up the story from the beginning as we meander through the narrative of Nnamdi Kanu. So it started, this whole storyline started actually in the UK 12, 15 years ago. And if you met Nnamdi Kanu 12, 15, going on 20 years ago in the UK, the most he would try to do, pardon me, if you'd met Nnamdi Kanu 12, 15 years, 20 years ago in the UK, the most he would try to do is to try to sell you a house or an apartment, because that was his job. He was just a jobbing estate agent back in those days, back in the UK. It was a jobbing estate agent showing you 2x4 flats. Oh, there's a nice little downstairs toilet, so your guests don't have to go upstairs to your living quarters. All that, you know, that was his job. Nnamdi Kanu was an estate agent, and that was the beginnings of his life. He was an estate agent in the UK, and as a side hobby, it was somewhat of a minor agitator activist. So that was the beginnings of Nnamdi Kanu, an estate agent who moonlighted as a part-time activist. And here he is, all those years back, in some of his activism. So this was captured back in those days. So this is where it starts. Watch this.
My name is Nnamdi Kanu. The reason why we're here today is to protest the killing of innocent women and children, and men for that matter, all over Nigeria, especially in the northern part of Nigeria. We are not happy, we are not pleased with what is happening, and that is why we're here today. As you can see, there are a lot of Nigerians who are protesting about the killing of families, people who are determined to tear the country apart violently, and it is not something that we support. It is not something that we would like to see continue, and we are here today to send a clear message to the Nigerian government through the High Commissioner that what is happening in the country is unacceptable, and we cannot accept it. If that continues, it will lead to the violent situation of the country. There will be no more Nigeria for anyone to go to. There will be no Nigeria for anyone to refer to. In fact, what is happening in Somalia today will be like a tea party. So we cannot allow this nonsense to continue. Something has to be done. And the consequences of the actions of terrorism in Nigeria must be driven home to the people, so that even the terrorists themselves will be able to understand that there is no mileage in where they're going. The only thing they can accomplish is the breakup of Nigeria. If they think that they can cower people, if they think they can force people to be coerced into a religion which is not theirs, then they are clearly mistaken. We are asking for peace, we are asking for people to get together, we are asking for everybody who loves Nigeria, who is associated with that country, to please prevail upon terrorism in Nigeria so we can bring it to an end. That is why a multitude of Nigerians are gathered here today. Those of us in the UK are determined to work with the government for peace. We are determined to work with the international community for peace. The one thing we cannot stomach is a repeat of 1966. What is happening today in Nigeria was the reason why Nigeria fought a bitter civil war for 3 years between 1967 and 1970. If this continues, there will be another civil war in Nigeria. And this time around, no place will be safe in Nigeria. This time around, nobody will be safe in Nigeria. So it is imperative that everybody who has the interest of the country at heart acts now and immediately to stop this nonsense from continuing.
So that was Nnamdi Kanu about 15 years ago. Working as an estate agent, like I said, that was how he earned his daily bread, but moonlighting as an activist. So he said a lot of things in that that was about 15, 17 years ago, by the way. That was he said a lot of things in that 2-minute clip. It was dead. It was in front of the Nigerian embassy, by the way. The backdrop to when you saw the bus go by, the backdrop at the back end of that other side of the road, that's the Nigerian, is it Trafalgar? What's it called? I can't remember the name of the street, but I do recognize the building. That's the Nigerian embassy in London somewhere. So that was where he was 15, 17 years ago. And it is quite pertinent to note why he was there. He was there to protest the abuse, as he perceived it, of northern females. Northern females, Hausa, Fulanis, Kanuris, Nupes, all those sort of people. So he was there to protest against them, and he was also there to protest against people trying to violently tear the country apart. If you want to hear it again, I can play it to you again, but I'm sure you heard it in the first instance. He was there to protest the mistreatment of northern females, people trying to tear the country apart, and he tailed off then that this violent agitation, I'm not even sure what he was speaking to at that time. Nigeria has always been in one state of flux or the other. So whatever state of flux that the country was in at that particular time, he was especially agitated by it, and more so agitated by what he perceived as the mistreatment of northern females. So that was the beginnings, that was the green shoots. But you could see the birthing, the seeding of that Biafra narrative even at that point. I'll play it to you again. It's only 2 minutes. So I'll play it to you again. So I want you to take note then of what he was agitating for and how he tailed off. So take note of these things.
My name is Nnamdi Kanu. The reason why we're here today is to protest the killing of innocent women and children and men, for that matter, all over Nigeria, especially in the northern part of Nigeria. We are not happy. We are not pleased with what is happening, and that is why we're here today. As you can see, there are a lot of Nigerians who are protesting about the killing of families. People who are determined to tear the country apart violently, and it is not something that we support. It is not something that we would like to see continue, and we are here today to send a clear message to the Nigerian government through the High Commissioner that what is happening.
All right, so that protest then gets towards Boko Haram and all that. So it was about 17 years ago, Adama. So that protest then gets towards the Boko Haram, but at the tail end, you heard him where it sounded the cautionary note that the violence that was going on in the country is symptomatic, is reminiscent of what happened in 1966. So he harkened back to Biafra as a note of warning to the Nigerian state then. So that was Nnamdi Kanu, but then he tailed off to Biafra not as an agitation for Biafra, but as a cautionary note to the Nigerian state that curb this because we've been there before. So that was him then, 17 years ago, thereabout, an estate agent selling 2x4 apartments and whatnot, and moonlighting as an activist. So that was Nnamdi Kanu, but you could see the birthings of the thought of Biafra right there. So fast forward then, when it's now fully in that space, because of course, the estate agent business is a lucrative business. If you said a lot, it's commission-led. You know, your statutory salary is just a nominal amount. Your earnings is wrapped around commission. So I'm not quite sure how well he was doing there, but it certainly harkened onto a particular strap line that was extremely stupendously lucrative. And that strap line, that side betting, that moonlighting job, of course, was the agitation for Biafra. So he identified that as a portal for income, and he fully embraced it. So he fully embraces it, and he very, very quickly, he came out of the cusp of Ralph Uwazurike. Apologies, I've been murdering some names, Ralph Uwazurike or something like that. He came out of that space to quickly then establish himself there because he has the articulation, he has the freshness of face, he has the Adebota inflections that people gravitate towards. So he very quickly captured that space, and then he became then the preeminent face of Biafra. But what Biafra did he want? What Biafra did he want, and what Biafra did he promise his people? Well, he tells us all about it in this next clip. Watch this.
What does Biafra mean?
It means freedom, liberty, fairness, equity, and justice.
In practical terms, these are very good sounding words, but in practical terms, what does Biafra mean?
Confederation.
So a weak center,
Very weak.
very strong regions.
Absolutely.
Have you had a change of mind, therefore, about getting an independent Biafra? Because that's what I seem to be hearing.
No, I've not changed my mind, no. And independent Biafra means going back to where we were before the white man came.
Okay, so you're not talking about a federation when you say a confederation. You're not talking about a federation as part of Nigeria. You're talking about total independence.
Absolute independence.
Complete independence. Now, is there anything that can happen that will make you change your mind about this particular direction?
No.
So it is either Biafra or nothing
Or
else.
death, yes.
Or death.
That's correct.
If push comes to shove,
Yes.
will you go to war?
No, because truth is a far more potent and deadlier weapon than bullets and mortars.
So
Truth.
no war. You've ruled out the
Absolutely, I
of
don't
war.
believe in war. No, no war. When I say Biafra or that, I'll keep pushing. Either I am alive, I die in the process. I won't stop. Allow me to repeat, if you don't mind. Had sovereign national conference been convened by the powers that be, where every ethnic nation, I said every, I don't care if there's 600, I don't care.
What does Biafra mean?
It means freedom, liberty, fairness, equity, and justice.
In practical terms, these are very good sounding words, but in practical terms, what does Biafra mean?
Confederation.
So a weak center,
Very weak.
very strong regions.
Absolutely.
Have you had a change of mind, therefore, about getting an independent Biafra? Because that's what I seem to be hearing.
No, I've not changed my mind, no. And independent Biafra means going back to where we were before the white man came.
Okay, so you're not talking about a federation when you say a confederation. You're not talking about a federation as part of Nigeria. You're talking about total independence.
Absolute independence.
Complete independence. Now, is there anything that can happen that will make you change your mind about this particular direction?
No.
So it is either Biafra or nothing
Or
else.
death, yes.
Or death.
That's correct.
If push comes to shove,
Yes.
will you go to war?
No, because truth is a far more potent and deadlier weapon than bullets and mortars.
So
Truth.
no war. You've ruled out the
Absolutely, I
of
don't
war.
believe in war. No, no war. When I say Biafra or that, I'll keep pushing. Either I am alive, I die in the process. I won't stop. Allow me to repeat, if you don't mind. Had sovereign national conference been convened by the powers that be, where every ethnic nation, I said every, I don't care if there's 600, I don't care. Everyone is
All the
represented.
500 plus.
Everyone together to say this is, or others can delegate, I don't know, powers to other people to attend on their behalf. Sit down to say, what type of country do we want? Sit down, discuss, agree. I can begin to perhaps submit to your
Is it
position.
too late?
It is way too late. They've killed too many people. They've ruined too many lives. They've wasted too many souls. How do we bring those people back?
If the federal government, given the agitation that is going on, becomes convinced that, you know what, these people have a point, it is time to actually address all these issues, and they begin to systematically address some of these issues, would you change your mind?
No, because of the deceptions of the past.
No trust.
No trust. Aburi was there, it was negotiated. Nothing happened. 1968, if I recall. And the confab report, what became of it? How about the 3 R's? Reconciliation, reconstruction, and heaven knows what else. What became of them? Nothing. Calabar Seaport is not working. Can you tell me why it's not working? It's a seaport used by the colonial masters. Why is it not working today? How about Iguacha Seaport? Why is it not being used? Why not worry? Why must we allow only Lagos to function as a viable seaport? In England, where I used to live, you had Liverpool, you had the Sun, which is Portsmouth, Southampton, everywhere. You had harbors and ports. So why must you have only one?
I've heard people say these are very valid arguments, and that these are things that are to do with bad governance. So the average Biafran, to use your phrase, or Igbo man in the Igbo, is facing poverty much in the same way that the average guy in Yobe State is facing poverty. And so these are issues of governance. You don't agree with that?
I agree completely.
Okay. So if that is it, why isn't the agitation about tackling the problem, which is ensuring good governance, perhaps starting from locally? Because part of the allegations against you is that you don't confront your political leaders in the East, and you'd like to blame Abuja for everything.
Because the way I would want to solve a problem is not how a Fulani man would want to solve it.
You really believe this is an ethnic thing, and the approach is different?
No, the approach is different. No, it's not ethnic. It is more to do with value system.
Right.
The way you may want to solve a problem could be markedly different from how I do mine.
What is the geographical makeup of Biafra, as far as you are concerned, this Biafra that you want? So, for example, if we're doing a referendum, where will that referendum take place? Is it only the 5?
It's on, no.
It's okay.
It's on, which is River State, Bayelsa, Delta, Anambra, Imo, Enugu, Ebonyi, Cross River.
Akwa Ibom?
And Akwa Ibom, of course.
Right.
Those are the coasters. Basically,
Bayelsa?
Yes. Southeast and South-South without Edo State.
Without Edo State.
That's correct. And then including Igede, Idoma.
Right, the Benues. So
That's
the
correct.
Igalas and part of the Kogi,
Yes.
Kogi State, right?
Yeah.
Nyesom Wike, the governor of Anambra, sorry, the governor of River State, made a statement, I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday,
yes, I heard about it.
and said, you know, you should not be including River State.
It's for
and
the people of River State to decide,
people.
not him. I can't decide for Biafrans. They have to go and vote and convince the whole world that they want Biafra. It's not for instance, it's only one man, one vote.
What if they're not even willing to take part in the referendum? Because I've had people from the South, for example, from Bayelsa. I've had people from Cross River. I think there's a famous actress, Kate Henshaw, for example, wrote a long piece about why people of the South don't want to be dragged into a place called Biafra. You're saying, regardless of what they say, you want a referendum in those parts?
Because I know the majority of the people want a referendum. I was in Iguacha yesterday.
How do you know?
I was there yesterday. I was in Iguacha yesterday. You call Port Harcourt. I was there yesterday. I should have been there to see what happened.
Now,
They were delighted to see me. I'm sure you know that. It's all over the place. They're very happy to see me. I bet Kate Henshaw wouldn't get such reception. Where she to go to?
as a big, popular Nollywood actress, I wouldn't necessarily...
I'm telling you, if I go to her village, people will turn out to see me more than turn out to see her.
So there is it. There it is right there. So there it is right there. So we're starting to see positions harden with Nnamdi Kanu. So we saw him first at his first fledgling as the green shoots of who is now turned out to be. We saw him 17 years ago, an estate agent in London, moonlighting, hobbying as an activist, and then we saw him a few miles down the road, latterly, in that interaction with Kadira Ahmed there. So he said a lot. That's him now. Positions now hardening. This is what we're establishing. So positions now hardening, and there were quite a few things that he said that is well worth noting. So when Kadira asked him what he wanted, he said he wanted a confederation. So a confederation, maybe he didn't understand what that word means, but that was exactly what he said he wanted. So a confederation is a loose alliance that is still part of a whole. So it's not a separate entity. It's not a violent detachment or even any form of detachment. It's essentially groups and parties or even nations that form an alliance of a whole. So it's essentially still the narrative of somewhat restructuring. So that was what he said. He said he wanted the confederation, and then he also said, Kadura asked him at what price. He said Biafra or death, and then Kadura subsequently asked him if he meant that he wanted to go to war. He said no, that he doesn't want war, but he's going to agitate for Biafra, either till its actualization or till he, Nnamdi Kanu, draws his last breath. So he said that, but then the land grabbing, it starts to be established then. So they was subsequently asked then, what is the geography of Biafra? And then he told us then that the geography of Biafra is the 5 historic Igbo states, all of the South, with the exclusion of Edo. So he doesn't want to, they are too a bit, the funk there is too much for him. Excluding Edo, but taking Benue and other parts of as much as it can extend to. It didn't quite extend to Yoruba land, so I'm not quite sure if I should feel left out or something. But there he is right there. So that is him now hardening position now. So we are following the trajectory then from him as an estate agent in London 17 thereabout years ago, transmuting then into this sort of leader of a separatist agitation group, well, with a soft tone negotiation interaction. No, not a soft tone, but a mellowed sort of, you could see him, it was mellow, it was placid, it was amiable, and it was convivial. So we saw the tonality there, but we could see then the adoption of positions being hardened then. So we go from there, and then he decides to go full blast on the Biafran thing. So he decides then to take it on as a full-time enterprise, and this is where that decision was made. So this is Nnamdi Kanu then taking Biafra on as a full-time enterprise. Watch this or listen to this.
ABAB shall be with this IPOB, this noble family of IPOB, till the restoration of Biafra and beyond. All this I pray in the name of the Most High that liveth forever, Hashem, now and forevermore. Ise, Ise, Ise. My dear and fellow Biafrans, I have returned full time and I am coming back, and I will bring hell with me. Thank you very much. Remain blessed wherever you are.
All right, so that was Nnamdi Kanu then telling us then that he was taking on the Biafran narrative as a full-time enterprise. So that is now his full-time job, his full-time whatever it is. That is the dedication then that he has dedicated his life to. So he dedicates his life to it. So we're still tracking the trajectory. Started off as an estate agent in London, moonlighting as an activist of some sort. And then a leap forward slightly, it then becomes this now full-fledged leader of a separatist group pushing against the Nigerian state for recognition. And then he leaps from there to become this full-time person now that is more aggressive than in the agitation. And then a short leap from there, it becomes a full-blown terrorist. Watch this.
And I want Lagos Airport to be on flames. breach the perimeter fence, go and burn down Lagos. Anybody, if you have double barrel, if you have pistol, anything you have, give it to them, let them go and kill them, penetrate the airport and set Murtala Mohammed Airport on fire. Set it ablaze right now. Then the world will listen. You are dealing with animals. Fulani Janjaweed, they are animals. They do not reason. They do not reason. You don't know them. You don't know them. Are they not killing people? The caller on the line, can you hear me? Yes, please.
Hello, good evening, sir.
Good evening to you. Yes, go ahead.
Well, my name is Chideverugu, calling from Lagos.
What is happening where you are?
We was at Oshoda Papa Expressway. They was shooting us there. It's 5 people that they killed this evening.
How many policemen died? I don't want to hear they kill us, they kill us. How many did you kill? How many police or army did you kill? How many?
They have burned the Lafa police station. They have burned it down. They burned the Select police station. They burned the Urile police station down. Everything is down now as I'm speaking.
Thank you very much. That is, since if you go to my page, you will see a flag there. Nigerian flag stained with blood. So the flag that people should be carrying should no longer be green, white, green, but green, white, and red.
All right. So there we saw the full evolution, then the 360 to become a full-time terrorist. Watch this. It gets darker after this. As we go forward now, it gets darker and it gets darker. Listen to this.
If you allow them to scare you off the streets, your life is over. Your life is over. And I want Lagos Airport to be on flames. Breach the perimeter fence. Go and burn down Lagos. Anybody, if you have double barrel, if you have pistol, anything you have, give it to them, let them go and kill them, penetrate the airport and set Murtala Mohammed Airport on fire. Set it ablaze right now. Then the world will listen. You are dealing with animals. Fulani Janjaweed, they are animals. They do not reason. They do not reason. You don't know them. You don't know them. Are they not killing people? The caller on the line, can you hear me? Yes, please.
Hello, good evening, sir.
Good evening to you. Yes, go ahead.
Well, my name is Chideverugu, calling from Lagos.
What is happening where you are?
We was at Oshoda Papa Expressway. They was shooting us there.
All right, that repeats somewhat, but the question being asked is, should this guy get capital punishment? Capital punishment, of course, is the loss of your life for a crime so egregious that the state cannot otherwise but relieve you of your life. So now, what did he say in that? That was during the NSAS space, by the way. So one of his agents, it was pumping them and directing them all the way from London. And one of his agents called in. He says, where have you and what have you done? That one said, we're in Oshodia Papa. It says, many people were killed. He said, how many of them did you kill? How many police officers? How many armies? Kill them, burn Lagos Airport down, kill them, burn. It goes on to ask for the burning of Sanwo-Olu, the burning of Tinubu, and then the agent was reporting back just how many police stations they had burnt down. So it listed about 3-4 police stations that had been burnt down as a result, and also a lot of killings as well. And one of the oldest libraries, the oldest court in Nigeria was burnt down in Lagos, was burnt down at the instruction of this guy. So there is that. But it gets darker still. It gets darker still. Let's watch this now.
All right. It's been
Good day, Mr. Onyami. How are you doing?
I'm well, sir.
All right. It's been a while. We have been hoping to have this video interview with you to better understand the activities of Eastern Security Network in Imo State and Southeast region of Nigeria as a whole. We had also hoped to have this interview with your colleague, Mr. Dragon, but he died while attacking the police headquarters, Owerri, alongside other Eastern Security Network members. I understand you are fully cooperating with our national security investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have volunteer statements and other interviews to this effect. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we appreciate your cooperation so far. However, we would like to know more about your activities and that of other leaders of Eastern Security Network in Imo State and in the Southeast region, as earlier stated. At least a comprehensive view of activities you have participated on and what you can inform us about. So with that, we'll commence this interview. For the record, what is your name?
My name is Samuel Benjamin Ozamo.
How old are you?
I'm 38 years.
Where are you from?
I'm from Muguta local government in Zambia.
Okay. Are you married?
No, sir.
Do you have children?
No, sir.
Okay. What is your educational qualification?
Secondary school.
Okay. Did you complete?
No, sir.
What level did you stop?
I stopped at SS3, but I did not took quiet.
Okay, did not take quiet.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Emery Ozoma Benjamin.
Yes, sir.
You are not obliged to say anything to the police in respect of our national security investigation unless you freely wish to do so. But whatever you say shall be recorded in this video interview and will be preserved as evidence and will be tendered in a court of law. You understand what I just said? Yeah, okay. Do you give your consent? You agree make police do this interview?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell us, why were you arrested by the police?
I was arrested by the police because I am ESN member, sir.
What is the meaning of ESN?
The Eastern Security Network.
Okay. Who is your leader?
It's Nnamdi Kanu.
Okay, thank you. When did you join Eastern Security Network?
I joined Eastern Security Network in 2019.
So who introduced you?
It's one Mr. John from Muguta local government in Cambridge.
Okay, are you still in contact with him?
No, sir.
Okay, where were you trained?
I was trained in Niger State, Delta State, after the river.
Is it Niger State?
Niger, Delta State. That after Niger Bridge.
Okay, you mean Niger Bridge?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you recognize those who trained you? Can you tell us who trained you?
No, sir.
Who are the people that trained you there in this place?
Is the leader that brought them from, I don't know where they brought them to train us.
Okay, very good. All right. Who are the leaders of Eastern Security Network in Imo State that you can tell us about?
It's Temple and Engineer Mike and the Senator and me myself Ozoma and the Dragon and the Baby and some of our members.
Okay. You are called Onyami. Were you a member of Nigerian Army at any time?
No, sir. It's when I finished secondary school, I started buying army form. That's why that people started calling me Onyami.
Okay, but you were never enlisted in Nigerian Army before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. You were mentioned by one Chima Obineche in his video interview on how you and others trained him to become a member of Eastern Security Network. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your opinion, are the revelations made by Mr. Chima Obineche in that video interview correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now tell us, how many Eastern Security Network operations against security agents and civilians have you participated in?
It's more than 20, sir.
Okay. During these operations, like how many people would you say you people have killed?
It's more than 30, sir.
Okay, so that's the first one that I'm going to pause in this so that we document just what establishes the case against Nnamdi Kanu. So he's a member of ESN, as he said. Nnamdi Kanu, their leader, as we all know, are directing their operations, as we all know, and this is one of the agents then. So they tell us that ESN was formulated to keep the Southeast safe and secure, but it was actually used as a killing machine. So just this chap here, him and his unit accounts for 30 deaths, 30. So that attributable to Nnamdi Kanu, of course, is direction.
operation against security agents and civilians have you participated in?
It's more than 20, sir.
Okay. During these operations, like how many people would you say you people have killed?
It's more than 30, sir.
Okay.
Come sure the,
okay. Okay. There are more than 30. We understand. Okay. Can you estimate for us how many security agent rifles you people have collected?
More than 50, sir.
Okay. About 50 or more than 50?
About 50.
Okay, good.
So, so there it is. About 50 security agent weapons collected by them. So, of course, the security agents would not be handing over their weapons. So, they would have had to have killed those security agents in order to collect their weapons. So, we're adding that 50 then to the 30 people that he's already admitted to killing, all at the instructions of Nnamdi Kanu.
In our camp at Lili with Temple.
With Mr. Temple?
With others.
Okay. You informed our National Security Investigation that on the night in Coastal Hideout was stormed by security agents, you were in the same house with him, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We are curious to know, how were you able to escape?
Escape from the backyard gate, sir.
From the backyard gate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Since the encounter with Consul, like how many operations have you people gone that you participated in?
It's more than 7, sir.
Okay, can you give us like some?
Governor's house and our mama and at Lily side, let's call it let's call that village. Engineer that took us to.
Which engineer?
Engineer Mike.
That took people there.
It's in his village. He's the one that took us there.
Is that the place people will cut somebody's hand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Is that the village that you people cut somebody's hand? Yes.
It was announced on social media by Nnamdi Kanu that late Nkoso will be buried with more than 2,000 heads of innocent Nigerians.
Yes, sir.
By the Eastern Security Network.
Yes, sir.
So far, how many people have been murdered will be buried with more than 2,000 heads of innocent Nigerians? Is that the place people will cut somebody's hand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You told us that, or better still, since announced on social media by Nnamdi Kanu that late Nkoso will be buried with more than 2,000 heads of innocent Nigerians.
Yes, sir.
By the Eastern Security Network.
Yes, sir.
So far, how many people have been murdered to achieve this purpose?
It's more than 30, sir.
More than 30 people have been killed.
30,
okay.
So that's a direct link right there. So whoever was killed, a member of their association, and Nnamdi Kanu then directed that for the person's burial, he has to be buried with 2,000 heads. So 2,000 people must follow this guy to the grave. And at that instruction, this guy now admits that they had already done away with 30 already. So that directly linked to Nnamdi Kanu.
More than 30.
More than 30 people have been killed.
30,
okay. Will be buried with more than 2,000 heads of innocent Nigerians.
Yes, sir.
By the Eastern Security Network.
Yes, sir.
So far, how many people have been murdered to achieve this purpose?
It's more than 30, sir.
More than 30 people have been killed.
30,
okay. Around May this year, Eastern Security Network members attacked Olu police station. Did you participate in that attack?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many were you that, or in all that?
We are more than 30, sir.
Can you name the leaders of that attack?
It's Mr. Temple and Engineer Mike and Newsoma and Zuma and Dragon and some of our members.
Okay. Which vehicle were you in?
I'm in Siena.
You're in Siena. Whose vehicle was Temple in?
Temple was in Hilos. Mike was in the Hilos with Temple. I could not remember the
Okay, which vehicle is the Dragon in?
The Toyota Camry.
Toyota Camry. How many rifles do you people use for that attack? What's the color? Sorry, what's the color of the Toyota Camry? That Dragon. Red.
Red, yeah.
Okay. How many rifles did you people use in the attack?
It's about 30 rifles.
About 30 rifles. Are you certain? There are 30. You people came with 30 rifles.
No, like 20. It's not all of us that was carrying rifle.
It's not all of you that was carrying rifles.
Yes,
so I'm like, how many carry?
Like 20 rifles.
You were carrying a rifle?
Yes, sir.
What type of rifle did you hold?
AK.
AK-47?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On that particular attack at Olu police station, you people lost some members, right?
Yes, sir.
How many died?
About 12 of our members.
Okay, 12 of your members died.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So from where did you people gather before you came to that place?
At we gathered at our camp in what is called this camp at Idato side.
Okay.
Idato. Not on Dissolve side.
Okay, thank you very much. And after the attack, where did you people go?
We went to our camp in Lily.
Lily. Okay. All right. You informed detectives, that is, you informed our National Security Investigation that before the Eastern Security Network go for any attack, they used to fortify themselves with juju charms.
Yes,
and those charms are used for protection against bullets or security agents. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that on this particular attack at Olu police station, about 10 heads belonging to young ladies, human heads belonging to young ladies, was used to prepare the charms. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please, where did you people get the heads of these young ladies that you used?
From Imo State, sir.
From Imo State, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay, whose idea was it to use human heads to prepare charms to fortify people from bullet wounds?
Mr. Engineer and the temple.
Who is Mr. Engineer?
Engineer.
What's his name?
His name is Engineer Mike. I don't know his name.
Okay, thank you very much. But in your own opinion, would you call the attack on Olu police station a success by the Eastern Security Network?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. You also informed our National Security Investigation that IPOB and Eastern Security Network have sponsors, both locally here in Nigeria and abroad, and you are ready to identify them for us. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You also say that you identify the houses and camps where your ECN leaders and members are staying. Is that correct?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. During your arrests, you appeared surprised that security agents were able to successfully arrest you. And you even resisted by fighting with them. Why was that?
I thought that it was all this Agbo boy that used to collect people's phone and they run away. I thought it was because the man was not with security uniform. That's why I started fighting him.
Okay, and you sustained little injuries, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, now that you have been arrested, is there anything you want to say for yourself or for your leader?
I want to say for my leader, Nnamdi Kanu, let him come back and fight for the freedom. I want to say for the federal government.
Wait, freedom of who?
For his people.
Okay, he should come back to Nigeria and fight for the freedom of his people.
Yes, sir.
Okay, continue.
I want to say to the federal government to please forgive me and give us amnesty. We will not do it again and give us a second chance.
Where is your leader?
He's in another country, sir.
Okay. How do you people how do you communicate with him?
We don't communicate with him, sir. It's through radio.
Through radio?
Yes, sir.
Any of your senior leaders who communicates with him?
All right. So quite a few things being said there. How do you communicate with your leader? We don't communicate with him. It's through radio. So essentially, they are getting their directions from whatever Nnamdi Kanu says on Radio Biafra. That's what he's saying right there. So they fortified themselves. They are 10 heads of young Imolite girls was used to make juju to fortify. All of this attributable to Nnamdi Kanu. So 10 heads of young Imolite girls are used to fortify themselves. Apparently, well, not apparently, clearly it didn't work because a lot of them were taken down and he was arrested. So there it is right there. We watch it to the end, but and then we form our conclusions.
And who again?
And the engineer Mike.
Okay, they normally communicate with him. Okay. Okay, we appreciate your cooperation so far with this investigation and granting us this interview to assist us in our investigation. Please.
All right. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. There's a lot more, but I think I've got a stream of there's so many atrocities attributable to Nnamdi Kanu, just a plethora, just an abundance of it. So it's an open and short case against this guy. So this idea of releasing Nnamdi Kanu is nothing that would ever wash. And the reason why the government are not releasing him is because they know that the silent majority in that country, they find his crime so egregious. They newly built Oshodi bus terminal, they burnt it down at Nnamdi Kanu's instructions. Countless police stations burnt down. Just a sea of bodies killed at the instruction of this guy, by the confession of his agents and by the instructions from him that we heard so many times, including within this broadcast. So that's why a lot of people, the overwhelming majority of people in Nigeria, they don't want the release of Nnamdi. Nobody wants the release of Nnamdi Kanu outside of the political jobbers and the confused. So nobody wants his release. But what people actually want is that this guy, his crimes are listed. Everybody knows what he did. So what people actually want is for this guy to face the full wrath of the law, and let the law play out in full, including an ultimate verdict, which might well be capital punishment. So there is the question right there. A case for Nnamdi Kanu, should he get capital punishment? The majority of Nigerians will probably say yes. What says you? Link in the comment section if you want the conversation, hop on. So that's Nnamdi Kanu right there. A terrorist by any definition of the word. It's a hardened terrorist by any definition of the word. I think you can say that without any much controversy. So that's Nnamdi, pardon me. So that's Nnamdi Kanu right there, a hardened terrorist. Pardon me. So that's Nnamdi Kanu right there, a hardened terrorist. So let's go on from Nnamdi Kanu to other matters. We just whisked through down. This is Deji Adeyanju. It looks as though they are starting to cannibalize themselves within that obedient type space. And who is cannibalizing whom? The lead person in that space, of course, David Udein. Both Deji Adeyanju and Sowore are controlled opposition disguised as social change advocates funded by foreign foundations. David Udein. So that's David Udein right there, who is not getting his share of the dollars and is now ready to blow the house down. Pardon me. Award-winning, pardon me, my I've got a frog in my throat. Award-winning investigative journalist David Udein has revealed that activist Deji Adeyanju and the leader of Revolution Now movement, Omoyele Sowore, are controlled opposition, posing as social change advocates whilst being funded by foreign foundations. Udein made the claim in response to a post by Adeyanju, who had compared his influence to that of Sowore. Adeyanju had written, "It will take David Udein 25 years to get to Omoyele Sowore's level, sha. Forget Twitter retweets and obedience support. These things take time. It's like me trying to compete with human rights lawyers who have been around for decades, but the work David does is amazing." So Sowore, in his response, Oh, why is this thing keep latching up? It's meant to scroll down. In his response, Udeyi dismissed any comparison, arguing that neither he nor Sowore had electoral value, adding that both men would struggle to win even a local government ward. So if we go by the pardon me, if we go by the results of the last elections, you may well say that is a valid point. Sowore never garnered 50. What is 50? Sowore never garnered 10,000 votes. So it doesn't really have that much political cachet. He's an activist and no more. That's just what Sowore is. In his response, Udeyi dismissed any comparison, arguing that neither he or Sowore had electoral value, adding that both men would struggle to win even a local ward election. Udeyi claimed that while Sowore still had years to reach his level of journalism, I'm not sure that you should be saying that. Sowore is a publisher, and Udeyi is just he just writes all these ludicrous comic book skits. So I'm not quite sure that you should be saying that. Udeyi claimed that while Sowore still had years to reach his level of journalism and geopolitical understanding, he himself was already recognized by foreign entities as a major adversary in West Africa's information space. His words. If you are referring to how long it will take me to collect $1.3 million grants from organizations linked to hostile foreign intelligence agencies, then it will even take me 100 years, because I am not interested. If it's about electoral value, both Sowore and I have zero. Neither of us can win ward chairman in the place we were born. If it is about being a journalist that works with national interest and a keen understanding of geopolitics in mind, then he is the one who has 25 years to catch up with me, because I am the one who is officially recognized by Nigeria's enemies as their prime enemy in West Africa information space. By the way, both you and him are referred to in the same document below as part of the tiny yellow dot marked as social change advocates, i.e. controlled up. So it looks as though then there's trouble in paradise. So that's the back and forth. Then who has preeminence though? Who has preeminence? David Udeyi as a journalist and as an activist. Who has preeminence? David Udeyi or Omoyele Sowore? So that's the question. Who has preeminence? So there's that. Let's go on from that to another one. No, actually, I'll show you the headline for this one, and then I'll play you a clip that would explain it better than me having to read it out. Peter Obi won't have done better than Tinubu if he emerged president. So this is a gentleman called Maduka. What's his first name? Cosmas Maduka. So this is Cosmas Maduka. And what is he saying? Peter Obi won't have done better than Tinubu if he emerged president. So why exactly is he saying that? So I think I've got the clip of where he actually did say that. So here it is.
I believe with no ambiguity that we are on the right direction. I'm in Nigeria. People have asked me, would this country, would Peter Obi have done anything different if he won the election? I said no. He would have removed subsidy. From day one also. Naira need to find his value. But you know, it's hard for me to say this because you're a rich man. What are you talking? But what I'm saying is that the government should be more disciplined to use the money they have removed in the subsidy to put it in infrastructure, so that people that you have taken from them, those who are flying private jet from subsidy money, their business is spoiled. But if you collect that money from them and squander it yourself and put it in a venture that is favorite in itself, you are from the same tomb to another tomb. You are still in the same graveyard. You haven't go anywhere. But you can harness this money now and put them in infrastructure where Nigerian citizens will get the benefit of it. The borrowing of a country is not a problem. What is a problem is, are you borrowing for capital development? Are you borrowing for infrastructural development? Because it will pay back for itself. But if you are borrowing to take a second wife, if you are borrowing to share money for poverty alleviation, you are deepening the hole that after we got inside, nobody can bring us out. So there is some level of discipline that is required to curtail excesses from the government. Are we in the right direction? Yes. Well, Naira.
So there it is right there. So are we in the right direction? Yes, was what he concluded. And I don't think any thinking person would say other than we are in the right direction. You can quibble the implementation, but you cannot contend the policies that Tinubu is enacting. You cannot contend them. You can quibble the implementation, but you cannot contend the policies. You cannot contend the removal of arbitrage in the exchange rate, the Naira, and the fuel subsidy. You can't contend that. You cannot contend just a lot of the policies that is doing. You cannot contend them. You can quibble the implementation, but you cannot contend the policies. So you cannot contend the policies. We go on from there to, and by the way, to the people following us on, to the people listening to us on Twitter, can you make sure you are following the platform? I can see that there are quite a few people on Twitter are listening in, watching along. So thank you for your viewership. Please make sure you are following. We stream every day. So so we stream every day. From that to this, Lagos Assembly, Miranda may step down as Speaker. Shetonji or Setonji or Rauf poised to take over. So all of the signs tell us that the tenure of this Miranda woman is going to be short-lived as the speaker. She doesn't have the fortitude. She doesn't have the bigness of character to straddle that seat. We've seen her in tears. We've seen her collapse and fall apart. So she's not long of that seat. Lagos Assembly, Miranda may step down as speaker as Setonji or Shetonji or whatever. Somebody can correct me on that. Or Rauf poised to take over. So yes, I would agree. I don't think she will. I don't think she would last the full stretch. The Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Princess Mojisola Miranda, may step down, paving the way for either Mr. David Setonji or Mr. Wale Rauf to assume the position. So definitely, Obasa is gone for good, by the way, irrespective of whatever happens to Miranda. Obasa is gone not to come back. But is she going to hold that position for the full stretch, or is she going to be substituted with somebody else, which is the most probable thing? Miranda may step down as Speaker, Setonji or Rauf poised to take over. The Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Princess Mojisola Miranda, may step down, paving the way for either Mr. David Setonji or Mr. Wale Rauf to assume the position. This development follows intervention efforts by prominent political figures, including former APC National Chairman and ex-Osun State Governor Chief Bisi Akande, former Ogun State Governor Aremo Olusegun Oshoba, and Chief Pius Akinyelure. chairman of the board of Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPC. Miranda made history as the first female Speaker of the House on January 13th after the removal of Mudashiru Obasa, who faced allegations of corruption, abuse of office, and high-handedness. However, Obasa has since challenged his removal in court, arguing that due process was not followed. Sources reveal that key political figures held an initial meeting with principal officers and House members over the weekend, with another meeting expected soon. It is speculated that Miranda may be asked. To return to her former position as deputy speaker, whilst one of the two lawmakers from Lagos West, David Sotunji or Shetonji, I can't quite identify that name, but agreed to, or Wale Raouf Amuwo Odofin too, could become the next speaker. David Setonji is currently the chief whip of the House and has served as a lawmaker since 2015. Wale Raouf has been in the House since 2019. This arrangement is reportedly influenced by regional representation in state leadership. Presently, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and Speaker Mojisola Miranda are both from Lagos Central, leaving Lagos West without a top leadership position. Given that Obasa hails from Lagos West, stakeholders have recommended that the next speaker be chosen from the district. Despite these developments, 36 out of 40 lawmakers passed a vote of confidence in Miranda on Monday, February the 17th, affirming their support for her continued leadership. However, the House adjourned sitting indefinitely, leaving room for further speculation. So a lot of people also felt that it was a misstep. It was a bit of naivety. Where is the headline? It was a bit of a naivety. Is it suspending the House or adjourning the House indefinitely? So that's a Miranda right there, who is not long of it's not that she's not long of this world, though, but she's certainly not long of that seat. Let me send the link again. If anybody wants the conversation, come into the studio. If you don't, then I know it's a late session, so we might not get where is let me just send the link. Hold on. All right. Let me. What's going on with this thing now? My computer is acting a bit funky. I hope you can still hear me, by the way. All right. It's not taking me to the comment section. Is it because I slammed Nnamdi Kanu? Is that why you are putting voodoo on my thing? Is it those voodoo, those voodoo that you're using people's heads for? All right. So we go on to the next one. That's the link there. Anybody that wants to come in. We must have accurate, reliable sensors with necessary biometric data. This is Tinubu now, who I think as early as yesterday signed the bill to kick off that sensor space. So yes. So there it is. We must have accurate, reliable sensors with necessary biometric data. That's your president saying that. Ahead of the planned national population and housing census, President Bola Tinubu has reiterated his commitment to ensuring accurate and reliable data for effective development planning and improved social security. To achieve this, the president emphasized the need for biometric and digital components in the census to ascertain the country's accurate population. Speaking at a meeting with officials of the National Population Commission at the Presidential Villa Abuja on Monday, Tinubu stated that the National Identity Management Commission must be integrated into the census process. So this is the thing now. I think if this is done right, we may yet get as close to near accurate as we can our population. So what is essentially saying is that the population count should be linked to people's identity cards that the country already has a system for. You know, and it's going to be biometrically captured as well. So they will photograph the pupils of your eyes and thumbprint you, and then link that to your database within the country's database, to your information within the country's database. So so there's that. Yes. So speaking at a meeting with a meeting with officials of the National Population Commission at the Presidential Villa Abuja on Monday, Tinubu stated that the National Identity Management Commission must be integrated into the census process. We must ascertain who we are, how many we are, and how to manage our data. Without an accurate census, we cannot successfully plan for employment, agriculture, and food sovereignty. Many problems arise without accurate data, the president said in a statement by his spokesperson, Bayo Ononuga. Nigeria last conducted a national census in November 2006. President Tinubu further announced plans to establish a committee to align the census budget with the government's financial realities before engaging development partners for additional funding. This stop and go activity on the census cannot work with me. We need a definite path. I will set up a committee to critically examine the issues, assess our resources, and determine what we can fund before seeking external support, he added. The president stressed that biometric capturing should be central to the census, incorporating multiple identification features, including facial and voice recognition. So I'm not quite sure how they intend to voice capture, but certainly facial recognition, yes. He noted that government incentives, such as the distribution of fertilizers, could be improved with more reliable demographic data. So there it is right there. Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, reaffirmed Tinubu's commitment to the census, stating that the data would be crucial for future planning and resource distribution. At the 2023 Ministers' Retreat, Mr. President reiterated his commitment to the census. In fact, at the last Federal Executive Council meeting, he asked me about the delay, and I explained that it was due to funding constraints. However, the MPC and all stakeholders must determine the minimum amount required to support Mr. President in making a final decision. So yes, we need that census ASAP. So we need that census ASAP. Let's go on to what's this one? All right. Is that the last one of the readouts? All right. Let me see. What's this one? All right. I think we are back to that Babangida's book now. Are we back to the Babangida's book? Yes, we're back to the Babangida's book. So let's pick that up from here. In July 2000, at a public book launching ceremony in July 2000, at a public book launching ceremony in Nigeria, Chief Richard Akechide stated, talking about the 1966 coup first, when Balewa got missing, we knew Okotiebo had been held. We knew Akitola had been killed. we, the members of the Balewa cabinet, started meeting. But how can you have a cabinet meeting without the prime minister acting or prime minister presiding? So, unanimously, we nominated acting prime minister amongst us. Then we continued holding our meetings. Then we got a message that we should all assemble at the cabinet office. All the ministers were requested by the GOC of the Nigerian Army, General Nrosi, to assemble. What was amazing at that time was that Nrosi was going all over Lagos unarmed. We assembled there, having nominated Zana Defo Chirama as our acting Zana Deep Charama. I can't pronounce that name, as our acting prime minister in the absence of the prime minister, whose whereabouts we didn't know. We approached the acting president, Nwafo Orizu, to swear him in because he cannot legitimately act as the prime minister except he's sworn in. Nwafo Orizu refused. He said he needed to contact Zeke, who was then in the West Indies. Under the law, that is the Interpretation Act, as acting president, Nwazo Orizu had all the powers of the president. The GOC said he wanted to see all the cabinet ministers, and so we assembled at the cabinet office. Well, I have read in many books saying that we handed over to the military. We did not hand over. Nrosi told us that you either hand over as gentlemen or you hand over by force. Those were his words. Is that voluntary handover? So we did not hand over. We wanted an acting prime minister to be in place, but Nrosi forced us, and I used the word forced advisedly, to hand over to him. He was controlling the soldiers. The acting president, Nwafo Orizu, who did not cooperate with us, cooperated with the GOC. Dr. Orizu and the GOC prepared speeches which Nwafo Orizu broadcast, handing over the government of the country to the army. Let me take that again. The acting president, Nwafo Orizu, who did not cooperate with us, cooperated with the GOC. Dr. Orizu and the GOC prepared speeches which Nwafo Orizu broadcast, handing over the government of the country to the army. I state again categorically, as a member of that cabinet, that we did not hand over voluntarily. It was Igbo coup. Alhaji Shehu Shagari corroborated Chief Akinjide's account in his book, Beckoned to Serve. So that is Chief Akinjide right there. So it was an Igbo coup anyway. I don't think there's too much of a debate that it was or was not. So that's the readout. I'll send the link again. Anybody that wants to come in. So still on that Biafra space, actually, let me play you this clip. I've got a little clip on the. Do I have it? I did have it. Not anymore. Oh yes. Let me play you this clip.
The 5 majors involved in organizing and execution of the coup were all Igbos. Yes. Majors Anufora, Chukwuka, Okafo, Ademoyega, and Ifeajuna.
Ademoyega, is he Igbo?
Ademoyega is from the description.
Is he Igbo?
Yes, he is.
He is Igbo.
Please. Let me clarify this.
Okay, please silence. Please silence. Colonel.
When this one was depicted.
Colonel.
Yes, my lord.
Don't mind who put who. You signed it.
Yes.
You are a colonel.
Yes, my lord.
You have read 5 names of military officers.
Yes, my lord.
Did you know them? At all?
Personally, you mean?
As a human being, did you know them in the army?
No.
Did you know them?
No.
You've never met them?
No.
Have you ever heard about them?
Yes.
No. You heard about those 5?
Yes.
And in paragraph 628 of the document you signed as a retired colonel.
Yes, my lord.
You put 5 names.
Yes.
And Ademoyaga is an Igbo. Is that correct?
No.
Thank you.
So there it is right there. 4 out of the 5 were Southeasterners. So it was an Igbo coup. I think we can rest that one right there. So it was an Igbo coup as universally understood by everyone. Let me play you this clip. I found this clip just as I was mooching around on social media. These were the last words of Ken Saro-Wiwa, defiant to the end. Watch this.
Before sentence was passed, in his last public statement, Ken Saro-Wiwa made a final appeal for the people of the Niger Delta.
There is no possibility whatsoever that I or Mossad could ever have planned any such action. And I will forever disavow it, no matter what any forum decides upon. I appeal to you, my Lord, for only one thing. The Ogoni people have suffered tremendously in this country. They have made tremendous contributions to this country. The Niger Delta itself is in serious trouble. We need every assistance that we can get.
On the 31st of October, Ken Saro-Wiwa and 8 others were found guilty and sentenced to death by hanging. 6 of the total 15 defendants were acquitted, including Ledum Mite.
So there it is right there. That's Ken Saro. Those were his last public words, Ken Saro-Wiwa, before Abata did him in. So this is a kidnapped victim begging for money. I think it's somebody of some prominence, but this particular clip is all over social media. Watch this.
Hey, Nigerians, help me. Your 100,000, 50,000, 1 million will go a long way to save my life. My name is Prince Enola Ojajuni. God bless you. Aderomu, please help me to spread this video.
So there it is right there. That's a kidnapped victim pleading for his life. I wonder what fate befell him. So now this is not last clip. This is El-Rufai, and it's out in earlier on today. I think I might well do a session on it tomorrow, but here is a little soupçon of that.
I've never, since I left office and the president begged me publicly to come and serve in his government, I had my plans, and I told President Tinubu from day one, when he asked me to support him, I said I would, but I don't want anything, okay? Because politics in Nigeria is always about what do I get for giving you support. I'm not in politics for that reason. I'm not in politics to get anything. I have a surname. I'm a self-made man. I have made my money before coming into public office. I don't need anything. After 8 years in Kaduna, I was nearly burnt out. I was struggling for 8 years, and I wanted to take a break, and I had my private plans. The president publicly appealed to me to put my plans on hold, and through 2 months of negotiation, we finally agreed that he would nominate me as minister, and there were certain conditions I attached to that. I think along the line, either the president changed his mind or something else, because please don't believe the story that the National Assembly rejected me. The National Assembly had nothing to do with this. The president didn't want me in his cabinet. He changed his mind. Whatever it is, frankly, I don't care. And I told him, and I moved on. And since I moved on, I've not said a word. I've not granted any interview. I've not commented on the government. But it is within my rights as a founding member of the APC, as one of the 34 people that signed the INEC form that got the party registered. It is within my rights to ask, why is my party not functioning?
Indeed.
And that's all. And so, you know, I don't know if I've answered your question, but...
Well, to some extent you have, but I'm going to press you a little.
So that's El-Rufai right there, revealing some of the reasons why he's feeling so aggrieved. Essentially, it was because he was dumped by Tinubu. So the link is in the comment section. If anybody wants the conversation, hop on. We'll play the Kegat music and then we'll take it from there.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And that is right there. Ikoko Niru Agbeshe may death have nothing to do with us. Joining us also is on. Always a delight when his on is here. Ola is in the house. Always a delight when Ola is here. Warpace spends time with us. There's Warpace right there. And Charles coming to tell us that he told us so. So good to have you, gentlemen. Anyone else that wants to hop on. Anyone that wants to hop on. Let's kick it off. Start it off with our Izon. To kick it off. Izon, good to have you. Knock, knock. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well, man.
Yeah.
Izon.
Hey, woman.
Yes, I called you. Are you ready or?
No, I can go. Yeah, I was surprised that you are going to pick me first.
No, only really because of that Ken Saro-Wiwa clip that I played, this last of our public pronouncements. Before he left this mortal coil.
Well,
it's quite sad, actually. I have to go and look for his books and get some of his books, you know.
Yeah, did you ever read or watch Bassi and Company?
It sounds familiar. I may well have, you know. It sounds familiar.
Yeah, that's maybe one of the most famous things he's known for. But Ken Saro-Wiwa, as far as Niger Delta is concerned, you know, he's up there with the likes of our father Ike Clark, you know, Adaka Boro, those people who sacrificed their lives essentially for the greater good of their entire region, regardless of which ethnicity. Ken Saro-Wiwa was Ogoni, but his efforts sparked something. When Abacha took his life, he thought he was ending agitation. But actually, that's when the agitation really started. Once they took Saro-Wiwa, That's when the actual armed agitation started in Niger Delta. Because if they had not taken Saro-Wiwa, I can promise you there will not have been armed agitation. If they had listened to him, if they had tried to implement what he was saying, the warning he was giving Nigeria. And you know what? Let's assume the greater Nigeria doesn't care about Niger Delta people. Let's just assume that for a second. Let's talk about strictly money, dollars and cents, Naira and Kobo. If they had spared Saro-Wiwa, you can imagine the millions of dollars, billions of dollars Nigeria would have saved and would have generated in revenue. Just taking his life created a huge domino effect that went down till today. Today it has eased up, but just imagine one man. I don't know how familiar you are of the time of the agitation when MEND was formed. You know, I don't know if Baba is on, but when Kayama Declaration was taken, when every single young man in most Niger Delta communities were ready to go and sleep in creeks, they essentially declared war on the Nigerian state. This action by Abacha, you know, a madman, who, by the way, his children came out recently to complain that Babangida was sullying their father's name. So you can imagine all the people that Abacha took out in that country. Pied. I was in Nigeria. I hadn't gone abroad then. I remember what happened. I remember the schools that were shut down because of student protests. The students that were pied. Let's not even talk about the people that were pro-democracy people. The likes of Saro-Wiwa. The list just goes on and on. Right? And you can imagine recently his children came out to defend his name because Babangida said that he was worried about Abacha, which is why you know, he had to annul the election. But anyway, back to Saro-Wiwa. Look, the thing with Saro-Wiwa was he has and he will always be an icon in that region. What the man did was he didn't have to do that. This man was successful. World recognized. People around the world pleaded for his life, for clemency. The Pope, all the big Western
I remember
nations.
even Soyinka pleaded for him.
Yes,
I remember.
Wale Soyinka came out and said no, because they were contemporaries. I mean, you can imagine what he wrote. He was a great writer, playwright, everything. So was Soyinka. So there was a mutual respect. The man didn't have to do it. He left everything, went to Ogoni land and said, no, you cannot continue to kill these people in this region because of your thirst for oil. You know, he went and stood for something, and he was ready to give up his life for it. And again, this is the Achilles heel that we have in that country. The fact that when you go and you fight for a just cause to liberate your people or to give them some kind of succor to suffering caused by your military dictator or even a civilian government, the people that come out against you are your own. And I say this because while Saro-Wiwa and his like were fighting against Shell Oil Company and the Nigerian government, there were people in Ogoni land going to take money from Shell Oil Company and the Nigerian government and was actively sabotaging his efforts. That's what led the youth to go and take action into their own hands with those people. And conveniently, Abacha turned around and blamed him. But again, this is our issue. In every facet of everything you can think about, anytime someone goes out to fight for something for the greater good, you will find Nigerians who are so willing to compromise themselves against the greater good, fighting against that person. It happened to Abiola. It happened with Gani. It happened with Fela. It happened with everyone you can possibly think about who tried to stand for something. And it happened with Saro-Wiwa. Until today, there are actually factions in Ogoni land that are still trying to say that he was responsible for those deaths and that he deserved to have his life taken. They don't even see the bigger picture. And some of those people that are saying that today, guess who they work with? One man. All multinationals. So this, as far as the Niger Delta is concerned, this has been one of our biggest struggles because you have genuine people who take 2 steps forward then those ones who are willing to sell their souls will make us take 2 steps back. So it's been a very frustrating and challenging number of years, even during the time of the people that had Kayama after the Odi massacre, that Obasanjo, who by the way should be in prison at The Hague, even after all of that, a lot of strides were made. But where are all those freedom fighters today? They've all compromised themselves. They've taken money from whomever. They're serving one master or the next. So it's part of the malaise in Nigeria that continues to affect a lot of places and a lot of people. But Saro-Wiwa, just to summarize, will always be treasured in that region, and it should be treasured by Greater Nigeria.
You know, from the lay person looking in, somebody that is somewhat political, I'm not going to say politically naive, but somebody that is not as politically astute or an aficionado, like somebody. The only name they recognize in that region is Ken Saro-Wiwa. You think of the South, the Creeks, and you think of Ken Saro-Wiwa. Even Park Clark, it literally became a known name. The only seminal name there was Ken Saro-Wiwa.
Yeah, to those that, because Saro-Wiwa was, think about this. A world-renowned playwright just hanged, and excuse me if I'm triggering any things on your platform, but by a brutal dictator. Just for the guy was just a madman. I can remember that period when I will never forget. I was in my household, you could hear a pin drop. There was silence when the news hit. I thought when I first walked into my this is my personal experience with that death. When I walked in, I saw my father, and I thought one of my relatives had died.
A lot of people thought it wouldn't follow through because there was so much attention on, and they did it in the dead of night. Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying, and that's why, this thing with his children coming out to talk, it just angered me so much. That the nerve they have to even open their mouth. I don't even recall. I don't want to get into Abacha's children. It's just going to make me go on a tangent.
But it's understandable, though. Even Hitler, his children will come out and tell you that he was a nice man. It's understandable. Now that's what a child does.
I try to. These days, one man, I try to focus on solutions, because some things, when you look at them, you try to rationalize them, it just drives you, like this hoopla about Babangida's book and his revelation. I've tried to stay away from even having conversations about it. Do we have amnesia? What, are we brainless? Anyone that has a brain understands what happened. Have we forgotten how Abiola ran out of the country? Going to have talk. He had interviews with BBC. Worried to come back. He knew what would happen if he came back to Nigeria, but he came back, and they arrested him. And look, when that thing just happened, I just said, well, I don't know if we're unredeemable, but we're damn close. And Saro-Wiwa's case fits into it. The thing with Saro-Wiwa, because of what he did, he entertained people. People loved him. He had a personality. Have you seen pictures of him when he's laughing with people?
Is that pipe? He will I will forever remember him for that pipe.
He's smoking the pipe. The guy, one man, he's the kind of guy, knowing you and listening to your platform, he's the kind of guy you would have enjoyed having a conversation with. He was charismatic.
I even enjoy him just in memory. I enjoy him in memory. Yeah.
He was charismatic, had a smile on his face. People loved him. This was not a hated guy. People loved him. So, that will forever be a state. And honestly, for me, looking at everything that has transpired since then, his life being cut short the way it did sent my region spiraling into an abyss, because we've never recovered. Honestly, even the violence that came afterwards, that took us down a path that honestly we shouldn't have gone down. There was a time when you look at you look at the likes of John Pepper Clark, who's Edwin Clark's relative. You look at Saro-Wiwa, the list goes on and on. Diete Spiff, who was a governor in his early 20s.
They
Look at
have
those.
some funky names. They have some funky names in that you heard.
Yeah. Look, one man. You know,
it sounds like a Bond villain.
Yeah, without giving up my name. I mean, you know, I have family members on my mother's side. Their last names are English. You know, but I say that to say we encountered missionaries first in Nigeria. People in the Niger Delta. There are missionary schools still today in places like Brass and Tuon and all these places, right? We encountered them first. So the level of education of the masses, because of that interaction with the missionaries and the Anglican Church, rose at a very rapid rate in that region. So there were a lot of people highly educated at young ages. When this thing happened and we went down that path of violence, right, with the Nigerian state, it took us away from that. It has taken us away from that. So now we're in a place where education used to be paramount. Now, young children are looking at Wonder Boy Loaf, who has built a mansion in Yenagoa because of his time with, you know, militancy. And they look at that as, okay, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's still a lot of people that aspire to education, but at some point that became the thing because these guys were getting money and flaunting the money all over the place. So that's why I said, you know, there's a price we paid and we're still trying to recover from that price. But Saro-Wiwa will always be a beacon, as will Pa Edwin Clark. You know, Pa Edwin Clark, from the day he got into Nigeria, as a matter of fact, from the day he became a lawyer till the day he died, he was always championing Niger Delta causes. Not just Ijaw causes, Niger Delta causes. He was head of Pandev. He championed the Robo, the Shekiri, the Soko, the Bibio, the Kwale, the everybody. He championed them. So one man, it's you know, listening to that piece that you played.
So there's just so many people that have just died needlessly in that country. The people that you want, I don't not that you want dead though, but they seem to be living forever. Babangida 86,
Yeah.
Obasanjo 90 something. Gowon is still there going, and look on the other side, we have Vasa dead. Ken Saro-Wiwa. There just seems to be an imbalance there somewhat.
I think if you try to think about this, right? We've talked about how endemic corruption is in our system, right? Imagine if you're a man that gets some level of power and you're trying to stand for principle and what's right and doing the right thing. You know, that Nigeria may be the most difficult place to do that because you're swimming with sharks every day. And if you're not letting them do what they need to do, they will burn you. They will find a way to burn you and take you down. It's almost like you have to be corrupt by default to even move forward in that environment. You know, I mean, look at all those guys celebrating Babangida one man. They all went out there. Dangote gave him how many billion? You know, they're celebrating him like he's some kind of hero.
No, you can understand Dangote celebrating him because, of course, the beginnings of Dangote, he opened him up. But you cannot understand somebody like Tinubu celebrating him because if he had the chance, he would have killed him.
Would have pied him.
Yeah,
you'd have pied him. And by the way,
and he tried to as well.
Of course, he tried. And by the way, if Babangida felt, I mean, you listen to his narrative, it doesn't even make sense. Oh, he had to annul the election because of Abacha. What? And then on top of that, you left power, you annulled the election. Who takes over after you? I think, did they give it to Shonekon first, I believe? And then after Shonekon, Abacha overthrew Shonekon. I believe that's what happened.
Yes.
But I mean, that was all orchestrated. There was no way we thought that Shonekon was going to stay in power. It's just a matter of time. Abacha then came in, who was just brutal. If he really cared about Nigeria, he could have put things in place to make sure people like Abacha would never smell power. That's not what he was about. So when you listen to this thing, it was just a charade, a joke, you know, and you listen to people. And by the way, that's what we've become swamped with now. Babangida's book and what's happening with his book and the comments he made. Was it an Igbo coup? Was it not an Igbo coup? All that nonsense.
All right. Let me segue you into the talking points of today. Then, so you've already opened it up. El-Rufai had an outing today with Charles on Arise TV. I'm not sure how much of that you saw, but I played a little snippet of that. It was saying that Tinubu did not really want him. It wasn't really so much that it was rejected by the Senate. It was actually Tinubu that did not want him. So what are you making of the politics that El-Rufai is playing?
I think El-Rufai is just is sour pickings. He's upset. He feels he has been embarrassed. And I don't know.
That's the real thing, He has been embarrassed, and publicly so as well.
Publicly so. In the most, they made him go through a process, right? He had to go in front of Senate. Then they turned around and said he couldn't pass a security check. That there, for someone who was a governor, that there, and you and I know in Nigeria.
I didn't believe that for a moment.
Of course not.
I knew he was shafted, but I didn't think that it was Tinubu that shafted him. I think it's one of his own. Is it Shetima or the NSA? But I don't think it was Tinubu that shafted him.
I don't. The reason why I believe there was something, either someone advised Tinubu against bringing him into his fold, or something. Because let's be honest, this is Nigeria. This is not United States or anywhere. I mean, even in the US, all Trump's people, with all the complaints they had against him.
Good morning. Wama, good morning. Wama, that article you read about how Rosen invited the ministers to Donda Barak. Can you send it to me, please?
Yes, I can. It's from Akinjide or something. Who is it
please.
From? Yeah, I will do.
So send me on WhatsApp. This is what I was telling you guys.
Richard Akinjide, yes. So yes, they never. In fact, if you go by that article, it was an illegal government, not just from the coup. It wasn't even properly constituted.
That's what I was saying. That's what I said yesterday. The first coup that everybody was talking about that took the life of Tafawa Balewa and the rest was just a decoy. The actual coup was orchestrated by Uronsi by taking power by force, by the Igbo Senate president, taking him to Zik and swearing in and hand power to him. That's the actual coup. And again, Ojukwu has no right going to war because the plan, if whatever they are saying that the British were doing, the plan was already orchestrated and succeeded. They have unified the country. That's what they wanted. Ronsi became the president and he made the Nigerian federal system of government. Now the Northern countered back and took power. There was no need for Ojukwu to go. There was no need for Ojukwu going to war. So three things played out.
We'll get to that in a moment. But
thank you. I'm using.
It's on.
Yes, please send me the article.
Yeah, I will do.
Okay.
So back to El-Rufai.
No. But so here's the thing, right? One man. We saw what happened with Trump, right? Tulsi Gabbard, former Democrat. They hated her guts. She's now DNI. She's head of the Director of National Intelligence, right? Kennedy, they don't like him. Big Pharma hates him. He's been confirmed. This is America, where they actually have somewhat of institutions, right? In Nigeria, we know the presidency runs things. If Tinubu sends someone to the Senate to get confirmed, that person is confirmed. Let's not kid ourselves. There is no institution there that will shut him down. DSS, SSS, whatever the case may be, all that doesn't matter. That person is confirmed. So for El-Rufai not to be confirmed, right, means the presidency did not want him confirmed. And for the reason, what we don't know.
But you know what mystifies me is that if they did not want him, why did they let him go through all of that process? Only, they could have just, not submitted him, and they would have given him a soft landing to say, I did tell the president I wasn't interested. I'm going to say this. They didn't give him.
One man, I can even. It's
almost like they deliberately wanted to humiliate him. Yeah.
I think they did, and I don't know why. That what you just said is the $1 million question. That is the thing that we should all try to figure out the why. Because not only that, you remember Chatham House. They asked him about security. He deferred to El-Rufai, and then there was a speech Tinubu was giving where they asked him. He was talking about stuff, and then he singled out El-Rufai and said, I know you want to go back to school to get a PhD or something like that. And he said, no, we need you publicly. So
it dragged him onto the rostrum and forced the commitment out of him.
Yes.
We all saw it now.
So publicly, he made it known to the whole.
As loathsome as El-Rufai is, that's not on what they did to him.
And I can't stand El-Rufai to save my life, right? But you do have to give the man credit. During the time where they were doing the whole thing with the Mefele and he spearheaded the resistance against Buhari's administration when they all felt they were trying to sabotage Tinubu. He championed that and he stood in front of them and said, no, this man will have his shot. So I don't know what happened, but it was a public flogging, public humiliation that they gave him, saying he couldn't pass his security clearance. This guy was a governor. So it's almost laughable to think about, right? But
even that, even that, they needn't have said it publicly. Even if that was the case, they needn't have said it publicly. They could have just said, they could have given him the window to pull himself back, and they just wanted to humiliate him.
Yes,
there's no other way to see it other than
there's
that.
no other way to see it, right? But you can see now he has seen a window to get back. He's upset, and there's no reason why someone like El-Rufai should go and sit down with Charles to talk about APC. Come on now, he doesn't give a damn about APC. That is for him to air his views publicly, for him to put it out there that he's not in good graces with the president. Maybe there's an angle that he's looking for, that something he wants that we don't know. But at the end of the day, when you look at it, he was publicly humiliated. This is the opportunity because he's been speaking out publicly of recent.
What did you make of his visit to Park Clark's family for condolences? Using that window to politic and asking for an alliance between the South and the North to rescue Nigeria. A lot of people thought it was in poor taste.
Very poor taste, because if it's the same Park Clark that we all know, think about this: Park Clark was alive, championing a bunch of things. Why didn't El-Rufai go and see him? Because he knows what he would have said to him. Park Clark wasn't the kind to say, "Oh, be political." No, he would tell you his mind. So he would have told him something that he didn't want to hear. He never went to see Park Clark when he was alive. He used an opportunity because he knew there was attention, and in going there during that time, he would have met governors, because all the South governors went to pay their respect. Everyone that was someone in South would have gone there. So he used that opportunity to go there to try to have conversations with people. But El-Rufai is wasting his time. It's not South you're going to get anything from. Everybody has seen who he is. If you were to compare El-Rufai versus Tinubu's administration with South, I mean, there's no comparison who will probably get the support there. El-Rufai is wasting his time. Even Atiku Sef in that South, Atiku is wasting his time. He's not going to get any support. But I think the guy's angle is one of, he's burnt, he's upset. We're seeing his public display of anger, and I'm surprised.
But does it still have the political cachet to, because it's somewhat damaged goods. Nobody has ever really liked El-Rufai, but especially his antics, his atrocities during his tenure as Kaduna State Governor is so fresh in the memory. Just the bloodletting in southern Kaduna, paying bandits. You are paying them essentially to kill people, and all of these
exactly.
things.
Woman, just look at this, right? He was governor. You had chaos, utter chaos.
And we still have the records of everything he said about Atiku, by the way.
Yes,
Atiku
yes.
now being the best. I mean,
Atiku, he's managed to piss off everyone.
He doesn't have the credibility anymore, does he?
No. And here's the thing. What I am surprised about, though, is that Tinubu's administration is not taking him to the cleaners. They've kind of been mum about this. They haven't really said much, right? He's the spokespeople typically that you would see, the dogs that come out and with venom to fight back when people say things. They haven't come after him. They've just almost, except for Boala that made a few comments here and there, but they really haven't. If they decide to really come after him, I think they'll do him some damage. But they've kind of just ignored him for the most part. I don't know why, because he said things against this administration.
You know, it's not, I think it's a strategy that they use, you know, because I've seen it with other actors as well. They will just ignore you and let you pay, because he's inviting a fight, you know. He's going around doing all of these things. So somebody has to take him on in order then for him to continue there. But is calling out for a fight, but they are not taking the bait. And I think that's their strategy for him. That let him just vent his plane.
Aizon, don't you think it's high time we questioned El-Rufai's mental capabilities? I don't see him as a man that is mentally balanced at this material point in time. What do you think?
Good evening, no. Good evening.
How are you doing?
I did, my brother. I did, sir. I did. No, I think thank you. I think, you know, I think you have a point, because if you listen to him, I was just going to say to one man that if I could, I would take snippets of all El-Rufai's comments from the time of Jonathan till today and make a highlight video showing how often he contradicts himself. And because I've listened to him so much during Jonathan's time, I listened to him when he was making noise, when he was saying during the election, anybody that comes here, international observers, they will live in body bags. Then how he got into Buhari's government, he defended the actions of the government, how he talked about bandits, how he did this. And then the election came, all the things he said about Tinubu and fighting for Tinubu. And the man is all over the place. And then today, what he's saying today, if you compile all of those snippets, it will shock you. Baba, you're right. You say this is not someone we can take seriously, because he's all over the place. Today
Honestly,
he's all over the place.
I look at his eyes even to confirm my fears in that Aniogolu's interview today. I'm not a psychoanalyst, but I think something is amiss somewhere.
Yes, sir. It's and what we don't know though is what he wants. Is he doing all this because he secretly wants to support Atiku Abubakar?
No, he doesn't want to support Atiku. I think he wants recognition. I think he wants an acknowledgement of his contribution to bringing Tinubu to being, and I think they should give him that, because El-Rufai is more useful on board than as opposed to
one man. We discussed this thing before. You see, you said it even before the interview of today. If you were Tinubu, normally, will you have allowed El-Rufai to be in your government? This guy, at the initial stage when Buhari got to that place, he tried everything to discredit the role of Tinubu in bringing Buhari back in power, to the point of Balarabe calling him to order that should not be the right thing to do. So because he was like saying, because he wrote a letter at that time that they said, okay, that like others are saying that everybody was trying to exaggerate their influence. So that he was talking about among the group that this Lagos group seemed to be the most organized, that he wrote that letter and they leaked that letter out. This guy made an attempt to discredit, and even made sure that Tinubu would not be relevant in that Buhari's administration. So we are not fools in Nigeria. We know.
Yeah, but the thing is, Ola, if you remove the El-Rufai, Tinubu would not be president. I don't think.
Woman, you can't come to that conclusion. You know why?
Correct.
I don't think, you know why I don't think you can come to that conclusion.
Not just a pivotal role, a deciding role. I think he played in that.
But one man, here's the thing: El-Rufai has a tendency to be the loudest voice in the room. It doesn't make him the most hardworking voice in the room. You understand? So he was running around like he's doing now, right? He's making the most noise now. Someone that doesn't know politics in Nigeria would think, this guy is Tinubu's number one opponent, but he's not, right? Same thing, he was making noise, but there were other people working behind the scenes and in public to make sure Tinubu got into office. So yes, he was a big part, but I won't give him the credit to say that if not for him, you understand, Asiwaju will not become president. I won't go that far. You see what I'm saying? But
Aizon, even from his own mouth, he said he support Asiwaju because he believed he was the one that was that would be able to win in that interview. If you will go back
Exactly.
to that
Yeah,
interview.
yeah.
So the thing is this: they knew that bringing another northerner back to succeed Buhari will create a serious problem in that country. Anybody that understands very well that lived at least from June 12th, even though it was not only June 12th, will know quite well that it was almost an impossibility for Buhari, after that his own disastrous year, you now bring another northerner there. You understand? You think people will look, people will sit down and look. It's not going to happen. And this guy just look at it and look at the way the pendulum is swinging and just position himself.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make him.
All right. Sorry, Charles. Let me take it on to one more topic, and then I'll move it around just so that people are not held for too long. So, speak to the headline piece, and then we'll go on from there to world peace. Just give us a little flavor. So the argument then is that should Nnamdi Kanu get capital punishment? A lot of agitation for this guy's release. But it looks as though memories are Nigerians. Maybe we have amnesia in that country or whatever. Memory is very short. The atrocities of this guy, the lives that he has seen off this earth, for all of the agitation for his release, I'm arguing that the silent majority will actually want this guy, would not be averse to this guy getting capital punishment. What's it to you?
That's hard. One man, the thing with Nnamdi Kanu is this. If you listen to all the videos you played, I listened to them. So we saw someone that started out as a full patriot, fighting for the rights of northern women, right? Then we saw someone that talked about a confederation and a national conference, right? Then the third act was we saw someone spewing venom, calling for the massacre of police officers, and destruction, right? When I look at that situation, I have to ask myself, what happened that took this guy? Because that protest in London, that was a patriot. That was a Nigerian patriot fighting for the rights of the average Nigerian. He wasn't calling for anyone to get killed. When he had the interview with Aisha, he was talking about restructuring. Let's come together. Let's have a conversation. Then I think what did it for him was when they released him, I believe, and they made the attempt on his life that made him leave the country. I'm not giving him a pass for his behavior, but I think when they made that attempt on his life, he became fully radical, right? Now, should he get the death penalty? I don't think so. I think he has spent enough time in prison. I think they've asked for him to be released. Because of how the Nigerian state, Buhari's government, that's who we need to thank for this, by the way, the extraordinary rendition of the man from Kenya, which is illegal under international law. There are cases you see sometimes, and you see this more in the US, where a criminal, everybody knows he's a criminal, but because of how the police went about in abducting that person walks. And what has happened here, which is why the judge has asked for him to be released, I don't fully support the actions of Nnamdi Kanu. There are things I agree with, yes. There are a lot of things I disagree with. For one, he wants to colonize. He wants to colonize us.
Yes, the whole of the South, apart from Edo State.
He called Bayelsa, he called Delta, he doesn't even call Port Harcourt. He calls it Egocha or something. So, I laugh when I hear that because he's openly, and if you talk to the people in that region, this is the number one issue that they have with some people. Not, and you have to be careful when you say this, some people in the Southeast, because some people still go back to that old Eastern region. And what that old Eastern region stood for. And it's funny he mentions Delta, because Delta was Midwest. Delta was not Eastern region. But he mentions Delta. He even mentions parts of Benue. So he has this, for a lack of better term, I think he has an ethnic supremacy mindset as it pertains to Southeast and South-South. I do think Southeast and South-South need to come together politically and economically to create a stronger bloc. But it must be done with mutual understanding and respect. It cannot be done when people like Nnamdi Kanu are running around talking about colonizing South-South.
You can never have that relationship between the South and they are natural bedfellows. So, by the way, the South.
No, but Woma, we can. We can't
because the mindset it will be to subjugate yourself. It could never be a relationship.
We can't have the relationship because there are those in the Southeast. You know, we have to be careful when we talk like this because, like I've said about El-Rufai, the squeakiest wheel gets all the grease. Abi, that's the way they say it. The loudest voice, but the loudest voices don't always make the majority. Nnamdi Kanu does not represent majority of Igbos. That's the thing. That's the mistake Nigeria makes, right? Anyone that knows Indi Igbo very well would know this guy does not represent most of them. Maybe there are things he says that a lot of Igbos will agree with, but as a whole, he doesn't represent them wholeheartedly. I know a lot of Igbos that laugh at him. I personally know them. A lot of Igbos laugh at him. And so when you look at it from that standpoint, you're like, look, there needs to be...
Can I disagree with you?
Of course.
I think it speaks to the silent will of the majority. And anytime, if you corner a South sister now and you put a gun to their head, you find that their sentiment is not too distant from what Nnamdi Kanu says. You know, in terms of the marginalization, I think that's universally felt, not universally, but is wholesomely felt there. And then they feel that they are bigger than the little dot in the circle. I think it speaks for more people than you give him credit for,
No, I don't think so. Because, Woma, you have to understand, I mean, I know, goodness, I can't even count the number of Igbos I know. You know what I mean? And I've spent years in Port Harcourt. You know, there are tons and tons of Igbos. I know a lot of Igbo people. But that's what when I say this, I'm saying it from, at least I haven't taken a poll, I haven't done a survey, but I'm saying this from my personal experience, childhood friends, close people, in-laws. And what I am saying is, he is not speaking for the majority of Igbos. I can tell you that. I think there are things, listen, there are things Nnamdi Kanu says, one man, if you really listen to him, I agree with, you will agree with, right? But as a whole, the deduction of what he's actually trying to do, which is to create a Biafra inclusive of Cross River, Akwa Ibom, Rivers, Bayelsa, Delta. I'm even laughing when I think about it. But that actual action, it's not. It comes out of cartoon land. You know, it's not feasible. It will never happen. But what needs to happen is there needs to be a stronger collaboration between Southeast and South-South. But it cannot be a stronger collaboration with one person thinking that, that will never work. So his mindset from that angle will not work. But what he's saying, right? If you look at some of the other things he's saying about what the Nigerian state is doing from Abuja, right? There's some fundamental things that we need to correct in that country. And you know this as well. Remember when I did the random poll on your platform and I asked, there were like 5 Yoruba guys there. I asked every single one of them, would they be willing to secede? And all of you said yes. All of you. Ajanle Koko said yes. You said yes. Who else was there? I forgot.
Baba said yes.
Yeah, Baba, you said yes. Everybody said yes. So how are you that much different from Nnamdi?
Yeah, but you are making my argument now. If the innermost core of a Yoruba person wants Yoruba nation, the innermost core of a Southeastern person wants Biafra. But you know, the sort of Biafra they want is not, you know the Yorubas, they are happy to just take what is universally accepted as Yoruba land.
Okay, wait, that becomes tricky. One man, wait.
Maybe the contention, you are going to Kwara, Abi?
I'm going to Kwara and I'm going to Kogi.
Of course.
No,
I don't think we care for Kogi too much, but
there are a lot of Yorubas in Kogi. A lot of Yorubas.
They can move back to, they can move back to.
What about Kwara?
No, Kwara goes with Yoruba. You know that You know, they used to bury the Alaafins in Ilorin before they
Yes.
moved to so
Yes.
it's Yoruba land
Yes.
now.
Yes.
You know?
I went to by the way, I went to part of my secondary school in Ilorin, so I know Ilorin very well. That's why I always tell Simba when he talks about Ilorin. But let me say this. Look, there are a lot of Fulanis I've met when I was in Kwara. A lot of Fulanis. A lot of Yoruba pseudo Fulanis. You know what I mean? So, and those people, when you talk to them, they don't fully see themselves as Yoruba. So that's what I'm saying, that, look, I personally don't see all this stuff. I think the region should be stronger, but Nigeria needs to stay as one. That's my personal opinion, because I think we are stronger together, but our regions need to be more independent. I don't think secession should work for anyone. So
now you can how can say one Igbo coup? Now you can say one. Igbo stop. Stop.
Well, I'm not even talking about Igbo coup right now, Charles.
No, they can never say one. They can never say one.
Nigeria can't stay one. No. I think it's important. No, I think all these people talking all this stuff, I just laugh. Look, Nigeria, look at the world we live in. If we're together as a nation, we're better off. But what we need to do is make sure we take away that power from the center. Let's make our regions the powerhouses, and then we come together as a unit, and we decide internationally as that unit. That's what I believe, my personal belief, you know. But one man, Nnamdi, I think calling for the death penalty is a little too much. You know, we've done an Operation Safe Corridor for Boko Haram mass murderers, okay? Or we've given them pepper soup and jollof rice, in the words of Abati. So I think we can find a political solution for Nnamdi.
What happened to the leader of Boko Haram?
Mohammed Yusuf.
Is it Shakao or something?
Was it Mohammed Yusuf they pied first, then Shakao later on? Yeah, it was Mohammed Yusuf they pied first. Yes. Then Shakao came there. And Shakao was pied now. But how many of them got Operation Safe Corridor?
And no, the foot soldiers can get Operation Safe Corridor now. But the head man that's led to all these genocidal agitations, I'm not quite sure he should get a pass. I would not lose sleep if they gave Nnamdi Kanu the capital punishment.
Oh, come on, man, one man, that's extreme.
No, it's not extreme now. Did you see the clip that I played?
I saw the clip.
They told them to go and harvest 2,000 heads, and they got 30.
No, that was one man. That's what that guy said. Let's be clear about that. No. It wasn't. We didn't get Nnamdi Kanu on record saying that. The person that they interviewed said that, and we don't even know who that guy is. That guy could be some random criminal in Southeast saying that he's working for ASN. We don't know now, so we have to be careful when we come to this conclusion.
What about burn down Lagos, kill them all?
Yeah, that was taking it too far. He was advocating violence. But if that's the case, okay.
And people acted on it.
But
they were phoning him to report back.
No, but let's be honest. NSAS was a different matter. Yes, he could have. What he said was instigating, no question. But there were a lot of people acting on their own volition.
Did that instigation lead to the loss of lives?
Yeah, but there were also a lot of people that were acting on their own instinct in NSAS. Everything you cannot attribute to Nnamdi Kanu. Are we forgetting what NSAS was about? We can't. Yeah, he said it was wrong, but you can't say everything he said led to everything that happened in Lagos. Come on now.
No, not everything, but there were elements. There were people in that clip that I played. People were reporting back that he said, "How many have you killed?"
I heard that.
You know, and then he was reporting back that we burnt down 3 police stations, did this and that. He was saying go and burn down the Muritala Mohammed International, all these things.
All wrong.
And people were actioning it.
All wrong. But if that's the case, that does not call for him to get the death penalty, right? But and if that's the case, right? Here's the catch to all that. Yes, he said all that. Yes, he said all that stuff, and I think it was wrong. But because the Nigerian state acted out of haste and extraordinarily renditioned him to Nigeria, they violated international law, and based on that, he needs to be freed. That's the craziness in this situation. So he did.
A lot of people will react against it, though, if he was free.
No, I know, but what man? Let's be honest
Nigerians
now.
don't want that guy free. Nigerians
No,
don't.
let's be honest. Anyone here, go and Google extraordinary rendition and see whether or not it's allowed. It's not allowed, and that's what Buhari's administration did. So
He's a fleeing felon now. He's a fleeing felon.
No, he's free to travel around. He's not in Nigeria. His only place, the only jurisdiction Nigeria has is in Nigeria. That's where they can arrest him. He went
Nigeria
to Kenya.
is part of the Interpol now.
No, but he went to Kenya. If he was wanted by Interpol, they would have arrested him in England. They didn't. He went to Kenya. He wasn't an international fugitive. He's only had qualms with the Nigerian state.
He was an international fugitive.
No, he was not. Because if he was an international fugitive, they would have arrested him in England. He wasn't. He was, as long as he wasn't in the borders of Nigeria, it was just Buhari's government that had qualms with him. What they did, let me say this for the record, because I think eventually they will release him. When Nnamdi Kanu walks free, those of you who are angry, you should blame Buhari's government because they did not follow the due process. If Nnamdi Kanu was really an international fugitive and wanted by Interpol, they would have just gone to England to pick him up. They didn't have to wait for him to go to Kenya. He went to Kenya, and the Nigerian government pulled some cloak and dagger nonsense and went and got him in the shadows and kidnapped him and brought him to Nigeria. That's where they committed the crime. So if they didn't do that, then they could have charged him with all the crimes he did, and he would have gone to prison. So when they release him, I just want all of you, that anyone that thinks he should be in prison for life, when they release him, blame the Buhari administration because they messed this up.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Zon.
Thank you, man. Always a pleasure, man.
Stay with us. I was going to go to World Peace, but I think it dropped. Hopefully it comes back. But as we are with World Peace, I disagree violently with that. Not violently, but vehemently. I disagree wholeheartedly with that last piece by Zon. I mean, Nnamdi Kanu will never be free. I don't think. Let's go to Ola, who also joins us. So, Ola, good to have you. The conversation, we're talking about Nnamdi Kanu. We're talking about Mojisola Miranda, who a lot of people feel that should have to step down at some point. We're talking about El-Rufai's outing on Arise TV today, or anything else that caught your attention in the news, Ola?
Yeah, one man on that, on Nnamdi Kanu, my position has always remained the same. Say no to capital punishment. It doesn't solve anything. It's just unnecessary cruelty against humanity. So I never, even no matter how bad the crime is, you understand. What do we call it? Capital punishment doesn't. When you award the capital punishment, how would the person be punished? It's like you help the person to justice early, whatever we want to say. So instead of that casualty, why can't you put him in a place just for him to keep regretting and let him to have some kind of emotional torture? Right. So to me, and the people like that, I think that we have story to tell the future who want to be maybe criminal like them, just for them to learn how to. So after saying that, I will not just put everything at the foot of a Kanu, the Nnamdi Kanu. Unfortunately, the guy got involved in some kind of state criminality. You understand? But then, those things that pushed him to do that, let us just be fair as a country for once. Are we now even addressing? You know, when you are in a country that almost every major part of your country, almost every major ethnic group, you understand, they want out of that country, and it's telling you something so critical. You know, not only that they want out, even at a particular point in time, this kind of demand led to a civil war. That one should have told us something. So now, the same thing was what led to what made Abacha pie the like of Ken Saro-Wiwa. We are still not addressing. The same thing led to the escalation of Niger Delta issue, the one that Aizon talked about extensively, yet we are not addressing that. Honestly, we need to address all those fundamental issues, at least for the like of Kanu not to have any business, any job to do. Because if you even pay this man today, you are just wasting your time. You know, some deadlier, some even those people that are more daring, they will come. They will come. It has always happened in that country. So the thing is that every region, they have their approach. Yoruba approach is different from the Igbo approach. Igbo approach is different from Niger Delta, and that of Niger Delta is different from what you will find in the northern part of the country. So to me, there should be other type of punishment, definitely not a casual one. So then I want to go to that of Babangida. You understand? You see, one thing about that Babangida is still talking of what still brought us to where we are. I've seen my brothers in the southern region that one thing I don't really appreciate in life is you should be able to take responsibility for your mistakes. And when you take responsibility for your mistake, you learn. When you look at other ethnic groups too in that country, it's not as if they are saints. They are not saints. So let everybody just hold on to it, because I've seen people trying to say IBB vindicated them that the 1966, the first coup in Nigeria was not an Igbo coup. Well, what a convenient way of just changing the narratives. And this is one of those things that agitates fellow Nigerians, because when you say something, you are taking others for a ride, you think others are fools. That is exactly what you are doing. You know, when you are talking of something that is so glaring, because I have that IBB's books in front of me as I speak to you now. I have the book in front of me. I don't see where this man said, oh, that 1966 group was not an Igbo. You understand? They just look for a session of that to now twist everything. And the narrative that they are now peddling everything in such a way, no, oh, we are innocent. How convenient. You understand? Okay, when you have a pattern to your pie, you have 22 people, and you pie 22 people. Now, you find that only one of them, which probably would have been a mistake, or just because maybe it was just an obstruction, was from Igbo. But others pie, and you are telling us that, oh, it was not that. Look at the number of soldiers, the soldiers that carried this thing out. How many of them were Yoruba? How many of them were from other ethnic group? You considered almost 80% or 99% of this, and you are still telling us it's not Igbo coup. How come that you were the only one that were prominent in all those? You understand? Just like when you will see the counter coup, when you see the counter coup, you will see as it was constituted, you will know that clearly this was an anti-Igbo, you understand, anti-Igbo coup. So, both coup of that 1966, they both had ethnic coloration. But when we start lines, because the unfortunate thing is this, the generation that wreaked havoc on Nigeria because of their actions that brought us to this name, the country to the nails, some of them are not telling us the truth. And some of us now in this generation, we inherited that truth, that lies. I want to continue with that lies. I will still want to have a nation, a country. I will still want to be together. This can never work. This can never work. So those are the things that we need to, and that's one of the reasons that whatever Nnamdi Kanu is talking about, we have to address. The man has said something critical, but it's all other criminal activities. It's left for the government to use the appropriate part of the law to deal with.
Well, let me just help you. Maybe they will examine that point. If you look at the lists of the people eliminated, take them one by one and put against each name who actually pulled the trigger. You will find the answers there. Carry on, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. You see, Azikiwe escaped, your leaders escaped, You pay all those, you pay the northern leaders. I can bet you if Awolowo was outside the prison that time, all this story that we wanted to take it and give it to Awolowo. So what stop it? Why did you hand it over to Aguiyi Ironsi? Why didn't you consider or even bring that Awolowo out to put that in? How convenient. Let us stop lying. Because see, we always the leadership of that country, they knew the pattern even before this thing happened. How come that everything that Nnamdi Azikiwe proposed when we were negotiating our independence, how come that it was the same thing they implemented? You love Awolowo so much, why didn't you implement that of Awolowo things that said, okay, we can only exist this way? It was a case of someone coming out and you down look on others, you look down at others because you think you are exalted, that okay, at this position that you will continue to stay there forever. Just like some people call themselves born to rule. I think that was the mentality then, that okay, because you were well positioned, that okay, this is our birthright to lead others. And you underrate others, forgetting that all others are just intelligent human beings as you are too. Rational human being like you are. That the only thing is that because of your position, you forgot that you are dealing with energies, you are dealing with capacities, and the thing backfired, and you are here now telling the stories. You understand? All this kind of story we have to stop, and we have, because if we want to move forward, we have to stop the story. You took our people they took the story even down to the Civil War, that of unfortunate event that we should even find a way to even address. But you started exonerating your people. Yes, what your people were doing was right. Okay, that was the kind. You are pointing figure to another person. You are pointing figure to another person. The person that led you to that, when he came, you celebrated. But someone that was saying, okay, the food they were sending to civilians, the military, the military, the anti-country, they are intercepting the food our eating. Oh, you said that one that created problem for you. This type of narratives will never help. Without putting things in the right perspectives, you'll be causing yourself. How will I say it? You are not only, you are not living in a delusion. You are not doing something good to yourself within this our modern nature. Because when you lie, and the lies stay within you to your last day on the surface of this, is not doing you, because this history will never be fair to you, will never be good to you, because a liar that will not even be of positive impact in this place has just left. Let's just be very careful what we say.
But all
right. Ola, take us to El-Rufai and his politics.
Okay, you know that of El-Rufai, you know, like I said the other time, I made my position known very long time ago, and the position, even though I'm very flexible, I've never changed my position on that El-Rufai. El-Rufai is just like, you know, the guy is a statistician, so he understands some kind of statistics and mathematics and can be calculative. You know, when someone, you can look at data and you know, you can do your predictive analysis. You look at how something is going to be. This guy, right from the beginning of Buhari's government, you went against Tinubu. Now, you spent almost a significant part of your 8 years to move against Tinubu, only to suddenly become an apostle of Tinubu towards the end of it. No, I cannot be fooled. I'm not stupid. I'm not silly. You just look at that, the way the thing was going that time, it was almost unavoidable. Or probably, maybe you have someone that you wanted to avoid. Maybe you could not stand the light of Tinubu coming. Or maybe your nightmare is that, okay, we didn't pick very well. Maybe Obi could have won or something else. You now quickly look at, okay, what will you do? You now move. And I'm surprised that people started giving credit to that man. Not only that, if I happen to be in the position of Tinubu, with what happened in Kaduna, because people want to now say as if there was an absolute peace. There was a level of absolute peace in Kaduna. People want to say that they were not aware of what was happening in the southern Kaduna, when like the thing was like more or less like ethnic cleansing, like, or maybe you belong to a particular religion, to the point that a governor of state even told us how he went to someone that to an external influence, creating aggression, you understand, against your citizen, to go and give them money. Oh, stop doing this. You understand? You were giving money not to come. You were helping those people that already they were criminal. They were already in harm to deal with you. You were now giving them money. We should never thought. Maybe he never thought about it properly, that this could even empower them more, just to attack your people. You understand? You got your strategy wrong, or you did that intentionally. I don't know whichever one it belonged to out of the two. You understand? You now look at that kind of person and you say, I want to bring that person into my power, into my cabinet. I know I won't do that. Even because that, even whether genuinely or it was just a mistake or just an error, what happened in Kaduna, it's not what anyone wants to associate you when you're in power. If you are serious about governance in that country, if you're a serious government, the like of El-Rufai in the recent, this one that we are eulogizing him, we are praising him, he has some questions to answer. Because you were the president, you were the governor then, you have some questions to answer. This man was even celebrating the fact that the configuration of what used to be like, considering the kind of the major religion in Kaduna State that time. You were one of those people in front of you promoting the religion that favor you, your own type. So every apparatus of a disunity, what can create some kind of a disharmony, is what you represented when you were the governor of Kaduna State, and you were opposition to someone, and I want now to bring you in my office. Everybody cannot be as gullible as Jonathan. That's what Jonathan did, and backfired on him. Everybody cannot be as that gullible. So, which I truly believe that time that, okay, Tinubu is never a stupid guy. He's never stupid. And he did exactly like, he's able to prove it. So, whatever El-Rufai is doing is just like a self-marketing, self-PR. You are just promoting yourself. You are over exaggerating your role during that time. Meanwhile, he was not the only person that was supporting Tinubu. Ganduje was there. Balarabe was there. Others were there. So just because he was the loudest means nothing. Because if so, are we saying the El-Rufai was the reason why all other governors now supported? As if those people they don't have their own brain, they cannot think for themselves. It just happened to be, just like when they asked Toshiba Aju just to speak at that launching of IBB's launching. That was just the way it is, because a person that is eloquent that can speak. But does that mean that is the most powerful there? No. So to me, I don't really believe in whatever nonsense that El-Rufai is talking about.
All right, brilliant. Let's move it around a bit. Stay with us. We hear from Baba, and then we open it up a little bit. There's only about 4 of us here, so it shouldn't be. So Baba, you're up next. So the big question: should Nnamdi Kanu get capital punishment? And maybe let me vary it a little bit. Do you think it is the popular will of the silent majority that Nnamdi Kanu should get? Sorry, Baba. Kulata has a question for you. It says, ask Izon, why doesn't he want to partner with the Southwest? So that's for you, Izon. Either come into the studio or in the comment section, response to Kulata. You were saying you want to partner with the Southeast, and I don't think Kulata quite. Well, maybe he wants you to expand on it. But Baba, yes. Do you concede that it's the popular will of the silent majority that this guy should get capital punishment, Nnamdi Kanu, So we're talking about that. El-Rufai's outing as well. People wanting Miranda out of that speaker seat in Lagos State, not for any reason other than, you know, she comes from the same constituency place as Sanwo-Olu, so is weighted too much towards Lagos Central. So that's their argument. So all that or anything else that interests you, Baba?
Yes, thank you, and fellow panelists. I salute you. Comment section, folks. Greetings, esteemed
Sorry, Baba. Sorry, Baba. Can we have your voice up just a little bit?
Yeah, our esteemed viewers, I also salute you. Welcome you formally. Don't forget to click the like button. Don't be an eavesdropper. It's a polite thing to do. Let me just start with based on the question Mike asked in the comment section about why the Igbos are not supporting or talking about the cause of Ken Saro-Wiwa. Kenule Saro-Wiwa, not Kenya as we all know it. It's Kenule Saro-Wiwa. Mike, it's got to do when Dieter Spiff at under 30 as a commander was when River State was proclaimed. Dieter Spiff was the first governor, and Ken Saro-Wiwa was a commissioner under him. That was just after the war. There was a question of abandoned properties, left behind by our Igbos brothers. And all over the country, of course, that issue came up. Not in the Southwest. I can vouch for that till tomorrow. My 15 million naira is still on the table for whoever comes up and said they lost property in the Southwest. There is a property actually, I think, Agri Road, Port Harcourt. Agri Road, Port Harcourt. They are very prominently situated. Agri Road is a very, just like Broad Street in Lagos. They are painted white, and then I think the window frames are black. Where you find Saro-Wiwa's publication company. And there are about 5 or more buildings there, which Saro-Wiwa said he bought them. But the returnees from the war, from the East, they laid claim to those properties. It was established, they owned it. But Saro-Wiwa, son of the soil, said he has already bought them because you abandoned them. So the properties were not returned back to the original owners. That is the genesis of the quarrel the Igbos have with Saro-Wiwa, and they did not show any empathy or sympathy for his cause. I hope that satisfies you, Mike. Talking about Ogoni, because today I read in the papers they are talking about having a state of their own before they can allow federal government to start taking oil from their side of the river state. I don't think that will be extreme because that will even be smaller than Bayelsa State. We don't have to create, we don't have to profilate states in our country anymore. These 36, how many of the 36 can even be self-sufficient? Because Ogoni land contains only 4 local governments actually. Eleme, where the refinery is, Gukana, and Kana, and Tai. And I think the university, once it comes into being, to fruition, I think the campuses should be spread along the 4 local government areas. And that, I think, will help them will help them a lot. will help them a lot to bring their region, their side of River State to prominence, because a university attracts so much resources. There will be so many things that will come to that area. And I think I fully support that. And I think the federal government should not waste 1 second in bringing that to fruition. And let me speak again. Let me reiterate that fact, which I just, when I interjected Ola, that Babangida's, I've analyzed it here, I think 3-4 days ago when we talk about this issue. I don't know why they just kind of seize on straw and on this thing. He explicitly stated it there. We are all, if you're not a student of English or English literature, at least you speak it. You read it, and it explains itself. All the things he said there. No ambiguity there. And to help the those who are still not catching the drift, just take the list of number 1 to 14 of those military politicians that were eliminated. And on by the side of each one, just put the name of the officer that pulled the trigger. And that tells it all. Don't be shy. Do that. The records are there. And what will be your interpretation after you've done that? Because all this hoopla this is creating, I think it's not worth it. It's just opening old wounds all over again. It's the dirtiest part of our history on both sides of the divide then. If we are going to come together, I think one side should not be just clinging to straw every time to revalidate themselves. It was a dastardly act. It was a day of infamy. And I listened to General Olutoye. Olutoye, who is now the Oba of Idoani. Idoani is in Ondo State. It was Obasanjo that retired him under a dubious circumstances. He said in 1964, that's General Olutoye, he was in India as a major with Nzogu on a course in 1964. He said he's going to write a book, but I will implore the general to write it so quickly because we don't know the day that will break tomorrow. He said Nzogu mooted the idea of the coup in 1964. He came to his room in India. They were both majors, but he was a little bit older and senior major. And of course, he told him clearly what shape or form the coup could take. He even wrote something down for Nzogu, but he left a caveat: no blood shed. So if something has been in the works since 1964, it only manifested itself in 1966. A coup is not planned overnight. That coup was 2 years in the making. 2 years in the making. If you look at the machinations of it, I don't like talking about I mean, they should just forget it, and whatever it is, they will soon jump into other things, actually. So one man, let me go to Lagos Assembly politics. I think in the long run, I think there will be no winners, no losers.
Do you think Miranda will be the speaker by the end of this year?
No. Within the next 1 month, 2 months, she will step down But I think it's a disservice because she did not clamor. She never wanted that position. She was, or she is, a victim of circumstance. Obasa will get his way. What he's not going to get wants Miranda to step down. Already Obasa is winning today because the SY speaker that was pushed out when Miranda ascended the speakership has been restored by courts. That is the clerk of the house is back in place. So Miranda out, Obasa out, and Rauf or Setonji comes in. Of course, that clerk will be in full control of the house. And invariably, that means an Obasa man is there. And who knows on whose side is Setonji or Rauf. But the thing they are saying here is
that how to pronounce that name, Setonji?
Setonji is Badagry name.
Oh,
Egun
right.
name.
Yes,
Yeah.
I thought as much. That was a big struggle.
You see, in the GAC, for instance, in the GAC supposed to contain 30 people. Like I said the other day, most of them have other positions and they are very busy, but there are active players, about 20 of them. And there are two divergent groups, the Mandate Movement and the Justice Forum. And equally also, there are about 7 that are really from Ogun State. And 1, Are, I think, is from Ibadan. And the rest are called Lagosians. And that is also bringing some trouble into it because the real Lagosians are now asking what are the Ogun people doing there? Because the argument here is Sanwo-Olu is Lagos Central. And then Miranda is Lagos Central. So we talk about 3 positions here: governor, deputy governor, speakership. Originally, the vice governor, the deputy governor, is from Ogun State, as of today's map. So they now said the 2 people cannot be there. If we have 3 senatorial zones, Lagos Central, East, and West, that West, of course, has to be taken care of, which is Obasa's constituency. But then, if we look at it rightfully, Obasa is Ogun State. Deputy governor is Ogun State. Sanwo-Olu is Ogun State. Yes. If we put it side by side, nobody made any whimper when Obasa was there. Hamzat there, Sanwo-Olu there. The 3 of them are from Ogun State originally. Whether we like it or not, truth be told, if we are going to be analytical, let's say it like it is. But then we want peace to reign. We don't want the plans to derail. Lagos is on the move. Baba Olabisi, BC has been called in. Aremo has been called in, and 1 other. So the 3 of them are working on it as we speak. But the consensus will be that, okay, for equity and for peace to reign, Miranda should step down, and then they will bring somebody from so-called West to balance it up. I disagree with it. I don't like it, but what matters most is We want peace, particularly go into the next election, because we don't want that problem again that caused us panic, that made me have my heart in my mouth for 2 weeks for the governor. But the outcome at least gladdened my heart and warmed my blood. So that is it for that. Any other thing, woman? For the Nnamdi Kanu thing. Okay, fine. Yes, I've always made my position known, even to the displeasure of some people. It's a political problem. I keep emphasizing.
You don't think you should get capital punishment?
No, it's a political problem. Look, I read Ango Abdullah's, Professor Ango Abdullah's interview, 86-year-old man, and it made me realize that the problem actually is beyond even the Southeast politicians. The North may be silent about Nnamdi Kanu's predicament, but they have a stake, because he insisted in that interview that it is a legal problem, that Kanu should go through the gamut of the court process. And that's kind of give me the impression that, okay, the North, they are a player in this. But I look at it from historical perspective, from different sides of the world, what has happened. But what's in this case is not new. He will not be the first to be renditioned. America does it. Israel started it right from the end of the Second World War. Israel was renditioning people all over the world, prominent amongst which I think is, I can't remember the German political Nick now, who was renditioned from Argentina. So it's not new. It's not today. It's only the way we blew it out of proportion. And that was because of the near illiterate that was ruling us then, who was like thinking that it's a fanfare. The government shouldn't have accepted openly that we renditioned him. Look at this US senator who talked about USAID using as a sponsor to sponsor Boko Haram and stuff like that. Didn't America come to deny it within 48 hours? You have to deny it. That's what nations do. But they accepted it with glee as if they've done something fantastic. It is wrong. In diplomacy, that is a faux pas. They shouldn't have done that. They should have found a clever way to let Kenya carry the can. Very simple. Oh, we took him to Nigeria ourselves because Nigeria requested a true political back channel. Simple. Nobody can argue that. But here we are, because of the caliber of people then, oh, they went agog. Oh, we renditioned him, we did this and did that. In so doing, they committed an offense. They admitted to committing an offense. But how that will pan out in the court is a different story. But I will repeat here, it's a political problem. Nnamdi Kanu should be released into exile. Look for a friendly
would that
country.
Not be dangerous? Would that not be dangerous, though?
No, it has been done in history over and over again.
Yeah, but how can they control? It was from the abroad that he was doing all these things that you know. Can they not contain him within Nigeria so that they can control his excesses?
No, in Nigeria, it cannot be controlled. People will be acting in his name. But look, in the way it's done, A foreign country will be an intermediary, will interface the Igbo leaders, the presidency of Nigeria. That's foreign power. It should be an agreement that will be cast in stone. That okay, we don't want trouble in this part of in this part of West Africa. We will stop the court processes. You will have to go into exile into this country that will take you. Whilst there, will be provided for adequately, lavishly, but no political talk. He signs onto it, that country takes him. There are lots of political renegades like him who are in exile in different countries. There was a time Said Barry was in such exile in Nigeria. He lived on Awolowo Road. The man in Liberia, there was a time he was here. And a lot of the political leaders where Nigeria accepted, signed on to it, brought them to Nigeria and took care of them. I think Said Barry died here of Somalia. It's not something new. All we want is peace. And what I am agitating, because I'm about solution to our problem, the way we are, like he said, and I've said that several times on this platform, we have to talk. We have to sit down, not those fanfare of Jonathan did and Obasanjo did, and we never saw one page of those reports. No, we need to talk. How do we want to run this country? Because if we continue to kick that can down the road, it will you just liken it to an old man smoking cigarettes and sitting on a bunch of dynamite or a load of bomb. It could go off anytime. It's like a ticking bomb. But when we sit down, luckily we've run the Westminster system of government. We've now tried the presidential system. So we have married the two wives. We know which is better. Let us choose which is better. For me, we have 6 political zones, which we have come to accept. Let the 6 political zone stand alone in a confederation, with each having a prime minister, control their resources. We have a president in the center for coordination, and there will be schedules of revenue that will go to the center, so that each region can develop at its own pace. Because one of the fundamentals that is tearing us apart is that some regions, I'm talking about the geopolitical regions now, some regions are thinking they are marginalized. They are not making progress. Some regions believe, okay, look, the pace is too fast for us. Can you leave us alone so that we can march on according to our own pace? So we can stop and catch our breath as appropriate and develop. So that is the way I see it. Those that don't want to crawl, who wants to run, they also will have their own pace, will do things at their own pace. Because this thing that's unitary government that is foisted on us, and it's about winner takes all. Because even in the Southwest, the Afenifere, the breakaway faction, what they are saying is the Tinubu is a Machiavelli. He's a Machiavellian politician. What does that mean? Winner takes all. So it's like he's eating alone. Let's paint it in another color. He's eating alone. They want to be parts. They want to have a place, a seat at the dining table too. So when we have that geopolitical zone standing alone, well, everybody to his region or his zone, and of course you can control your resources. Do have your own form of government, progress at your own pace or at your leisure, and then those who want to compete will accelerate. That is the only part of peace. That is the only part of peace. Because if we continue like this, it will blow up in the faces of everyone. It's a system that is not working. It has nothing to do with the Constitution. It has everything to do with politics. So the Nnamdi case is political, and I think he will be released. Time, I do not know, but it will be on conditions. I know.
Would you like to see that? Would you like to see him released?
Not now. Not this year.
Do you think what he has done is deserving of capital punishment?
Look, shit happens. Let me put it that way. Is it new? It's not new. It's not new. We talk about the Good Friday agreement about the Irish Republic, and we talk about several others all over the world. Because even in war situation, at the end of warring, you will still sit at the table and talk. It is dialogue. It is jaw join that settles matter. That settles matter. So the thing is, I don't know. If you think eliminating him or condemning him to being elimination will solve the problem, it will not solve the problem. Ekpa is in the gulag of Iceland. As he stopped Monday no show, it has not stopped it. Then they were saying it was Ekpa. Ekpa is in incarceration, but people still don't go to work on Monday. There are still people being eliminated every day. The place is still in turmoil. So if you did that to Nnamdi Kanu, it will not still solve it. Another Nnamdi Kanu will rise again. Another Nnamdi Kanu will rise again. It's the reality of the time. That is why, for me, I think it's a political solution that will solve it. This is my own belief. This is my own take. So let me quickly, because I could see Zita come on. Let me go to the latest.
I think she wants to disagree with you, Zita. Did you want to?
Of course. That's why it's a discussion. So everybody with his own take on it. It's for the general overview of the people.
But
that
Baba,
really count.
honestly,
Yes.
Baba, I didn't hear what you're saying. I just came in, honestly.
Okay.
You said if this one go, another one will come. Well, you're right on that. But saying it's a political decision to resolve it, I don't think I agree with that.
Well, I don't know. Also,
going to be I've said it before. You see that thing they did immediately after the war. And then, is it Shehu Shagari that came and removed it for political reason? And you are asking for that same political reason. It doesn't work that way. When that war was fought and it ended, there was a ban on that war. You can only discuss it inside your bedroom. There was a ban. And the people that did that thing has reasons why they did it, because they were liars. They were so ashamed of themselves to tell Nigerians and the world why they fought that war. Because the reason for the war was the most ridiculous reason. Anyway, most reasons for wars are very ridiculous. So they banned that thing, and I think
there's never only one reason for war. Anyway, is power. Somebody has power and the other person wants it. That is never. They'll quote it in so many. They'll couch it in so many languages, but it's really just about power.
That's why.
Every war is about money now. Money and power. That's it. Nothing else.
They will use religion. They will use ethnicity. They will use whatever. Look, what are they using? They are using God in Israel, but it's really just about power. Yes.
Don't carry Israel combo. I know I won't be happy with you if you bring Israel to this matter. Leave my Israel alone. Anyway, what I'm saying is that, well, it's power. But I said
one man, even Ukraine war now, the analysts knows about the resources, you know. So they're already negotiating the earth mineral in Ukraine.
Trump has thrown them under the bus now.
Let us know that how much you collect.
Throw them under the bus. The guy should know now he's going to be thrown under the bus. Doesn't he know that? How can you be? Somebody will talk you into going to war that you cannot fight. How does that work? You wait for the person to help you at every inch to fight the war. And then that's not the topic of today, I'm sure. So let's go back to the topic of today. What were you people discussing? Or it never reached my tongue?
You just said that now. Let Baba speak.
Hold on. Let me ask Baba. I disagree with you when you say capital punishment doesn't solve anything. Let me tell you why it solves everything. During the military regime, the reason why all of us behave ourselves is because we know that it's straight up capital punishment. If you disobey, if you dare raise your head or anything during the Abacha, Babangida, or that military regime, nothing a death sentence. So that solves a lot of problems. Today, because the reason why everybody they do all this is because they will just arrest them and then they will release them. So capital punishment solve problems. The reason why a country like Saudi don't take drugs there, because you don't say they will chop your head off. So capital punishment solve problems. So anybody that's saying it won't solve anything, it solve problems. Trust me.
It didn't solve armed robbery, neither drug peddling.
When Buhari say in 1983, they can't drug in your pocket.
Something Owo, they were shot. Yes, fine. But
the moment that all those laws went away, Nigeria became what? This is what's going on now. Everybody do drugs everywhere. Especially for black man, capital punishment. Black man, they fear. Trust me. When it comes to black people, when harsh punishment, I ain't black man, they fear, man. If you make things soft, black man will become very, very disobedient, and that's just our nature. We are people. That's why if you see average black man, we tell you, guys, don't do something wrong, bro. The first question we ask you is, what will happen? What they could do? It's not about what they would do. You just don't do it. It's wrong.
Mike, the statistics of the happenings in Nigeria prove that capital punishment has never solved anything. So
didn't I just tell you why not go break law during Abacha regime? Why everybody they obedient?
That's not the point. Did this stop
or try and traffic drugs during Buhari's military regime?
Exactly. That's not the point. Did he deter people from doing
what? We are just telling you now. Nobody was misbehaving during Abacha.
I'm not going to stop it outrightly, but it will curtail it quite.
And people carrying stuff to Saudi Arabia, even as we speak.
No, because the laws are no longer there.
The laws are there. You still decapitate people.
Doing firing squad. I remember in those days.
Did he stop armed robbery? Did he stop armed robbery during Buhari's regime?
He reduced it to
Drastically, yes.
reasonable. At least people were moving about. And those kind of robbers were not the ones we have today. So it reduced it. Listen,
Today's
one thing you
banditry
will
everywhere.
understand is that no matter who you
especially during the time where we execute them on TV, on television. Everybody fear. But now when they catch bandits, now we don't even know what they do with
stop
them.
anything. See, all those operation sweep, all those things that Marua brought, he did it all. Tinubu came and started putting armor personnel carrier under the bridge. That was stop robbery, especially bank robbery in Nigeria.
No wahala.
Well, just Zita, before you come in, let me just quickly answer Oscar Blackbone. Israel started rendition soon after the war. It has nothing to do with League of Nations. I remember the Argentina one was the first. Joe Ehrlichman, I can't remember. I'm not sure of the first name. Ehrlichman was part of the propaganda machine, and they work in Auschwitz. Ehrlichman was grabbed on the streets. The Israeli prime minister pretended she was coming to visit Argentina. So they smuggled Ehrlichman into the Israeli prime minister's aircraft, and they took him back to Israel. When they got to Israel the next day, Argentina were surprised to see him in a cage in an Israeli court. Fact check me on that. Carry on, Zita.
What is the topic?
We were talking about El-Rufai's outing in the news cycle today, telling us that it wasn't the Senate that actually rejected him, that it was actually Tinubu that didn't want him. So we were talking about that, and then we were talking about this fight that is breaking out between Deji Adeyanju Sowore on one side and David Udeyin on the other. He's accusing them of being foreign agents. So we're talking about that. And then also somebody came out and told, actually, let me play you a clip. He came out and told us that it was what we already know anyway, that the policies being pursued by Tinubu is essentially policies that would have been pursued by everybody, including Peter Obi. But hear him in his own words.
I believe with no ambiguity that we are on the right direction. People, I'm in Nigeria, people have asked me, will this country, will Peter Obi have done anything different if he won the election? I said no. He would have removed subsidy. From day one also. Naira need to find his value. But you know, it's hard for me to say this because you're a rich man. What are you talking? But what I'm saying is that the government should be more disciplined to use the money they have removed in the subsidy to put it in infrastructure. So that people that you have taken from them, those who are flying private jet from subsidy money, their business is spoiled. But if you collect that money from them and squander it yourself and put it in a venture that is favorite in itself, you are from the same tomb to another tomb. You are still in the same graveyard. You haven't go anywhere. But you can harness this money now and put them in infrastructure where Nigerian citizens will get the benefit of it. The borrowing of a country is not a problem. What is a problem is, are you borrowing for capital development? Are you borrowing for infrastructural development? Because it will pay back for itself. But if you are borrowing to take a second wife, if you are borrowing to share money for poverty alleviation, you are deepening the hole that after we got inside, nobody can bring us out. So there is some level of discipline that is required to curtail excesses from the government. Are we in the right direction? Yes. Well, Naira.
So there's that. Let me play you a couple more clips. This is El-Rufai's outing today. This is one of the outtakes of that. I'll be doing a session on it tomorrow, reacting to the whole interaction with Charles. I'll be doing that tomorrow afternoon, UK time. But this is a little snippet from it.
I've never, since I left office and the president begged me publicly to come and serve in his government. I had my plans, and I told President Tinubu from day one, when he asked me to support him, I said I would, but I don't want anything, okay? Because politics in Nigeria is always about what do I get for giving you support. I'm not in politics for that reason. I'm not in politics to get anything. I have a surname, I'm a self-made man, I have made my money before coming into public office. I don't need anything. After 8 years in Kaduna, I was nearly burnt out. I was struggling for 8 years, and I wanted to take a break, and I had my private plans. The president publicly appealed to me to put my plans on hold, and through 2 months of negotiation, we finally agreed that he would nominate me as minister, and there were certain conditions I attached to that. I think along the line, either the president changed his mind or something else, because please don't believe the story that the National Assembly rejected me. The National Assembly had nothing to do with this. The president didn't want me in his cabinet. He changed his mind. Whatever it is, frankly, I don't care. And I told him, and I moved on. And since I moved on, I've not said a word. I've not granted any interview. I've not commented on the government. But it is within my rights as a founding member of the APC, as one of the 34 people that signed the INEC form that got the party registered. It is within my rights to ask, why is my party not functioning?
Indeed.
And that's all. And so, you know, I don't know if I've answered your question, but
well, to some extent you have, but I'm going to press you a little.
So we're talking about that. What price then to silence El-Rufai, and what is his potency, friend or foe? Is he more potent as a friend or as a foe? And then there's this one as well. We picked this up from memory lane. This is a throwback to Once Upon a Time. This is Ken Saro-Wiwa. This is his last public outing before Abata saw him off.
Before sentence was passed, in his last public statement, Ken Saro-Wiwa made a final appeal for the people of the Niger Delta.
There is no possibility whatsoever that I or Mossad would ever have planned any such action. And I will forever disavow it, no matter what any forum decides upon. I appeal to you, my Lord, for only one thing. The Ogoni people have suffered tremendously in this country. They have made tremendous contributions to this country. The Niger Delta itself is in serious trouble. We need every assistance that we can get.
On the 31st of October, Ken Saro-Wiwa and 8 others were found guilty and sentenced to death by hanging. 6 of the total 15 defendants were acquitted, including Ledum Mite.
So we're talking about those, but Azita, let me bail out hand over. Ola
Mike
is here, Mike is here, so there's people that can guide the rest through. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Over to you, Zita. And Baba can comment on El-Rufai as well when the conversation gets back to him. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Okay,
good night, Roman.
Let me start with Ken Saro-Wiwa first. Ken Saro-Wiwa was asking for secession. And then he, history is funny. We do forget a lot because we were there in Port Harcourt when that guy was executed. They took his head and threw the body to his family. I can never forget that evening. They sent everybody to go and watch the execution center in Port Harcourt. So, Ken Saro-Wiwa command, they call it Ogoni 6. I don't know if you people have heard about it. Ogoni 6, he killed 6 prominent Ogoni people that refused to support his.
The Ogoni Bill of Rights. Use allegedly.
It wasn't allegedly. No, it wasn't allegedly. No, because one of the men was so prominent in Port Harcourt, in Rivers State, that his son was a commissioner The other son was my professor in the university, so it wasn't allegedly. That Ogoni 6, what they call it, I can't remember self, but it wasn't allegedly. It wasn't allegedly. I would not use alleged. Let anybody who care take me to court. It wasn't allegedly. He pied those 6 men. He commanded the buying of them. So that was actually why he was executed. Because the family couldn't let go. The family of those people, they went to Abacha. They fought him with every bit of, because he killed them. He pied them like chicken. It was brutal. It was reckless. It was disgusting. Like what is happening in the Southeast. But because it was for those who said capital punishment doesn't work, because he was the military, they pied him too. And when that thing happened, how dare you do secession during Abacha? Even if you smoke cocaine, your eye go clear when you hear Abacha. So that's, by the way, I don't really care. For what I know, there are 2 people, one before Ojukwu and one after Ojukwu, that asked for secession. They were all killed. They were dealt with brutally, except Ojukwu. I leave it like that. Then El-Rufai. El-Rufai is a security concern. That's the problem he's having. It's a very big security concern. He's lucky that he's in a country called Nigeria. If he's in some places, he'll be cooling off in jail. I can assure you. Is it, what do they call it? Is it security concern or security hazard? What do you call such a person?
Security risk.
I will use the word, okay, risk.
Did they explain why it's security risks? Did they explain why?
No, she is the one saying it, so
I'm
she
the
has to
one
explain
saying.
why.
Oh, I thought that was
Why
the
is
actual reason. The
No,
Senate.
listen, let me tell you. Listen, let me tell you. Before El-Rufai became the governor of Kaduna State, before he became the, what's it called? The FTC, whatever, what was he? This in Wike was today,
FCT minister.
Before then, any president of Nigeria will want him in their cabinet. Why? Because El-Rufai is a very intelligent human being. He's a smart guy, very smart. So any president will want him in his cabinet. After his job in Abuja, everybody can tick him good because he did a very good job there. But after his job as a governor of Kaduna State, whoosh, that guy is, but I said it here from the one, that day they said the Senate dropped him. It wasn't them that dropped. I said it here that it was, if Tinubu wants him, he will be there. So what he's saying is not different from what we know. Then secondly, him asking a question about the bad governance of APC. As a citizen of Nigeria, he has the right to ask a question about the bad governance of APC. But I will also want him to admit if in future the government of Nigeria asks him questions on the security concerns around him, I hope he will be comfortable with that. I end my case. Next one, the one that said nobody would have done anything different. I disagree with him. The person that said the 4 contenders, right?
That was Cosmas Maduka.
Cosmas Maduka Gapanu Zuike. Cosmas Zukwanike. When have you started? Who come? Is that person not this guy in Channels Television? Is he not the person I'm seeing?
Yeah, we interview him. He has his own private podcast.
He's no longer with Channels.
He's there too because they don't pay their salaries.
Okay, he has a podcast now.
Yeah, so he has a podcast.
He will make
like
more money with podcasts anyway.
Yeah.
So he's wrong. Do you know why I say he's wrong? He's right in saying there is nothing more they would have done the same thing for those who want to do the same thing. Some of them would have crashed Nigeria. Among the 4 contenders, some of them would have done the same thing. Tinubu, remove subsidy, allow the dollar to fly, whatever. But some would have just killed Nigeria. They wouldn't know what to do. That's my case. So, what were you saying about Biafra and
Yeah, one man was or is advocating for the death penalty for Nnamdi Kanu. It was a rhetoric question anyway. He asked.
One man, they Europe, they advocate for them penalty for Nnamdi Kanu. So, what is the case with Nnamdi Kanu now?
Well, it was at Johnson there, so we're waiting for the Chief Justice, the High Court Chief Judge of Abuja to reallocate the file to another judge.
Okay, you see, that's the problem we have in the country. When people talk about justice system, you see that judge that I don't know what he was or she was doing that acquitted him. That was what aggravated the problem.
Acquitted him?
Yeah, one judge, you didn't know, was it 2 years ago, right? That said they should leave him.
Well, that was a state court in either Anambra or somewhere. That was
no, it's not state court. It's one justice in Abuja or Lagos. Is it not Nyako? One justice now, Bimpa or whatever. I don't know. Can't remember. The lady, the judge that recruit that judge.
I can't remember who any judge asked him to go.
There is a judge that asked him to go. They refused to release him. That was when the federal government now came in again and started another case with him. I'm telling you now, that's why they will go there.
You know, if you refer to the case where they withdrew the original charges and substituted it, it was originally treason.
No, because that charge, the original charge was acquitted.
Look, listen. The original charge was treason. To substitute it, they have to withdraw the other charge, close that case, and start the one for terrorism. So what he's standing for now is terrorism, not treason anymore.
So he's being charged for terrorism.
Yeah.
So why are they saying he should release? They should release. So why are they not taking him to court? I don't really understand why Nigerians are not doing it the way Americans do their own. They shouldn't be keeping him there now. You want to do away with him the way they do away with them in the US.
Madam Zita, the court that you said set him free, it was a propaganda. There was no court that ever set him free. No. It was just a propaganda by his loyalists. Continue what you are saying.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
No,
I can hear you now.
they acquitted him of the charge. Hi. Oh, where is Obeni now? You know, that time Buhari just took him and dumped him there. And then that woman, is it a woman, judged that case, say one or two things. So I said they should release him. They refused to release him. That was when the federal government noticed that a judge can say wara like that. That was when the federal government now came in fully to charge him. It becomes his case between him and the federal government. So the case is having is between him and Nigeria. So they should. I'm actually interested in the fact of keeping him there. I don't know why they're keeping him there. They should deal with him the way Obama used to deal with them in the United States in those days. Or otherwise, judge him the case and jail him. That's all. So that he will start serving his sentences. Shebi they go count the one where he don't stay before. So that he will go to proper jail. Do you understand?
That court ruling that you are talking about, that one was the one that you released him just because of health reason now. It was a bill. That in Yakuru, this thing that you are talking about.
Go and read that court. Go and read that court case. There was
that was before you. That was after that bail that they granted him. That was when he now ran away now.
Not that one. Not that one. The
But when you mentioned Yaku, that particular Yaku's case that you mentioned was actually a bill.
After he came back, this one they grabbed him now. There was a case they said release him.
No, okay, you are mistaking the Supreme Court judgment. That case went, I think, up to Supreme Court, where the federal government was berated for renditioning him and agreed that it was an offense, that Nnamdi Kanu ran away for his life, that only a stone will hear somebody wants to kill him, that will stand still and wait. So rightfully they said, okay. But in the same breath, they now said, well, you have a case to answer. So you should go back to Nyako and answer your case. That is where they are saying the Supreme Court has let him go. But neglecting the fact that there was a following paragraph that say, that be the case, fine. But that doesn't mean you will not still answer your original case. So go back to Nyako's court and stand for your trial. They stated it clearly there, but they will black out that paragraph and just stop at where they said he was illegally rendition.
Anyway, whatever be the case, the important thing is that it looks, although the guy is very uncivil, he's a very uncivil guy, but treating him uncivilly doesn't make any difference. Nigerian government is behaving like him now. Deal with him the way Obama used to do with ridiculous human beings like him, or judge the case properly and put him to original kirikiri, making the smell rod. If you are not going to do this too, then release him.
Zita, I don't think, looking at the terrain and looking at the ethnic from ethnic point of view, the coloration that is attached to this case, I don't think there is any, even if Obi actually won 2023 election, he wouldn't have released Kanu like that. He wouldn't. So the way they will be doing it, they'll just be diggy-dallying on his case. The guy will spend so many years there. Maybe when they get tired or the situation has died down, that's when somebody will just, okay, he's pardoned, and then you'll find a way of releasing him. I don't think there won't be any judgment whether to go to prison, to kill him, or anything. They will just be delaying the judgment, the court case. That's what they'll
Let
be
me
doing.
tell you, if that man that I am today, it's only Southeast that were born. After burning, you go stop. They put him for jail. Only Southeast go burn. After burning for some time, it go calm down.
But will that solve the problem of the agitation?
Wait. I've said it severally here. I don't speak on something I don't monitor. I've said it severally here. The problem of Biafra in the Southeast is not within Nnamdi Kanu. It's not with anybody. It's a generational something. A lies and propaganda that were passed from one person to the other. And last time I spoke about it here, I said because they don't ask questions.
Zita, Biafra is a genetic disorder and is hereditary. No, that is it. It's hereditary. It's something. It's just like a religion that has been passed from one generation to the other, and that is the way it is. I totally agree with you. There's nothing that can kill that thing from the start
Until
for
they
Eastern.
start asking questions.
It has become a congenital problem.
If you ask questions and then get answers, look for information, you'll be free. I've said it here, and people abuse me. I don't care. My people are not free. They're not free. They have to free themselves from that shenanigan. And I have told them, somebody asked me on this platform the last time I came here, said, how do they free themselves? I said, ask questions, look for information. When they tell you about Biafra, ask them, are you Ojukwu the first man to ask for secession in Nigeria? The answer is no. What happened to the man that asked? After Ojukwu, has another person asked for secession? Bam. What happened to that man? I'm talking about people who are not Igbos. And then when you get that question and the answer, you will know that Nigerians are having free hand with you people. Ojukwu lived his life and died naturally. Nnamdi Kanu, if not that he was being brutal, vulgar, doing as if nobody can touch him, he wouldn't be in jail. He would have been still doing his parade. Even when they catch him, they will still release him. Because that was what they were doing with Uwazurike. When they hold Uwazurike, because he wasn't cussing, he just paraded the street with the flag and everything. Uwazurike was busy duping him. Even Nnamdi Kanu has not even done anything. Uwazurike printed Biafra money and was selling it to people until when they realized that they would only use that money inside their toilet. So it is what it is. It's the way Nnamdi Kanu, Igbos are, I don't know whether you call it, I won't call it ethnic because I'm Igbo. I don't give a damn. Like me, hate me, and I know my family and my townspeople, they don't give a damn. Uguta gong 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 gong, we no care. Our surrounding is chaotic, but my town, you know, go carry that nonsense enter there. Go and ask. So I don't know.
I totally agree with you. There's nothing that can. In fact, even I think even starting regional government in Nigeria will not actually solve that problem of Biafra. People that doesn't even know anything about it, the thing is in their brain, is flowing in
The
their
annoying
blood.
part of it is that the people that fought the war asked for secession. They are all dying one after the other. And up to now, they have not.
You said they are dying after the other, or they are almost finished.
Gowon is still alive. Is he dead?
And they are dying one by one. And that's why all this one that Babangida is doing is just, in fact, the guy,
And they've not been able to say the truth.
they will not be able to say the truth. The team will die with them, all of them, including Obasanjo.
And my people will continue agitating because they don't know the truth. If they know the truth, they will know that that thing is what they call stuff that happen in offices. It's as simple as that, ABC. In the military, yeah, they go beyond that.
You know, Zita, you know what is funny? This ridiculous book that this so-called evil genius released, to me, he opened more wounds than healing. And I don't know, I can't see any chapter of that book that the guy has spoken the truth. It's just the same Maradona, the same evil genius that they called him. And I can't see any form of repentance, even in that book. It was full of lies. And you can see the problem that we have is that anyone that now suits your narrative, somebody will now buy into it like, oh, the first the 1966 coup was not an Igbo. Then the Igbos just jump at it. Hey, the man is speaking the truth. Oh, now we have to ask for reparation.
When they
now they're
finish
asking
reading the
for
book, they will find
10,000.
out where he said that it's an Igbo thing.
10 trillion naira reparation. You understand? And that is who we are. So because of that, all the offenses, all the atrocity that the guy has committed against Igbo, they are ready to forgive him for the fact that he said, oh, that 1966 coup was not an Igbo coup. And
They've not finished reading the book. Oh. When you finish reading his book, he didn't imply that it's not an Igbo thing.
So where did they not got that? It's already in the media in Nigeria. Everybody, all the media stations are discussing it. So where did they get that?
When anybody tell you that, tell the person to finish reading the book, then come back for the conversation. The guy was speaking from the both sides of his mouth on that book. So you see the difference where they can all write those things and say all those things. It's just one difference. Everybody did what they did in 1966. It's only one man that brought his own home. If he didn't bring his own home, we wouldn't be talking about this. You get the point? The North, the West, the East, they were part and parcel of the shenanigans. They buy themselves, they litter themselves in the streets, they do all manner of things they want to do. Only one person brought his own to his family. And they ended up alienating almost his generation. That's just the difference. If he had stand fully as a man and faced them bombo to bombo there and then in Lagos, they continued their shenanigans in Northern Barracks, we wouldn't be discussing this thing. They do that a lot. I've told you a story about Onya and Shao. If he was to come from my place, where Shell has wells and Ponton and has big-time contractors that are working for them, he would have brought it home for the whole village to start destroying those pipelines. But unfortunately for him, he's from Anambra State. So I don't know why you should have issue in your office and you decide to bring it to your town and cause chaos everywhere. uprose your people to go and fight for you. I mean, I don't get it. So that's why we are discussing this, and that's why Igbos are bleeding because of what one man did. He brought his office that is not his personal business, neither is it his personal property, neither is it his personal office. He brought it to his father's house. So that's why we are discussing this. And the lies and propaganda and bitterness and hate and contentiousness will never be healed until the truth is being told. And that's just the truth I told you people.
That truth. Go ahead.
I just said the simple truth. People were in an office that were working. Normal
You
office
can
wahala.
only wake up a man that is not pretending to sleep.
They were in their office doing their thing because it's military, they buy. In most offices, they do it. But because most offices don't allow you to, although you can buy the person outside too, but you can't buy the person in the office or fight the person in the office. Every offices have that shenanigan. The difference is in the military, they put their waiting, they know them. So this man had that shenanigan in his office. I wonder whether he has worked anywhere before in his life, before entering the military. Or maybe he has worked somewhere and never had office wahala. So he decided to bring his own home. That's just the truth. And until my people understand it that way, they will never be healed. And for me, that is the truth for me. Anybody who comes to tell me, hey, they killed these people, they did not kill themselves. Hey, they killed these people, they did not kill themselves. They did this, they did that. That is their office wahala. They even went as far as going to people's town to extend their office. After every, do them, one man carry on, enter his papa house. That's why. And honestly, sincerely speaking, I don't even know what he told his people that made them follow him to that war.
I think it was a pogrom in the north that actually act as impetus for that war. It made it easy for him to convince his people of the need to go their separate ways.
Okay. Let me tell you something. One thing you don't understand, as I said before, ask questions. You do coup. You buy your fellow military men. Do you. You go buy their prominent person. They no talk. After some time, normal, riot break out. It became suspicious, riot break out. And then, you said because riot break out, they were buying your people. Therefore, the only way is that the whole Nigeria has hated you. And then you bring it home and tell, let us go, they have hated us. I repeat myself again. I don't really know what he told them that made them finish, follow him. If I'm somebody who believes in juju, I will say in you sham. Because the reason is not enough. It is not enough. Let me tell you why that reason is not enough. In the same time of that Ojukwu, even when he was contesting for presidency, that thing has happened severally in the north again. So why didn't he continue his decision? You see,
no, you are missing the point. Wait, Zita, wait.
I talk a lot of rubbish. That's
wait,
why people hate me. But
when
I don't care.
When the pogrom was in full force, and he asked his people to come back home, they all acceded. Ankara called for peace because the tension was so palpable they could touch it. And they went to a brief for a peace talk. The outcome.
You mean the Abuja Accord?
Yeah, that's a brief accord. What he said there, because he came fully prepared with political and economic team advisors. Gowon went there with Dekunle or Lakwale Way, the naval chief, and a host of other military officers. He said confederation, that is Ojukwu, or nothing. And Gowon now said, okay, if that is the case, we will go back and then discuss it in the Supreme Military Council. Like they turn out this one now to say, oh, IBB has said it. He went back and reported back to his people that is the Ebria Accord, that is our position, and the federal government agreed to it. Meanwhile, what they agreed to was no broadcasts. Go back, each of you, Yakubu Gowon, Odumego Ojukwu, and then explore other means, since we're talking about.
But Baba, what led to
That's
that?
not what Baba.
What led to
They
before?
agreed. It
How
was
can you
the
be?
British.
Who is Ojukwu for him to be having a discussion with a sovereign country? He was already seceded. He was moving that move before they called for that meeting, and even Ghana, who hosted that meeting, actually recognized Biafra. It was one of the countries that recognized Biafra. And in fact, Ankara that you mentioned was a friend of Uzioglu, because they had military training together in United Kingdom.
See,
And even the
what
coup,
stopped
that
the,
1966
what made
coup.
the turnaround?
Okay.
What caused the war? You see, Britain, the colonialists, put up countries. I don't know about today, but then, all those countries they put together, when they want to separate, they will tell you not to try it. Because if you allow one to go, one day another one will go. One day another one. So you are like destroying their handwork. So they were actually the people that stepped in. Otherwise, if not for them, Biafra would have gone.
No, but it was in the constitution that no part of the
of course, no, is there any constitution that doesn't say no part of? It's a constitution. It can be amended now. Even the youngest country in Africa that is boiling now, is it not in their constitution? Didn't they secede, thinking that when they secede, everything go quiet? Now where the original fire starts. So, I don't know. It's Britain that said it's not going to happen, because it's spoiling their handwork. If these people go another people, meanwhile, they reminded them that he is not the first person now. Remember that another person don't ask, now stop him. So why are you allowing this person? He's not going anywhere. It's Britain that had that, and they were the people that provided the. I don't even think
Rita, even that killing that you're talking about, how many times has it not happened after that civil war?
That's what I'm saying now. That people
and
saying
so
that
many
it's
times they
because
even asked the Igbos to come back. They will come back and went back again. So what are they?
So why haven't they been going?
No, they
to
went
war?
back in '93 during the Abiola's riots. They went back, but
even
they didn't
in
last 1 week.
What about 2021? You've forgotten 2021. We've forgotten 19. It was, yeah, it was 19. Is it 1999 and 2021? The one that Rivers people and Calabar and the beneath them, They gathered themselves together. They were shouting they're not Igbos, they're not. They still gassed them and set them ablaze. You've forgotten the one that what's his name? What's this? Ojo Zokalo. That's why he can never be the president of Nigeria. He gave his people gun, gave them watches, he killed all the. They by finish from Aba, they were coming to Port Harcourt. It was what's his name? Amechi. Was it Amechi? No, Peter Odele went and sent the Bori camp to come and wage Bakassi boys, because when they were buying those Amajeri that sell sugarcane and they were slicing them off in Aba and you know where they were, something happened. I don't know why Nigerians forget so easily.
Yeah, those were just skirmishes,
As
far as I'm concerned, compared to what happened in 1966. Those were just skirmishes.
No, that was in 2021. I can never forget that, because when they were doing that in Aba, you know where I don't know whether
2021, Wike was the governor of Rivers State.
No, what I'm saying is that they were buying those sugarcane, carrot, onion sellers all over the place. Their bodies were littered all over the place in Igbo land in revenge for what happened in the north. So what is it called? Somebody now told them that those people they are actually buying, most of them are not even Northerners. They're from Niger, you know, those you people story. They're from Niger, they're from Burkina Faso and blah, blah, blah. That if they want to buy better house, they should come to Port Harcourt, all those oil firms. That's where they are. And these people actually were coming to Port Harcourt. It was all delayed that sent Boricamp. I can never forget that day.
I can't
Where in the
remember
office,
that.
he sent Boricamp. They went to block them after Obibo. What are you telling me? So what I'm saying in essence, that thing you think Ojukwu told them, the Igbos, that made them to agree to go to war with him, is not holding. If I am somebody who believes in Juju, I will say he put Juju in his mind. What you know they call him for Yoruba? This thing all your pastors put in their mouth when they speak, or they follow what would increase. I'm sure that's what Ojukwu check jazz and people do, because since he fought, the reason you say he gave, they are still doing it in the north. It's
But
a
they
recent
lived
time
it.
that it has not
They
been
left
done.
their things and ran to their homes. So it doesn't need much or any juju to tell them that look, something is happening to them and they are running away from that. Was it not sufficient enough to convince the people?
But it's still, okay. You didn't get my point. I think Simba got my point. It has still been happening. So why haven't they go for war for secession? After that 1966, severally that thing has happened in the north. It's even in this
Yeah,
recent
but
time.
don't forget now the southeast today is different from the eastern region of yesterday.
No, I don't believe you.
You don't believe? You in Rivers State, the people of Rivers State and everywhere, you know, southeast started from today's rivers.
Today it included Bayelsa self.
No, Bayelsa was part of Midwestern region.
No, Bayelsa is Rivers State now.
It was part of Rivers State. Patani, we talk about Yenegua, we talk about
all of them
Tagbama,
were southeast.
Kolokuma,
Present day Bayelsa was part of Eastern region, old Eastern region.
They were part of even Delta State.
No, I disagree.
No. Delta
Yenegua was not in Eastern region.
Of mercy.
Yes, I say it with all my full chest.
Okay. Voila.
It was Midwestern region.
What I'm saying is that even before, after the incident, they were still buying them like the eastern, southeastern region, because the last one they did, they used trailer to bring the corpse of River State people. They dropped it in the Amayorowi's house The man went mad. The same thing for Calabar, the same thing for Akwa Ibom in that year. So they still treat them as one. And then I ask, if that is the reason why somebody went to war, why are they not still going to war? Because it's still happening. In fact, that is stopped. It stopped mightily from the time of Jonathan. From the time of Jonathan, that's when that thing started coming down.
I can remember that actually. That kind of mass.
Hey, 2021, I can never.
2021, you talk of Jonathan in one breath, and you're talking of 2021.
I said the
2021 was Buhari,
was
and I cannot see Buhari as president allowing that without making noise.
2021, I can never forget it. It was massive. Cops were loaded in trailer, bring for what's that? My friend, my colleague's father, who is a Mayanabo, what do they call it?
Brass.
Epe Kingdom. He was because they speak Igbo like, so those Northerners know them. They said the people that survived said they gathered themselves in one place. That is people from rivers, people from Cross River, Delta State, Bini, Bayelsa, Akwa Ibom. They gathered themselves and were shouting at to the Hausans that are not Igbos. They stayed by them. Go and check. They carry trailer load.
And this was 2021.
For the girl's father. The girl's father was a load of a kingdom. I don't want to talk about other Amayanabo University.
Are you sure this is 2021 you're talking about?
Hey.
No, I'm surprised because I didn't get that. I didn't read about that. I didn't hear about that.
Can
I come in a minute?
Hold on, France, Baba, when I was in the north, the level of tension, like between in fact, when I was growing up in Lagos, I didn't even know nothing about Biafra. I didn't know Nigeria civil war. I never saw ethnic tension or anything. Usually, when two people have problems, they just leave it as problem between two individuals. But the only thing you get often is just you see some Igbos are angry about something Biafra. They just try to get along with people, but it was never ethnic thing. But when I went to the north, is when I know that Nigeria had ethnic problem, like particularly Northerners and the southeast. And again, the south people always fall victim because the north, you just see everybody from that south as Igbos. They just, when they that. Yeah, it was more among the old generation, to be honest, because the kids, the children, they got along. They go to school together. Usually, I was young too. I would see me, all the Eagles and the Northern kids. We all play football. We hang out, we do everything. But the old generation, that time, I'm talking about the 90s. So, I used to like worry like anything can break at any moment. That tension was there in the north. Like it's just was always there. So. And then the Southeasterners, they don't even help. It's like they always have this brave mentality of the South people, like they don't usually stay quiet. But the South is always challenging Southerners, even in a space where there are only 2 of you, there are 20
Baba
of them.
is telling me that he did not hear the war in 2021.
So they had that. These things.
I'm not here now.
2001.
Whatever, Madam Zita. When Baba, but we don't announce ethnic. This thing attack happens everywhere. We don't announce the one that happen everywhere. I remember in 2017 when Nnamdi Kanu was arrested in the north. That video is still on YouTube. I'm sorry, in the southeast, that video is still on YouTube. Where some southeastern youth were pulling Northerners out of their vehicle and they were buying them. But the only thing, and even in the 90s when Abiola situation happened in the street of Lagos, I remember Northerners being buying on the streets. Like that ethnic attack thing is not peculiar to the north. It's the whole Nigeria where you feel
Mike,
like when they attack ethnic group, you want to go after another ethnic group. So let's not make it like it's
the
a
one that
thing.
happened during Buhari. They will stop all the vehicles entering the southeast. Now, if they see any Northerner there, they will fight.
They all fight.
Yes.
So it's not like let's not hold on to say, oh, it's only one people that do poker to people. It's just illiteracy and all those kind of thing, map kind of thing. When we create ethnic tension within the country, it's just natural thing. So that's the best thing. Is always that's why I always hate when Yorubas want to get into all this. No, kill not. You know how many millions of Yorubas live in the north? When people come here and be talking on that, just full of this out of our life, I'm like, are you guys ignorant? When you create this ethnic this thing, put it out there in the media, everything, that's what leads to it. You have to be smart. So it's the irresponsibility of the people that are in position of power that are dragging the ethnic group into problem we don't concern the ethnic group that always lead to this ethnic problem. If you have problem, Yoruba people are very good. I don't know why recently we start behaving like that. We're known to always, when a Yoruba man does something, just say, he did on his own. I remember in the 90s when Zia and some Yoruba officers, when they did a coup against Abacha, I was in Abuja that time and they were calling Yoruba coup. But the Yoruba people in position dissociate themselves from that thing. The ones in position of, even those in the military, they quickly came and announced like, this is not a Yoruba thing. They quickly dissociate themselves. But one thing about Southeastern is that when something happens, first thing they want to do is defend their ethnic member, a group that's involved, ethnic group member that's involved. And at the end of the day, they end up carrying that individual problem on their head. And they make it their ethnic problem. Where you could have just let the individual that did it deal with his problem. Because the guy did not hold meeting with his tribe before he went out there to carry out his action. But they always want to defend their tribe member and they end up carrying the problem on their head. That's what I always see.
You see, Mike, if we have to go back pre-1966, the Igbos were in the civil service in numbers. And of course, we have PWD, we have the Nigerian Post Authority and a host of everything. So there was always transfer here and there. There is hardly, in those days, pre-66, hardly can you see an Igbo man that did not speak Hausa language then, because most of them gave birth to remember Zik was born there, and several other Igbo leaders were even born in the north, because their parents were civil servants, teachers. So they were really there in their numbers. And in fairness to them, wherever they are, they learn the language. Even if you go to Cotonou, when an Igbo man is speaking French or the local language, you will not believe it. Same thing Togo, Ghana, all the rest. That is who they are. Pre-66, you can hardly see a Yoruba man build a story building in the north, because they're always one leg in, one leg out. They prefer their own space.
Even me going, I was in the north. I said, this place no be. I wasn't comfortable like that.
But they settle there, they interact. So they were easy pick. But like we know too.
No, another thing, another Southeasterners do is when they settle there, they begin to see themselves as like equal to the locals.
He wanted to
you understand? They begin to see it as is their rightful home, where the locals really don't have authority over them kind of thing. Where if the locals begin to say things that they don't or carry out tradition or whatever rules or something, they won't be the only ones who want to challenge them. Because I wasn't in North. It's always the only Southerners always challenge Northerners or whatever.
One man I didn't notice he was here. He can come back. I can't see him on the screen.
Yeah, because I always fear that tension for them. I'm telling you, this is my own personal experience. Like in the North, like it's always them challenging the Hausas, the locals in the North. I'm like, guys, you guys, when I know in trouble and they find, like Yoruba people, they do our own way for Southwest. But when we go to other people's territory, they're quiet. Like almost. I don't say no be my territory with this. I recognize that quick. So if the Northerners are doing they want to do something, there's something they don't like that irritate me, I just run my business. But the Southeasterners be the one to challenge them. They in the marketplace, they're the one, and the Northerners are arguing that like guy, now they put problem. And then when one of them do something, instead of the rest of them to say, come, that guy act alone, they were all gang, say no, they attack all of us. Guy, now they bring problem, can't give on ourselves. So that's what me I see about their nature, to be honest.
Well, it's just maybe, like they say, some people don't see colors. Maybe it's in their nature not to see colors or realize that's okay. I don't really belong here, or I may be a Nigerian, but hey, this is the North. Because I'm always conscious of the fact wherever I am in my country or elsewhere in the world, I always realize if it's not Southwest, I always realize, well, I don't belong here. I'm just a visitor, or I'm just here to do business or things like that. And I act that way. But to start stamping my 2 feet on the floor and claiming territory, I will not do it. I will not do it. It's not in my nature. And I think most people on the Southwest, going by our tradition and proverbs, which we have, that are really stacked in that area, you don't go to people's territory and claim authority. A visitor is
Baba,
a
there was one
visitor.
video I saw on YouTube about 5-6 years ago. I can't remember. It's been a while back now. Where in Southeasterners in India, they were like protesting on the streets because one of their members was attacked by, the Indians also don't like blacks now in their country. They always attack the Africans.
They just killed one over the weekend.
Yeah. Oh, again. So that video I'll find on our place, and they were protesting, stopping traffic. They were angry that one of their Igbo brother was attacked. Now I'm like, the whole traffic just packed. They just attack all of them. They're like, what is blacks in the middle of causing traffic in the middle of India? This kind of things. What I'm saying, like, why would you do? Come on now. This kind of thing.
They don't see colors. That's what I mean. They
don't see colors. Exactly. Yeah. The common sense should tell you that you can't achieve anything by doing this. Nobody will say, okay, they want to be fair with you. Or this is their territory. You just irritate them. That's what you end up doing. They attack all of them. They beat them. Oh boy, I don't know how many of them they fight that day. Guy, this is India. I mean, you're looking for. It's just
like claiming the whole world as their oasis. You understand, because they don't see colors. They just come in, they will blend, and by the time even if 2 of you enters, let's say, India today, you will see the Igbo man within 6 months will start speaking Hindu, where you are still struggling or doesn't even care. He blends easily. Maybe that's where they get carried away. I don't know. But a man's land is a man's land. Too many things tied to a man's land and himself. So these are lessons I think they have to learn. These are lessons they have to learn because, like I said, look, the Southeast should be made a beautiful place for them. You make your place beautiful, make it so attractive, so that things will start happening, and you always have
with all their industrial nature, Baba, with everything that they claim they have, they are rich. Why can't they make it themselves?
That's what I mean by saying they have to show example of that prowess, which they said they have. Show me what you have, taking me back home. It's not about maybe 1 kilo or 2, 3, 10 mansion, massive mansion built in a square kilometer space. That is not infrastructure. Put up
Sorry,
something.
Baba.
Yes,
Just
sir.
a quick. This is Remy. Good morning, sir. Don't you think because of lack of leadership, clear-cut leadership structure, like when you compare to the other regions of Nigeria, especially the Southwest and the Northwest, you can see that they have a clear-cut leadership, that these are our set of leaders. And when they say something, everybody follow most times. And when you look at the South, our South and South brother, they don't have their clear-cut leadership structure. For example, you can hear people from Anambra will say they don't want to have anything to do with people from Imo. Imo people will say they don't have anything to do with people from other parts of the East. Don't you think that that's one of their greatest?
I think it's all people that do that. Even Yorubas do it now.
No. Yoruba.
Don't
One thing about the Yoruba that I'm trying to say is this. Maybe you can understand me better. For example, at this present day situation, we can still say that if people like Bisi Akode, people like Shegun Oshoba, should call, Oshoba is from Ogun State, but he can call Adeleke, governor of Osun. I want to see you. And he will go to him and he will advise him or say, just don't do it this way. There's a tendency
it's
for
not
him
all of
to
them that can call each other like that now. What kind of generalizing? It's all Yoruba going to call the other
No.
one.
I'm not looking at it in politics. I'm trying to tell you, maybe Baba understand what I'm trying to put across. Like we are in this platform now. If there is something happen, there is tendency for most people here to listen to like what Baba will say. Even if they are not going to
that you can ask a better argument. If you say
even
we respect
if they are going to fight at
that's
that
what you are saying.
particular moment. Listen, if they are going to fight about that particular moment, maybe if you say something because of the age and respect, maybe people will at least give him that respect and fall into line. So
that's a better way of presenting. We respect hierarchy. That's what you're trying to say. Yeah.
Maybe Baba understand what I'm trying to say better.
I understand. That's what we're trying to say.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at it from that angle from our Eastern brothers, because I also did my youth service there, and I know that I always go to the Igwe Palace because all the couples should go there maybe once in a week, and the guy always invite us for a lot of stuff. But when I see some of the local champions, maybe they came from America, they seldom go there. They don't even care about him. It's not a must that they should go and see him. And these guys have beautiful houses there. And most of them also staying abroad. So they just mind their own stuff. It's like that competition among the big guys in the local village. So that my house is bigger than yours or my mansion is bigger than yours. There's no clear cut of say, okay, whatever these secrets everybody follow. Or if you invited them, they will go. They don't care. So, but in Yoruba land, I think if there's a kind of village setting, there is tendency for you to immediately go and pay homage to the local chief or maybe to the Oba of that town. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, you're right. I think like every community in the East is autonomous, according to how they call autonomous community of place. I've been quite some places there. You understand, but it's a society. You can say they are wrong, but like Yoruba tradition is the Yoruba tradition. The Eastern tradition, the Igbo tradition is Igbo tradition. You cannot say you want to change it. But all I know is that the hierarchy is absent. It's an individual thing. In some community, even it's the richest man that can lay claim to the title. I mean, the chieftaincy of that community. But and if you show up, I don't know now or in the last 4 years, they are hospitable. They recognize the fact that you are not part of them, and they can excuse you, or they can even think maybe you are doing too much. In my early days going there even, it was enforced that only a title holder, is chief, honorary or otherwise, can put on the red cap. So, but today, everybody puts on the red cap. Everybody in the East wears the red cap. It's a fashion now. It doesn't used to be like that before. I mean, the first thing I go, if you are my friend, I follow you, I will follow you. First thing I will say, who is the head of your community here? And I'll, maybe for a weekend trip, I will persuade you, let's go visit him. And I say, what do I want to do with him? the thing is like he's nobody. But I said, let's go. We will go. I will introduce myself and I'll be welcomed. And they will appreciate it. And they will tell stories. Either they've been where they've been before, transferred to work in, and talk about people generally. And my friend could be frowning and is like, let's go, shaking the head or giving me eye signs. Let's get out of here. But that will not happen. But equally also, those that when we are in Southwest, for instance, and they need anything, I try to tell you, look, if you get there, don't go and shake your hands. So you have to follow what I do. I tell my own friends like that. I tell my in-laws like that. I tell my family like that. Because when you are in Rome, you behave like Romans. But unfortunately, a lot of Yorubas don't do that to the extent that they will now go to Oni of Ife and start shaking hands. I consider that to be an abomination. An abomination.
Well,
So,
you have you are right, but if we are really talking about some of our traditional rulers today, they are not really shining examples. Even if you talk about the Oni of Ife, it's only lucky that he's just wearing that crown. But in terms of example, giving a certain leadership, no, I did not see. Some of the things they are doing, maybe I don't know whether they think they are still under 40 of. That's why they can do whatever. Yeah.
Do you think Yoruba people will practice our culture to the extreme sometimes? Like begin to kill us? Like
No.
No, when I say we practice it, I mean like the culture, the whatever the king says supreme, the elder says supreme, or whatever the advice. Hold on. Whatever advice or whatever position a advice they give a superior person. Sometimes someone in hierarchy gives you it's the final, or whatever they say is the final, which is supposed to be. But sometimes there has to be a, what's the word, some kind of room for questioning, in the sense that, or like in the military, for example, a order, you must follow order, right? But now there's something called lawful order and unlawful order. Now, if I'm your superior and I give you an order that's wrong, that's against the law, I have a right not to follow that order because it's a crime that you're telling me to commit. You understand? So, well, in Yoruba culture, they'll just say, Oba said it, or the elder said it. And sometimes what the Oba said or the elder, it could be that they've been paid to tell you to say that. Or it's some of it is obviously the wrong, the obviously wrong decision that the elder or the Oba is making, or whoever it is, the elder in Yoruba land, he's obviously wrong. But we have to just leave it like that and just that's where I think the Southeastern had the advantage. Yeah, they also have disadvantage in their own ways, but the idea that you cannot just tell them to do wrong thing and go and do it, or they accept it. Well, go ahead, Sean. Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is that I look at Yoruba leadership in terms of conflict resolution. That is where they are very good, and they are most of them are progressive minded. They do have a kind of that open mind that let's give left and right the opportunity to showcase themselves. When it gets to turbulent or it got into like fighting, they came around and they normally have this kind of a very good process of settling conflict. They like okay, that is where we have that leadership.
Do you think nowadays is being kind of abused?
They still have it. They still have it. You
I
can
know
see
they still have
that.
it. I'm not saying that. I don't think you get my point. I'm not saying. Of course, our
I
way
understand you.
Okay, tell me what you understand about what I'm saying.
What you are trying to say is that do I think that our leader can just tell us this is what you do and everybody just fall in line? No,
no, that's not what I said. What I'm saying is when they're doing that conflict resolution, which is our way, which is good, I'm saying sometimes they end up making unjust decision because usually they're being biased, or maybe they are, corruption or whatever.
Well,
It happens. It's been happening a lot. And hold on, listen now. If it's done in a way where it's not cut and clear that it's a wrong decision, we can at least buy it. But some of it is a clear cut that we can see that it's obviously a wrong judgment, but we still have to accept it. That's the point. That's the one I'm making. But I'm not saying every decision is wrong, because the response you're giving me is that there's always right. The decision they listen to both sides is right. No, that's not the point I'm making. I'm talking about the occasions where they make that wrong judgment, which is clearly wrong in the eyes of everybody, but we just have to accept it because it's coming from the mouth of
you do have a point, as you know that every individual have a personal interest, even if they are our leaders. They also have an interest, and they can toe to the left or to the right. In this kind of situation, something like this will always occur, and when it occurs, we just have to abide by it. For example, look at the last book launch.
Why should we abide by it, though?
Look at the last book of IBB launched the book. Actually, Tinubu was not supposed to be there, but virtue of his position as the president of a country. So sometimes you just have to, even if he does not attend, but attending is also good, because they still read between the lines. Whatever you are going to say against IBB is still with some power politically in Nigeria. And if everybody goes to his house, even Obasanjo that is older than him also go to his house, I don't understand it. So that is where we file ourselves, until when we get to a moment that in Nigeria, I still continue to say this, state can control their resources to some level that we do know a weekend center. Everybody does not go to Abuja every time to collect money. And then that is when we now will see true politics in Nigeria. But as it stands today, it's still between the North and the South. If the South has 8 years, North will have its 8 years. Nothing we can do about it. So nobody
can do a lot about this. If voters decide it's not the case.
No, what do you mean? Voters are not people like me and you. It's the same thing.
But the voters, they don't have to be people like me and you to one day decide. I mean, to be honest with you, this last election, if Obi didn't run, Atiku would have won. So that's one thing I know for a fact.
Don't let us say if Obi did not run, Atiku would have won. It's not easy like that.
He would have won it, because those
Atiku would have won.
Atiku would have won the Southeast for sure.
Because Southeast will have voted PDP.
I think this is a conditional statement. You are not factoring other things into consideration.
Like what?
If Obi did not run, what happened to the power broker in the Southeast? Would they follow Atiku? Considering Buhari
they've always voted PDP for president.
But you cannot say that totally.
But the previous election, they all voted for Atiku now. If Atiku would have picked Obi as the vice president, would they run against Tinubu? Against
I agree with you that Atiku will have a slight edge.
Which slight edge? Listen. The same ticket they use against Buhari, which is Atiku will be vice president. If they would have done the same thing, Atiku will be president today. You can't tell me those standards those all the articulators in the Southeast have voted for Atiku. The previous election, they will not change because of one Agbado, the so-called Agbado that they call him. Come on now, people that don't like Tinubu, see the way they all hated it. I mean, come on now. It's a fact. I'm just telling you.
I don't totally agree with you, because politics is not just straightforward like that. You are just telling me that if we did not run, Atiku just win like that. It's not so easy as what you thought.
It's easy. We can see it. We're presenting fact in front of you.
I know that the Southeast they prefer PDP, but remembering you too, you will ask a lot of questions. How did they scheme out all the Eastern candidates I want to consider too? So many things will be on the play. So it's not just say, okay.
No. If they didn't, hold on. If you're talking about the scheme out, they didn't really scheme out. It was only Obi left. Oh no, they scheme out. What's his name? What's my man from the south side? Wiki, whatever. Well, if that whole shenanigan didn't happen, if they would have agreed that Atiku runs, which they were all largely agreeing. In fact, most of the even Southeast delegates even supported Atiku. So if Atiku would have run, we are telling you that this ain't not South thing. It's not like that. It's not really like
everybody knows what transpired in their primaries. Wike is cruising home until they now change it. That stupid Tambu and the rest of them change tactics. But that is politics for you. You are learning. If not because of that, do you think Atiku would have won that primary?
But let's not make that the argument. The point we are telling you is on that ballot.
No, what I'm trying to say is that there's
We just want to
not...
put the argument to different angle. The point we are making is on that ballot, this presidential ballot, looking at the result we even had. Tinubu only won by 30.
So you are trying
now, just now. Calm down. You have to let people finish now. Tinubu won this election. He only scored 33%. The other 70 whatever percent, or it was split between Obi, Atiku, and maybe a little bit to Kwankwaso. And I'm telling you that Obi, Atiku, they have been on the same ticket. There's a higher chance that they would have defeated Tinubu, and what's his name, would have been president.
So I still don't agree with you, because you are not taking other factors into consideration. You are just looking at it just as it is in literal manner. Okay, Obi is not contesting. All the vote in the South, they will just vote Emas for Atiku.
I didn't say all of them, but most of it.
So when you talk about that, remember Obi, apart from the 5 states in the Southeast, Obi also won some states in the North Central. What about, and he has a chunk of vote in Taraba too. What about the vote from
so those votes would have went to Tinubu, is that what you're telling me?
What I'm trying to tell you is that in politics, when this kind of scenario play out, remember, APC is still the ruling party. And if Atiku want to, a lot of people does not even like Atiku in the North. Maybe Kwankwaso will have even joined now with Tinubu. You don't know. So sometimes you cannot just...
Come on now. But Kwankwaso is 1 million votes.
I still believe. To me, I still
believe. Okay, can we at least agree? Can we at least agree that there's a chance Atiku could have won?
Yeah, it might have
cool. Okay, so at least you agree that there was a chance. Okay.
I did not agree to that. I said a slight edge, and does not give him victory like that. I don't.
But it's still a chance now. It's still a chance.
Yeah.
But
at least, luckily now, what I see that is transpiring is that Atiku will definitely contest under another party. And I also consider some PDP governors, they are going to leave that PDP and go and meet Atiku wherever he finds himself. And then he will contest another party. And PDP will also produce their own candidate. So that is what is going to pan out in 2027. Go and write it down. Because the PDP are not ready to give him the ticket anymore. And PDP already fashionized into so many. But what I'm trying to tell you is that politics is not just straight away like that, because...
But you are the one that says straight away now. When you say the power of God... Hold on. This is what you said.
You and Baba said if Obi did not contest the election, Atiku would have won the election.
Hold on. No. This is what you said that made me respond to you. You said the power will always go to the north and come to the south. 8 years, there's nothing anyone can do about it. And I'm telling you that no, the voters, and I said the voters can do something about it.
Okay.
You are the one that's saying it's clear and cut. That it's always going to be north, south.
I still believe, and go and write it down. It's still going to be that thing that is going to occur again. Is this going to be 8 years north, 8 years south? Go and write it down.
It's not certain. It's not certain. It's not a guarantee.
Okay. You will say.
Simba, you there? I was going to ask Simba about what do you think about the way we do things, the Southwest, how sometimes we are too subservient. I mean, what's the word? Obedient to our authoritarian way of doing things, meaning way of accepting our rulers, our king or some figure to say make decision. We just abide by, even when it's clearly the wrong decision. Yeah, I think the Southwest we have a lot of our weakness too, to be honest. Like the Southeast, they have their weakness in their way of doing things. Well, Southwest, to me, I think Southwest we have more weakness. For example, look at Ferry now. Look what they are doing. I'm like, what is this rubbish? And Yoruba people will just keep quiet.
No, Mike. What I think is cultural. Look, let's look at the English jurisprudence. You are innocent until proven guilty. But in French, you are guilty until proven innocent. Do you follow the logic? So what I'm trying to say, in Yoruba land, for instance, the English will tell you respect is earned. That's English culture. But in Yoruba land, respect is given upfront. Then when you don't deserve it, they withdraw it and lash out at you. Are you following my logic?
Yeah.
So that is the Yoruba's way of look. It's like the Yoruba, like okay, for instance, myself now. So talking, and I'm not talking like an elder or the way you expect an elder to speak. As a Yoruba person, the first thing you will say, the warning a Yoruba will give you is like, Baba Shiba Gbalagba ni now. That's a warning. An elder will see that warning as a sign to backtrack or find a way to placate that situation. If not, it will dribble down to insult. And when a Yoruba younger person starts insulting you, they don't stop until they get enough. Are you following my logic? So that is the culture. And any elder recognizes that. So in other culture, like it is, you are guilty until you are proven innocent. On another culture, you are innocent until proven guilty. So that's where I bring
Which is the beauty
that
of our
in.
culture, which is something I respect. I like that. But
You get my point. So that is how it is. So every culture with their own peculiarities.
okay, so
It's not a
basically
fault,
the origin.
but I think it's a kind of strength. The way I see it, like when they say Tobalashe, we've had it time and time in history. History of the Yorubas is replete with instances where monarchies have been overthrown. A lineage has been exterminated totally, and another Oba installed, another lineage installed. Villagers has been known to go their separate ways and things like that. So they don't question, they put that respect in until you flout it, until you disrespect yourself.
So that's the original culture, which is given until the person does start doing things wrong and they'll lose it. But I'm telling you that today, in many occasions, the person, the elder or whoever, the king, has not done things where they're supposed to lose it. But they still give it to them. So it's almost like we don't do it the original way anymore. You understand? The original way is we give it, we give that respect. You don't have to
Well, Jewel of Nashville, I can't be an elder in your own country or wherever you are. I can't be an elder because I will not be an elder in that kind of place that doesn't recognize it. We give things to pigs that knows the usefulness. You can come on board and face me because in the last couple of days, you've been after me. So come, let's wrestle in the gutter together. Carry on, Mike.
Yeah, I don't mind Joel, man. I'm still emotional about the.
Don't mind them.
1966.
Cry babies.
I don't know what it is, man. Southeast Standard. It's like when I even listen to them trying to describe what happened in the past, they always trying to paint almost every Southeast Standard that was involved innocent, completely innocent. From Ifajuna, every one of them is a saint. I mean, that's just, I don't know, man. I'll give up on these people. But anyway, what I'm saying is, it looks like we are not practicing the culture 100% anymore. It's almost like
like your father, you understand, Nashville, like your father, who cannot be an elder, even in my street in Lagos. So also I cannot be in vulture land where you come from. Come on board. Let's wrestle in the distance. I'm ready. I'm not like you. I will come stoop low and I will wrestle you outrightly. Dog. You come here and do nothing. You think you've arrived and walk 20 hours in 24 hours. So
I'll leave Joe alone, Charlie. Joe is just.
No. If you don't give it back to them, they don't get enough. Yeah, okay, very good.
Baba, I said
Yes.
you're a vulture. I say it to your face.
Yes.
I'm not typing anything behind you. I'm telling you to your face that you're a damn vulture. Most
No,
of you
man.
on this show.
I think I resemble your papa now.
Joe,
Me and your papa, now I'm the vulture. Me and your papa, now I'm the vulture. And your mama na gorilla. You the Chris.
We ain't doing. Don't come and
Dumb
start.
ass.
If you want
Very
to debate, you can
emotional.
debate.
Controlled by emotions. No sense. Rush of the blood to the head all the time. Cry babies. You are nothing. In that land we call Nigeria, you are nothing.
Okay. You okay? How's the deal? You guys can debate. No, how about just debate. Joe, debate. How about that? What's your make point? He makes points. That's it. I don't want blast boost. Okay. Joe. I can't hear you. So it's muted. Well, anyway. Was it my network? Yeah,
I can hear you. I can hear you clearly.
Mike, I was saying something. I didn't know my mic was off. The reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is this, right? That the lies of Nigeria catch up with every one of us. The lies of look, Mike, you can say anything you want to say. But my thing is this, right? My thing is this, right? When I look at you, Mike, I know you're a younger guy. When I look at most people on this show, I know they are young folks. But somebody like Baba, that I see as an elder person.
Okay, let's put it this way.
Right?
Cannot
come here, cannot come on this show and every day.
Okay,
he will keep showing his useless anger.
Joe,
and
you
when
know, I already
he talks,
said it,
I
man.
respect him. I respect him because of the way he talks. And to know that
because I don't pander to what you want to hear.
Please,
I don't listen. I don't talk like you want to talk.
You're not even worth calling an elder.
You are not even worth calling a father of the dogs you have in your house.
Okay.
So you are, and your people. All you know is to abuse. That's what you resort to. That's your default line, to abuse people.
Okay, Baba,
nothing like you, son of gorilla. No brain.
Let's not lose it.
Even bronze, you don't have.
Baba, as it do.
And that's why you're always beating every day, and you always cry until you are malleted into the ground. Bloody fools.
I don't even think it can be possible be a debate, because I wanted them to debate point to point, because the thing is, a lot of what Joe will always do is he will say, "Oh, it's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie." You say someone lied, they will say, "Okay, where did the person lie?"
It's simple. Counter me with your own truths.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to get him to do. But
you don't have to abuse me.
I'm trying
you don't have to abuse me. Counter me with your own truth, and we debate robustly. That's how civilized people are. What the stuff civilized people are made of. But when you resort to abuse, you think you can use that to intimidate people? Not me. Hell no. Hell will have to freeze over them before any rat can intimidate me.
Debate, no fight. Is that possible we can debate without fight? Joe.
Okay.
Wait, calm down. Because I don't want fight. I don't want you guys. It looks like it's already going wrong way. But what I want to do is it possible you can debate where point to point where you disagree, and you prove his own? Is there a way you can do that without calling names or anything? Is it possible?
Okay, it's possible. Okay, let me just say what my anger is.
No insulting, none of that. Just point.
Let me just say what my anger is, because I'm going to tell you what I feel about Awo tonight.
No, we are not talking about Awo.
That is the cross of the matter.
Which matter?
Because since yesterday.
Okay, wait. You want to debate about Awo based on what Baba said, or just on a different?
No, I'm talking. No. The reason why I came for Baba was that he was one of the elders on this platform who could have said the truth.
Okay, which truth? But be
the
specific.
Truth
Don't just say the truth
about the 96 coup.
Okay, which part did he lie? Tell us.
Oh, the issue there is this, right?
Don't tell us. Don't
All
just.
along.
It's
All
just
along.
what make.
Can I flow? Let me just flow,
No, no,
Mike.
no. I don't like this thing that you do. You will say you
Mike,
make
let me flow
accusation, but
now.
you don't
Mike, let me
substantiate it.
flow. Let me flow.
But what you want to do is
We
just in
had
short.
about
That's what you want to do. You
21
don't.
people. Hold on, Mike.
You can't say someone
Wait,
lie, but then substantiate the lie. Don't just say you lie and then start insulting and just
I'm trying to
saying something different.
substantiate it to you now.
No,
21 people engaged in that coup. How is it an Igbo coup? It pisses me off. It vexes me. And this lie has been going on for over 50 years.
Everybody
And
define. Okay, finish.
you
Finish,
understand?
Yeah.
So the issue there is this. The clips, I sent it to one man. It was a Yoruba man that was saying it. He said, Awo knew that the coup, if that coup was successful, that he was going to be the beneficiary or the benefactor of that coup. He knew about it. My
Based on
thing
what?
is this, Mike. Mike, this is my thing. If I knew that, right, that those people did that coup based on ideology, the coup was idealistic, and that is what they felt. That is what they felt. And Mike,
Based on what source
let's
did
not
you know how
also
they feel?
forget.
How did you know what they felt? Based on what source?
No, because it was there. I mean,
Because
they
you
talk to
said
people.
so.
No. They talk to people.
Who talk to people? Who talk
I
to
even
people?
read some. Let me finish now. I even read some lines from Ademoyoga on why we struck. It was basically idealistic.
Okay, and when you say idealistic, what do you mean?
It means that they had a reason for striking. They had an idea of what Nigeria should be. And let us not forget that the things that they listed on why they struck.
What did they list?
Political instability, we had it in Nigeria then. Corruption, we had it in Nigeria. Politicians using police as a private escort and insecurity, we still have it today. So it was basically idealistic. Now, if Awo knew that he would have been the beneficiary of that, he should have come out. He owed Nigeria that truth.
Okay, fine. All right, okay, give me a chance to give a little response. You say they say the coup plotter gave a list. Oh, it's because of corruption. It's because we want better Nigeria. Those things. You agree with me that every coup plotter, every coup in fact in Africa, in fact, I can virtually say the whole world. When the excuse the coup plotter always give you why they striking a coup.
Oh, definitely.
Because so it's because there's corruption. We want to make it better. We really want to change things. All of them read the same thing. They're not going to say I'm doing cool because I want power or because of me, because I want to be rich. They won't tell you that. So they said that. But what people are saying is that nobody can read anyone's mind to categorically say this is what someone was thinking before he went to do a coup. Yeah, we can buy what they say. They tell us this is what they said. But what people will judge is the outcome. And the reason why people are saying what they are saying is not because what the coup plotter say, oh, this is what we're going to do. What people are saying is it's Igbo coup, which they're not saying by definition that all Igbos agree, is that the outcome of it there was an ethnic coloration. Even Babangida said in his book, there's an ethnic coloration.
But this is the thing, Mike.
You
Mike,
can't deny that there was an ethnic coloration in it now. Are you denying that?
Mike, this is my point. This is my point. There were 21 people that took that masterminded that coup. The top two was an Igbo and a Yoruba guy.
But we don't know that though.
No. I mean, the facts are there now.
Where?
The facts are there.
Where?
Look, see, Mike, do you know that they've started digging out even clips from the what is that one? That Oputa, you remember when they did that Oputa
panel,
Oputa panel commission?
Yeah.
And now you know that if you go to that clip, you know that it had many things. They discussed many things within that within that conference, and you will see that different. In fact, there was a guy, an outside guy, that they interviewed that said that it was an Igbo coup. Then I asked him. I said, So everybody is Igbo. They call him
But,
He said that
people like
Adeboyega is
me,
Igbo.
people like me, we are not going by what Hausa man said or what Yoruba man said. Or what
No,
Igbo
no,
man
no, no,
said.
no. These are
We are going by what we
facts
see.
now.
Hold on now, hold on. The thing is this. When people like me look at the situation, I don't go and say because opinion of this person or that person. That's not the way I do my own. What me I do is I look at what happened, what is known that happened, and the outcome, and I say, oh, based on this outcome, this looks like this. You understand? I'm not gonna go sit down with somebody even if my papa they tell me, I know that I can be biased. So I don't go by people's what this one say, what that one say. But what people are arguing is that this thing happened, and it looks like this.
So Mike, Mike, is it worth 3 million lives? Yeah. Is that worth 3 million lives?
Say it again.
What do you mean by 3 million lives?
Please, I'm talking to Mike. I don't want to because any person that comes in here and act like he doesn't know what I'm saying or probably want to, I might just say something. I don't want to say anything. Mike, I'm saying that 3 million lives.
Go ahead.
Because that is what you know what happened, right? This is the thing, right? The ripple effect of the fake news that heralded that coup was what led to the killing of Aguiyi-Ironsi, was what led to the Biafra war.
When you say the fake news, what do you mean? I don't understand.
The fake news about the Igbos being the Igbo coup was what led
by who? By
to the
who?
killing of.
Who put it out that is Igbo coup back then?
It was. I don't know. I don't know who put it out.
It was going around, right?
No. It was no. It was still within the hierarchy. So I'm not. It's not going to be out of place.
Okay, let me
if
ask
I
you
say
this.
it's the
Okay,
Fulanese.
wait. Okay, from the Babangida's book, right? Babangida said it's not an Igbo coup. Do you agree with that?
It's not an Igbo coup.
Okay, fine.
When you look at the composition.
Wait. Do you think? Yeah. Do you think he believes he's being honest, right?
Oh yes, being honest.
Okay, yes, okay.
No. Mike. Babangida did not say that. Mike. No. I have the bouquet. Babangida never said that. It's just the work of some mischievous element that gets it. When you are guilty, you go and find some this thing. Point me to that page on that Babangida this thing. I have the bouquet. Why are people lying?
So Babangida never says no.
And people will be lying. Babangida never said that.
What did he say? Now you have the book. What did he say?
I give you the copy of that bouquet. I thought you didn't read the book.
No, read it now. You have the book there now. You don't have to make noise about it. Read out the fact.
Show me the page where you read it. Show me the page where you read it. That Babangida said it was not the Igbo coup.
Oh my goodness! We should come. Oh my goodness! You see, that's the reason why I said I don't want to talk to any other person.
Okay, for the sake of this argument, let's just
and only you know, like the only person will not get the news. Every other person, major media, everybody carry them.
No, what I'm hearing around is that you said
that's what I'm talking about, man.
Okay, let's not get stuck on that. Let's not get stuck on that.
Twitter argument going on. I was involved there. Okay,
let's not get stuck on that. Let's not get stuck on
that place.
Calm down. Let me ask the following question. So, in his book, Mr. Babangida also said that they were like Igbo officer's wife, kind of mocking the northern officers' wives, and then, of course, we also heard about some southeastern people kind of mocking the northerners, all those kind of things. Do you think
mocking how? Mocking
what do you mean by what happens to their leaders now?
Well, I did. I did
heard
see
about that.
I
You and I have heard about it now.
No, I only read the one he talked about the Igbo officers' wives in the barracks.
But we've also heard about
which was, and I said it the other day that was very, very wrong.
Okay, cool,
right?
Cool. Okay,
yeah.
so with that,
Mike,
and also
Mike, let me
wait. Now let me just land. Now you coming. But with that and other things we are hearing about people mocking, do you think that can give people impression that hey, this looks like an Igbo coup?
No, because the reason why I'm saying this is this. No, Mike. You see, this is my thing, right? After that coup, right? We had about 5-6 other coups. I say 5. Sorry, that would be too much. Maybe like 3 or 4 afterwards, right?
And
in all of those
coups,
in all of those coups, right? We did not go after in the process, even though it was failed, right? Some people died, right? The people who own those people that died, never came out to say, oh, it is an outside people that killed, so it's an
Yeah,
outside coup.
now because nobody.
No. See.
Joe, there was no ethnic coloration to all those other coups now.
No, you cannot say there's no
And
ethnic
then
coloration.
hold on, and then nobody go out to be owning it as their ethnic or marking another ethnic group. Those things did not happen. There was no clear ethnic coloration in other coups now.
No. See, Mike. See, this is my thing, right? There was the Gideon Oka coup, right? Oka was from the Middle Belt, from what they call it, not Middle Belt. Was it Middle Belt or yeah?
He's on the south side now. I mean, he's not from the
Middle Belt.
No, he's from Middle Belt.
Benue,
right? Yeah. So Oka was from Benue, right? IBB is from Niger, right? They did not go round up people from Benue.
Because the people from Benue, they don't come and saying, "Oh, our brother, our coup." And
no,
also,
you cannot. You see. My thing is this, right? My thing is this, Mike. My thing is this: if there are people, right, that committed a crime, you don't go after the whole tribe.
And Joe, there's nobody that disagree with you on that. Absolutely,
you
no one.
don't go after the whole tribe.
Anybody that will tell you that it was justified that they went after the Igbo tribe, that person can be.
Okay.
And that's why I'm always wondering why. Wait now, why? I don't know why you're presenting that argument when there's nobody here, or there's nobody that will even call me and justify that I will agree with.
No, there has been certain justifications.
Even hold on. Even the fact that they went after the Southeastern officers, that had nothing to do with the coup. They were buying the response was no one is justifying that the way the Northerners respond in that the counter coup.
Mike, you know that even in the coup,
even when they won't kill Yoruba, they won't kill Yorubas in the counter coup. So how can I not be justifying the way they did the counter coup?
In the first coup, they also killed Igbos, right?
Exactly, they killed Yorubas in the first coup too.
They killed Yorubas in the first coup. They killed Igbos in the first coup.
So nobody's justifying any
right?
action. Hold on, no one is ever presenting argument to justify any action. What we are saying is what things look like. But then you guys disagree with why we see it the way we see it. And
no, but the thing there is that you see, there's your opinion, there's my opinion, and there's the truth. The truth is this, right? It was not an Igbo coup.
If your argument is this, you should not accuse the entire ethnic group called Igbo. It's understandable. But if you want to say that coup was majorly Igbo officers, it's a fact. Because if you do statistics, you say there's a distribution. You say, okay, when you have like about 60.6%, you look at the distribution, okay, you say it tends toward this. That's the general ideology in statistics. When it's something starts taking 60%, okay, it's biased toward this one. Now, we are talking of a coup where you have about 90% of those people that executed this coup coming from the ethnic group called Igbo. I'm not saying it's the entire Igbo group now. Let's get the officers from Igbo origin. Now, if that's the point of argument. Now, look at what happened. Look at those people they pie. You understand? 3 top officers that could have rivalry. This guy, the commander general then, Agui Ronsi, they pied them. Brigadier Ogungunipe was lucky that he was on course. I'm sure if it was around that time, they would pie that guy too. You understand? Now, in all of this, soldier in day, they pie that man.
All I will get the point. Mainly they kill mainly Southwest and Northerners. You know that.
Exactly. I didn't know that. So no. The only one that they pie from Igbo, this maybe they said that one, maybe it was in charge of Amri or whatever. So I can't really remember that story.
Yeah, we know that story.
They killed him in front of his pregnant wife.
Yeah, because he was in charge of Amri and he needed access.
It wasn't even the one that was in charge of Amri. They killed 2 Igbo people.
I don't know of those 2, but I know of one. And because I have I have it in front of me here. You understand? I can mention the name of those people that are involved here as I'm sitting before you. So the thing is, we just have to accept what happened. Whatever went wrong with those officers, whatever they were thinking. Yeah, I'm not going to blame it on the entire Igbo race. If that's a bone of argument, I won't be that ignorant to say, okay, it's the entire Igbo race. I will do that. But to want to change the narrative that it's because they wanted to bring Awolowo out,
Oh my goodness, it's a BS. I bet you if Awolowo was outside the prison, they would have fired Awolowo.
My brother, no, it's a lie. It's a lie because this is what happened now. This is what happened, right?
Joel, you know that.
Hold on now. Hold on. Make I talk something. Let me say something. Let me say something.
Let's give him a chance. Let's give him a chance.
Let's say something, right? The Yoruba guy, I was listening to him on Obilon.
Who's this Yoruba guy?
No, I'm going to furnish it. I'm going to send it to one man so that he will play it. If
who cares what that Yoruba man is saying now?
Hold on now. I will tell you, Mike.
Yoruba,
I don't have your.
Not going to believe anything.
Mike, if I had your stuff on, hold on, let me talk now. If I had your WhatsApp, I would have sent you stuff like this. It is important.
I've listened to those guys on Obilo. Those guys Obilo gave money.
No. Because no. It's a very educative show because you see the thing is that we are a country. We are a country that does not read. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
You live in Nashville, right? You're an Igbo guy. If they accuse you of doing something, now if another Igbo guy that live in Canada or that live in UK that wasn't there when you were in Nashville doing that thing, it's not telling me that, and this is what he did, this is what he did. And against you. Hold on. If it's not telling me that this is what Joel did, and somebody is not telling me that, yes, Joel did it because another Igbo guy said he did it. I'm not stupid to say because another Igbo guy said Joel did it, I have to believe it because his Igbo is justified. The question I will ask is that Igbo guy, was he there in Nashville with Joel? He wasn't there. So if you come and tell me that one Yoruba agreed that something, because he's a Yoruba, so he won't speak against it, I don't know. He wasn't there. It's just
they were reviewing the book of Ademoyoga that was involved in the coup. That was the number one, number two. Let me talk now. He was giving. They were reviewing the book of Ademoyoga involved in the coup, and he even stated that Awolowo said it with his mouth
in prison.
That coup, he was going to be the benefactor of that coup. Let's not forget. Why was Awo in prison? Hold on. Why was Awo in prison in the first place? Can anyone remember why Awo was in prison?
This is opinion. This is not fact.
Okay, but Mike,
but what we come here to present is fact. It's no opinion. Even if Awo himself said that, it's still not fact because Awo did not participate in the coup. He was not part of it.
No. Why was Awo in prison?
Hold on. It's not the argument here. You can't say.
No, why was he in prison in the first place? I just wanted to ask. Let's educate our audience. Why was Awo in prison in the first place?
Well, because Azikwe didn't like him, and they lied and they had to jail him. So Awo has nothing. The fact of the matter is
no. What did he do now? They didn't just put him in jail. What did he do?
Arrest, political unrest in the southwest.
No. They accuse him of using
treason. Treason, right? So treason, right? So it means that if we're going to talk about the first coup, right, attempted coup, it was Awo that did it.
How can you say something like that?
No.
Let's not let Joel escape. Let's pin every point.
No.
This is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do, right? Because I'm at work right now, right?
No, Joel,
I'm going to leave the show
don't
tomorrow.
Run away.
Tomorrow, please. Tomorrow, Mike, please. Tomorrow, I will have time because I'm not done with Baba, right? And Remy,
leave Baba alone.
I'm not done with
I'm not done with you. I will not brush my mouth before I come for you tomorrow. So my mouth will be very dirty.
Baba, see,
Joel, the problem
in my place, I respect elders. So for everything I called you tonight,
you know, none of I respect elders. Don't bring that one. Face me.
We do respect elders.
You started it.
It's okay.
And you will end it.
And I said I am sorry for the way I talked to you tonight.
I'm glad you apologized, man. That was good.
So if I apologize, you have to
okay, I apologize back to you.
Tomorrow I'll call with my receipt. Baba, you come with your receipt. Remy, you come with your receipt.
I have it.
Mike, enigmatic.
We have the receipt, but Joel, there's no, one thing I know for sure about Joel is that if you have about debate on this issue, if Baba will finish you, that's just a fact. I'm telling you, there's no. I'm confident. That's what I'm saying. There's no point of.
No.
I was going to hold on now, Joel. I was going to ref it. Be fair and let you two point by point. You and Baba. And I guarantee Baba will finish you.
I can put my money on that one. No problem. Tomorrow when I come on the show, Tomorrow when I come on the show,
no
let him
emotion,
beat
no,
me.
none of that.
There's no emotion. But the thing there is this,
Just bring
right,
your
Baba?
point to point. Even
I
me,
think
I
we
go
should
finish
all
you. I will
agree.
finish you. You don't like
Hold
it.
on, Mike. I think we should all agree. If that coup was not an Igbo coup, the Igbos need to be compensated. They need to be apologized to, and they need to be compensated. I think it's the only fair thing to do for that country
Compensated
to
for
move
what?
forward.
For
Hold on,
you
they
have
ought to
to
be
be specific.
compensated.
You can't say compensated.
No,
Compensated for what?
monetarily.
For what? For what? For what?
Yeah, no.
For coup?
Hold
being
on.
accused or what?
Oh no, if that coup, right? If that coup was not an Igbo coup, right? And it spiraled into a civil war and 3 million of them were killed, then there should be a heavy compensation.
Hold on,
I was mad at Ohanes Ndibo for saying 10 million. It's 10 trillion. It ought to
before
be
you run away, don't run
more
away. Don't
than
say
that.
the what you
It
just
ought
said
to be
now. Run away.
more than that. Because I mean, look, you're talking to me. I lost my grandfather. I
Joel,
don't know who my
this is
grandfather
tactic.
is.
You remind me of this guy next CM. He wants to be the only one talking so everyone can hear his own.
No, because I said
you won't let others
I'm
talk.
about to leave now. I said
Hold
I'm
on now.
about to
You made a
leave. So
point.
let me
Let's
just
respond
think
now.
before I leave.
Give us chance to respond now. Don't run. We respect your point, but let's respond to it. You said they should compensate Igbo for the coup, and I'm like, for what? For which? They can't just give money. And then you said because it's spiraled to civil war. So you're saying that because of things that now happen took effect after the coup and things like that, and the losses what's the word? Your losses, basically the Igbo people losses. Now the question is, what about the Igbos that participated in the whole event that led to the? It's not like it's one sided. I mean, it takes two to tango now. It's not like they just launch a war against you or anything like that. It takes disagreement that led to war. It was disagreements. So a lot of disagreement. You couldn't get to it. You couldn't get to an agreement, and then you went to war between.
No, who was the aggressor?
Hold on
Who
now.
was the aggressor? Nigeria was the aggressor against the Southeast. It is plain and simple. If I attack,
Explain
that
that.
was the reason why
Explain how is the aggressor. Just explain it.
they are the aggressor because after the coup itself, which could have been dealt as criminals, and those people should have been dealt like criminals that wanted to topple the government, and like the Buharis, the IPP, the Abacha, the ways they did their own coup, the ways they dealt with the people, the perpetrator of those coups against them. That was how they should have dealt with these guys. You cannot
that's what they did now. They dealt with them.
That is not what they did. That is not what they did. They came for the juggler and they went ahead to kill a sitting president, right? After killing him, whether military or whatever, he was the leader at that time. They killed Ironsi, and that was
what is wrong with
the civil war. So all I'm saying is this:
Joel,
I
don't like what you do. This is how you people talk. That's why you always trying to manipulate.
Now you ask me to talk. You don't want me to finish now.
No. Before you move to other points, let's do point by point. Don't make 10 different points. So that way, I only end up. I can't tackle all 10 points. Let's deal point by point. You said the counter coup, they were wrong by killing Rossi. It's a counter coup. The same way they killed the first coup, they killed the prime minister, they killed the head of state. Then the counter coup, they killed it's a counter coup. It's a balance of terror. It's balanced. So you did a coup, I did my counter coup. So what was wrong with the counter coup?
No. I'm not. See. The counter coup happened because of the news that was being peddled.
It doesn't matter why it happened. Coup,
right?
not coup.
So what I'm saying is this. Mike. Before I leave, I don't want to extend this.
Joel, don't do this,
my
man.
time, my break time is over.
Was just if you can justify the first coup, then justify the second coup. You can't say because the second coup is because it's your brother the pie. Now it's wrong. No, the two coup should have ended there. Now they did a counter coup. Let's accept it. The same way we accept the first coup. You did your first coup. Everybody accept the rules. They accept it. Like, okay, you're in power. Nobody said they won't divide country after that.
I am saying is this.
Hold on. Wait. Joel, let's be fair. If you do a coup and you succeed, those were not the only coup in Nigeria. But when that coup succeeded, everybody respected that now he's the head of state. Nobody said they now want to go to civil war because they don't accept him. He's the head of state now. Let's accept it. If you can't accept it, go and do your own counter coup. So the first coup, the Ironsi, head of state, everybody's agreed that it was the head of state, but people didn't say they want to now destroy, go to war. They allow it, and they did their own counter coup. And then if you don't agree with the counter coup, then do another counter coup. But you're not telling me that you have to go to war because you don't accept Gowon's leadership. He's the president. He's the school. It's head of state. So why should we compensate you that
Okay.
because you didn't agree that the counter will happen? You decide you're not going to agree.
The
You
killing,
challenge it, and
no,
then you let to war, and you're asking for
this is the thing.
compensation.
This is the thing. The lies. This is the
Forget
thing.
lie. We're all liars. Don't
Mike.
say because they're
No,
lies.
we are not liars.
We
are not all liars. We are not all liars.
Really?
We are all
Don't
liars.
lie how many times?
No. We are not liars. But what I'm just saying is this before I leave, please. Is this.
They should compensate you because of lies.
No. What I'm saying is this, right? That stuff led to the killing of 3 million Igbos in Nigeria.
It's war. It's not the coup that led to killing. It's war.
No. They must be compensated. They must be compensated. They must be apologized.
What? Okay, Joel. Okay. Okay, let me start. Go ahead. Finish.
Even after the war, right? This whole thing, even in the last election, people were, these things kept resonating. People kept talking about it. Oh, Igbo man will do this. Igbo man. It was what led to it, and that was why I said I was mad at how.
Okay, Joel, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second to respond to you real quick. Joel. Okay, I get your point. Joel, can you give me a second to give you a quick response? Give me a second now. Okay, if you are saying that someone has to compensate Igbos for the losses of Igbos, then when we Igbo now compensate others for their own losses, because I can count all the losses that others sustain from Igbos. One, when you looted the Benin People's Bank, that's one. When you invaded the Midwest, when you invaded Ore, the Igbo soldiers, a lot of Yorubas died, massacre. The other Nigerians are died as a result of the action of the Igbos. The losses of other people. So are Igbos going to compensate other people too?
It wasn't the Igbo that started all of this.
Yeah?
What you're talking about?
I won't say the Igbo as a whole tribe. I'm just saying because you are asking Nigeria. So now you are asking Nigeria, meaning every Nigerian, as if all of us Ghanaian something to do with it, even Tinubu, the Tinubu part of it. Now we are also, if you're going to talk like that, like no, the way you people talk when it comes to others, it's all of them, but when it comes to your own, no, it's not all of us. No. The fact of the matter is your leaders back then, Ojukwu and them, the decisions they made, Ojukwu creating an army, bringing weapon to. So he pick up arm against his country. Hold on.
Ojukwu was right in what he did. Because you can see what I'm talking. He was right in what he did.
He was wrong. You were a Nigerian army officer.
Right.
He was treasonous.
No. You can call it anything, but I mean, you
it's
can't
a
just
fact.
can't,
You don't pick up arm
he
against
can't
your own
just sit
country
down.
now.
It was now.
He can't just sit down and kill his people.
If it
How can Ojukwu pick up arm against his own?
Ojukwu will be going to Hague.
Exactly.
What they go to them.
Joe Ojukwu also used child soldiers. That was a crime back then. So there's so many crimes, man. You can't try to defend this guy now. Come on. Three.
No. See, Mike, you cannot accuse Ojukwu anything. Remember, let me tell you something. Ojukwu quelled the coup when he was heading Kano. Who quelled it in
Your
Lagos?
network is bad.
My network is. Are you hearing me now?
Your network is bad.
Okay, go ahead, speak now. Then you're better now.
Okay, see, this is what I'm saying, right? When that coup started, I'm talking about the first coup. Who quelled it in the north? It was Ojukwu.
Don't give me that crap.
Who quelled it? Hold on now.
North, man.
He quelled it now.
Stop
He was
lying,
the one
man.
that quelled it in the north.
Prove to us that he quelled it. We asked you to prove it now.
He quelled it. No. Even Baba knows what I'm talking about.
He did not quell anything.
In Lagos, you won't see quelled the coup in Lagos. It's a non-fight, it's an open secret. It's not for you to say. It's not for you to say. The people that were saying it are saying it. So you cannot just say that.
It's not even about what you call.
One thing Joel does, online, if you want to catch him in an argument, move to another argument. No, the one we want to talk about is the war. That one. We're trying to tell you what actually caused the war. We're going side by side. Okay, they went to Aburi, right? So that means when they got there, the issue of the coup is over. Now we are on another phase, right? They go to Aburi. Why couldn't Ojukwu just settle his issue with the country? They're in Aburi. Meaning, if you wanted Biafra, why didn't you discuss it in Aburi? You didn't do that. Now, You already went to Abu, you already shook hands, you go on. You already drank together. You agree that you won't kill each other again. You won't, I guess, you agree that country must move on. So now you came back and you're not saying maybe some disagreement, the creation of states. That creation of states, they can't create states. And then you went to war over that. And then millions of people die. You're telling me that it's the coup that led to that. It's not the coup now. You couldn't go to war because of the coup, Joel. Don't you go into war because of the policy from Aburi, disagreement in Aburi? So
Mike, you
why
know
are you
that
telling
there are
us it
ripple
was the
effects.
coup that they led to war? It's not the coup. It's the disagreement in Aburi.
Mike, there was a ripple effect. The ripple effect of that
Forget
war,
ripple effect,
of
man.
that coup, is what led to that war. And
No,
even
no,
after
it's
the
the
war,
disagreement in
we were still
Aburi.
suffering from the discrimination from that war. And what I'm saying is this:
You always
we
say you
must
suffering
address.
discrimination
Yeah, we're still suffering from that discrimination. I mean, most
in
of
your
you
land,
use it
in
to talk the
Igbo
last
land.
no, in Nigeria.
In
Nigeria.
Joel, that's
Even
not an
after
excuse
the
to go to
Civil
war.
War, even after the Civil War, who was the finance minister? It was the same
Joel, don't go after the Civil War.
And
Let's
how was
stick
the
with the
one that gave
Joel,
us
don't do this now.
$20?
You always want to move conversation away from where you're about to nail you.
No.
Don't move away from after the war. No. Let's stick to the war part. The war. Your excuse is that you have been discriminated in other parts of Nigeria. Who doesn't get discriminated out of their land? Everybody get discriminated. If you have been discriminated in northern land or Yoruba land, you go to your own land.
No.
You go to your land. You can't say you got to go to war with the country because they discriminate
I'm not even talking about what happens in Yoruba land. I'm not talking about what happens in
No. Your excuse is that
the neglect my homeland is suffering because of what you guys think about the war.
Joel, you chose to go
If it
to war.
affected this presidency, when most of you here were saying that Igbo cannot be president.
Joel, don't go to. We are not talking about Igbo cannot be president. We are talking about what happened back then. You chose to go. Joel, you didn't have to go to war. You chose to go to war. You could have just. Joel, we were saying something earlier about 2015 when they arrested Nnamdi Kanu. Some Southeasterners, youth, they were pulling Northerners out of buses in the Southeast. They were buying them. The Northerners didn't say, "Oh, we are being discriminated in Nigeria. We'll go to war with Nigeria." All they told their people is, "Come, if they don't like you for that plane, they buy you there. Come on for there, go to your place." When Yoruba go to Southeast, they don't want to sell them land. They pack their thing, they go back to Yoruba land, go and buy land. You don't talk, say, won't go war with the country because they are being discriminated against in Igbo.
No. See. My thing is this, right? My homeland has been discriminated against. In terms of infrastructure, yes.
You talking about today?
In terms of infrastructure, yeah. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, then go and play your politics. Okay, so why your leaders not the one complaining? Why is you propagandists are the one telling us this?
We are not the propagandists. We are the ones telling you what
we never hear your senators come on the floor. Hold on now. We don't see your senators, your house rep, your governors coming to tell us all this.
Because we've always had mostly Moroccan leaders.
Whose fault is that?
Even if it was a Yoruba leader, it would still be the same thing.
Whose fault is that?
Under MKO, the Yoruba leaders fooled or not, they did.
So Igbos are the one.
When MKO, hold on now.
Exactly, but I don't want to blame Igbo for that. Wait, when Yoruba leader is hold on now. When Yoruba leader
was in jail, did the leaders vote to Abacha? They did.
But
so
I don't go and blame. I don't go and blame others for that. I don't come and start blaming Igbo people for that. I don't come on Igbo channel and say because
IDB for that. We blame IDB for that.
But I don't blame Nigeria.
We're not blaming the North for it.
Joe. If my Yoruba leader make bad decisions or say my people, I don't go and blame Northerners or Igbos or anybody or other Nigerians for that.
How? I'm not blaming you for anything. I'm telling you what I am seeing in my place.
Oh Lord.
The neglect I am seeing in my place, I am telling you, and you're telling me.
But you concluded that it was your seller leaders that's causing it because they are not fighting for you. They are not representing you.
No. They've always been useless. Like you have useless leaders in the south.
Use them.
You have useless leaders in the north. We always had bad leaders.
Okay, so Nigeria is not the one discriminating against you. Is your leader that's not doing anything for you.
I am an Igbo man, and I'm going to tell you that I demand this because it was injustice met at the Igbos.
By who?
2 years.
By
all of you, especially you, the Yoruba runners. I'm not talking about the Southwest. I'm talking about you, the Yoruba runners, and the Amajirinas.
So is Yoruba that's marginalizing you now?
Oh no, you're not. You didn't marginalize us. You're just being tricky. Your Yoruba rules are just being. I didn't say Yorubas. I'm very, very, very.
So Yorubas are the one kicking your behind. Yeah, Joel.
Yoruba rules.
The Yoruba rules
came
so
together,
the same people
and
you,
it is
the same
really
people you are
clear.
calling, the same people you call cowards are the one oppressing you. You
No,
got to
no,
be
no, no, no,
ashamed,
no,
man.
no.
You got to
I
bury
did not.
your head in the sand.
I did not call you coward. You
No,
see, that's
no,
the thing.
no.
You just keep putting words in my mouth. That's not what I said.
You said
I
it
am
many.
talking
Come
about the
on, Joel.
Yoruba rules. No. But we have
Joel,
to.
don't you think you
We
guys
have
play too much victim? I mean, you become.
No,
You know
it's not.
that
It's not
nobody respects
victimization.
victims. You
It's
know
not
that, right?
victimization. When I tell you what I'm
You are
going
not
through,
victim, man.
if I'm having pain,
How can
and
you
I'm
be
telling you I'm
tough? How
having
can you call
pain.
yourself indigo tough people and you're crying victim?
No, we are.
You
But
got to
the
be
problem
ashamed to
is that
say Aboki is one oppressing you.
you are not.
You don't get balls. Come on now.
You guys know you cannot oppress us. I mean,
I
you
will
try
be really
this.
ashamed. Me as a Yoruba person, I'll be ashamed to accept that a
Mike,
Aboki
look,
is
let me
oppressing
tell
me.
you. Mike, let me tell you. If the Yorubas went through what the Igbos went through, they will be down. What are you telling me? If they went through what we're going through in Nigeria, what are you talking about?
If what?
Yeah, if the Yorubas went through what Nigerians are going through, what Igbos went through, what are you talking about?
I didn't hear what you said.
So yeah, no, because you wouldn't know. You wouldn't want to know.
You say we are going through what? I didn't even. You say Yorubas are going
Did you get
through.
what I said? I said
I didn't hear you well. Your this thing, your mic is low, very low.
If you had gone through what we went through as Igbos in Nigeria, you're gonna have it souls.
Okay, so let me repeat what you said maybe to make sure I get it correct. Say if Yorubas were going through what the Igbos are going through.
If they went through what the Igbos went through.
If they went through what the Igbos went through, like what?
The marginalization.
Okay, can you be specific what that marginalization is?
Oh yeah, in terms of physical infrastructures.
Okay, so when the military
how many
abandoned,
presidents do you have in the Southwest versus the Southeast?
Hold on. When the military abandoned all the infrastructure in the country, we figure our way. We fight for power.
No. Don't say that.
First of all, Joel, you guys are the luckiest Nigerians. First of all,
are we the luckiest
you
Nigerians?
are one of the luckiest. I can say Yorubas and the Igbos are the two luckiest Nigerians.
No.
Hold on, wait. First of all, we are the only single tribe that has more than one state. You have 5 states, one ethnic group, 5 states.
So
name another ethnic group in Nigeria that has up to 5 states. Apart from
Yoruba. Okay. I was going to ask you about Yoruba.
Is it the great Edos? I mean, the Benin Kingdom was a very great kingdom. I mean, I can't even put yourself next to them. They don't have more than they are sharing. The Benin people are sharing states.
You say we can't do work to the you can't do work to the Yoruba. You say
name another tribe in Nigeria that has more.
No. You said something. No, you said something that you say the Igbos cannot do work with the Beninese. You said something like that.
No, I'm saying like if you look at their historical, their image. I mean, they are greater, man. You just know that, man. Historically,
how are they greater?
Historically, come on now. I mean, globally, this is a well-recognized. Look at their. I mean, the pedigree.
So you're saying so, Mike.
You can't say in terms of greatness, historical greatness. The Benin Kingdom is a very great kingdom. This is the people that should have at least 2 states to the issue. You know, a state. I mean,
hold on, Mike. What are you saying? Are you trying to
Benin Kingdom is a great kingdom.
More than the Igbos.
Historically?
Yeah.
What in history can you say you want to tell me about Igbo that I can match the Benin Kingdom?
Anyway.
But let's not make about Benin Igbo. Let's move on.
Please, let's go. Let's not go there. But the thing there is that I want to remind you the 3 people that came together from Nigeria. It was the Igbos, the Yorubas, and the Hausas.
I don't think so.
No. Those are the people that came together.
Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, who was the Hausa in it? Okay, who's the Hausa person that came? I'm not the Beatles, not Hausa, man. So Dana is not an Hausa, man.
Who is he?
He's a Fulani man.
Whatever. I mean, it's the
North. Yeah, whatever. So you can't say it's an Hausa now. It's not an Hausa, man.
No,
And then also there were people that were there, like Anthony Nauro. It's not Yoruba man, it's not Igbo
I
man.
know, but the thing
So
is
there
that
are
the
other
main
people.
people,
So
the
they
Christians
they
of
were
those
just Nigerian, but you can say we are the majority. Yeah.
We are the majority. We are the reason why it happened. Take it or leave it.
Yeah, I won't say
That's what I'm saying. No, I'm being honest with you. I'm not going to be apologetic about it anymore. On the
Yeah,
issue
I
of
will
how
say I
Nigeria,
will
it is
agree
not.
with you partially. I will agree with you partially that
There's no partiality.
because of the
It is
size of
Masovia.
no, I won't even say the Igbo. Without the Igbo, I think the British probably would have picked anyone from that region. I don't know why they picked. You guys just I don't know how you guys. To me,
Now,
I thought the
even that Nnamdi was the one who pushed him.
no.
Nnamdi was
The
the
thing
one
is,
that made. That's the reason why we don't like him today, because he's the one that even put for the Northerners to come in. We don't even. That's the reason why we're like, guy, what's up? And the thing there is that one thing many people didn't know is that many of us wish that Zeke died in that war, in that coup, because Zeke was doing too much. Zeke was doing too much. And today, we still look at Zeke like a useless man. I mean, I
okay,
respect
so I got a question now. So the action of Zeke now, does it mean the action of Zeke that affected others? Should we now say the Igbos who people for what Zeke did wrong?
What I don't. It doesn't mean anything. I'm just.
Well, that's what you guys
we
do
have,
now.
We have an issue with how Zeke ran the show. Why do you think that a group of Igbo people go and do coup and they wanted Awo to be president? How do you think so? Have you asked yourself that question? Hold on, Mike. Let's
Let's
have a
stop this,
conversation.
man. Let's just stop this rubbish, man.
Mike,
No, you
let's
can't
have
say
a
Mike.
conversation.
No. A group of
have a conversation.
Joe, can you name me one time in the history of humanity when an Igbo man went to commit crime for another man?
Mike, we have supported you guys.
Please, just tell me. Just tell me.
Mike,
name one Igbo relative.
We have supported the Yorubas. We have supported the Yorubas more than you think.
No, just name in the history of humanity
more than you
when
have
an
supported
Igbo
us.
man will go and commit crime for another man. It's not possible. Igbo man,
you
know your people.
Can we, Mike and Joel, can other people participate?
Okay. Remy, come in.
You guys have
Remy, go
been
ahead.
talking for a long time and we don't know the head and tail.
To
me personally,
so Mike,
what I can
let's hear from Remy real quick now. Yeah.
What I can say is there are so many coups in Nigeria, and if you are talking about coup, we have seen a lot of Hausa coup. That I'm talking about those Abacha era, Babangida, Buhari. They are the one that led it, especially officers from the Middle Belt and from the Northwest. And when you are talking about the first coup of Nigeria, that's one of 1966. Out of the 5 majors, 4 are from one side. And after the coup, the leaders, majority are from the eastern part of the country. So if they label it Igbo coup or something like that is not a big deal. We have labeled Hausa too. They are the ones that have so many coups from their side. Do they die? No. So there's no big deal about it. Everybody knows the truth. So we should not be coming here talking about it, because if you are talking this way, it's just unnecessary waste of energy. IBB will write a book that will favor him, whether we like it or not. But most Nigerians knows that he's the one that annulled the election, and what he has done is terrible. Is bad. But what you should know, what should you know in a nutshell is that the whole of Nigeria are very liberal to anybody that want to come and do business in their domain. But if we want to tell ourselves the truth, it's very difficult for every Nigeria to go to the eastern part of the country to do business. Maybe because the landmass is not big, or maybe because the majority of people there are traders, or I don't know. But the other part of Nigeria, they welcome them, and they have held all the important positions in Nigeria, from the president to the councillor to the House of Rep member to Senate president. Even if you are saying that Nnamdi Kanu is just a ceremonial president, at least he was the first president of Nigeria after the formation of Nigeria. Tafawa Balewa was the prime minister, and other position in Nigeria, they have held it. Are you talking about Senate president, or are you talking about House of Representatives? What do you call it? Rep leader, what do you call it? So what are we talking here? All ministers, they have held the position. So they are, if you are talking about marginalization,
Remy, we are talking about the presidency now. You know what I'm talking about. Don't hide away from me.
No, if you talk about presidency, are you talking about the presidency from inception of 1960?
No,
or are you talking
after
from
the Civil War.
1999?
After the Civil War.
You are talking about
Let's talk
1999.
no, okay, let's talk about 1999.
To me, to be frank with you, if you want the president of a country, you must know how to play your politics right. If you don't play the politics right,
It's talking about politics. It's talking about politics.
It's about politics. We are talking about politics now. Look at what happened in last election. If Tinubu did not play his politics right, it will not be second.
Exactly.
No, we're not getting
Joel, do you agree with me that Remy, sorry, Joel, do you agree with me that if Tinubu didn't play tough politics, I didn't put in like Grand Pali, do all those things he did. Let's say it was one irrelevant Yoruba man that ran. Let's say someone like maybe one of these guys.
Oshibajo will lose.
Even though Oshibajo is even too powerful. Let's say someone like maybe Sheyi Makinde or someone, or one Ayo Fayose that ran against Atiku. Today, Atiku would have been the president of Nigeria.
He would have seen what? Ayoshe will win. You know why?
Defeat Atiku.
Yeah. You know why?
The Northerners will vote for him.
It was the turn of the South.
But
if Tinubu came out last day, it was the turn of the North.
The way the vote went, you know that Tinubu only scored 33%.
Please, the one they gave him. Don't talk about the one they gave him. They gave him 33%.
No. Hold on.
So what about the one they gave Obi to? What about the one they gave Obi?
No, they didn't give Obi. Obi won.
So that is why you're always biased. It's not fair.
Joel, to be president, you have to play serious politics, man.
Just waste of energy.
It's not a waste of energy telling you that Tinubu was rigged into the last.
Joel, let me ask you one last question.
Everybody knows that. And the truth will come out someday too. Like this one came out the other day. It will come out that we want to start this last election.
Joel, let me ask you one quick question. This is a very important question. See all those coups that happens. I'm not talking about I'm talking about like in the 90s, the Buhari, the Babangida, Abacha. All those coups, we call it Northern coup because right? You call it Northern coups, right?
Why would I call it Northern coup? I remember the coup by the people who did the coup. Not about the region.
No,
I'm being honest with you. I mean, I told you about the coups. I'll tell you Buhari's coup. I will tell you Abacha's school. I say IBB's school.
But we always call it. We always say Northerners are really not. Say Northerners. Because exactly, I mean, we always say the Northerners are ruling, so we don't say Babangida is ruling. We always say Northerners. We blame the North a lot. So the fact of the matter is, those coups, if you look within the rank of those coup plotters, you'll find some Southerners among them when they were plotting those coups. They participated in coup plotting. But the fact that the guy that came on top, hold on, the person that came on top is a Northerner, so that would make it a Northern coup. Now, if you're talking about we did
not kill nobody.
The fact that he runs the Joel, let me ask you this too. So, how did Iran see now? In according to the constitution we had pre-1966, right? The constitution says the only way you can become president is through election, right? And that's the constitution of the land. So now, how did Iran become president?
They selected. I believe he was selected.
By who? By who?
I mean, they had their own council. They had like the
military council.
No, they had like military councils now. Have you forgotten? John Abacha, they had what are their names again? What their names again? Baba, remind me now.
Yeah, Abacha.
What's the name of those councils? Supreme councils.
Okay, so that's because they dissolved the constitution. We had the military. Okay, that one.
We had the military,
yeah. So the military, when they do coup, what they do is they dissolve the civilian constitution that was like, for example, today now, if we have to have a military coup now, they have to dissolve the regular constitution and create the military council government, right? They will dissolve the constitution we have, right? So now the constitution currently have, if a soldier takes over, they can't swear in with this constitution. because the constitution will not recognize the way he took over, because the constitution clearly says you have to become president through an election. So what I'm saying is, in that before the coup in 1966, the constitution we had clearly says it was through an election that will become head of states. So now you guys claim that there was a failed coup by all these guys, the Zogu, all of them. So if it was a failed coup, so what happened? So how did the constitution became dissolved? How can you have a failed coup and then you dissolve the constitution? So what did the rules say dissolve the constitution?
I think what happened then, Mike, we are talking about different times, right? I think what happened then, we are talking about different times. I think what happened.
No, it's not about different time. We know
we are talking about different times, right? Because if you look at
it's the same principle.
I do not think there will be any civilian that we want to continue after that.
No.
I mean, if you ask me, I mean, I'm just, I cannot tell you this pinpoint anything that happened. I'm just telling you what I feel. Like, it's not that stone, right? I'm just telling you what I feel that, at that time.
You can't tell me there's nobody
don't see
there's nobody alive in Nigeria that didn't want to be
my brother, at that time, at that particular, that was the first time we had one. Hey, yeah, that was the first time we had one. Right?
He gladly took over and dissolved government. That's a coup, my brother, man. He did a coup, man.
He did not do anything to anybody.
So how did he become head of state? He became president.
He was selected, just like Abdul Salami.
After a failed coup?
They did to, yeah. After Abdul Salami, what they did during Abdul Salami when Abacha died was Abdul Salami the most senior. He wasn't the most senior. The most senior was Jeremiah Hussein.
When Abacha, they were still military. It's not like Abacha died. Civilian now took over.
Yeah, but the thing there is that the military
no, you see, they had the
process,
military, and they were using their military council rules.
Yeah, that's the point
if the next person, that's the military thing they were using, because it's a military council. But what we are saying is, hold on, Joel. We don't, when we look at things, I don't need to go. I just look at what happened, the facts, what happened, and I make my judgment from that. I don't go and listen to my papa or somebody telling me what happened. So I look at what happened, and I try and make sense out of it. That's why I make my own conclusion. So when somebody telling me that a coup happened and they honestly didn't do a coup, my question is, okay, what was the constitution? What was it? I'll do my own personal investigation, and I'll look and I'm like, okay, you had a constitution. If the honestly is telling me that it was a failed coup, it was mutiny that happened, the president is still alive, prime minister died. The constitution clearly states something happened to the prime minister. This person, this is what you do. The constitution is clearly there, states what to do next. How did the Ronsi not follow the constitution? How did he take over country and dissolve the constitution? That's a coup in itself.
It might be a coup. I mean, probably a bloodless coup, which is what I mean. If they're not, I don't pray for coup, but if there must be one, it should be bloodless. So no matter how he got into power, hold on, no matter how he got into power, it was a bloodless coup, right? So I'm not here because I have not really read, what led to him taking over power. I'm just speculating that at that time, since it's the first coup that we had, right, that most politicians then might be afraid to take over power then, which made it.
So you're saying 3 people did coup. Now, you see Awolowo did coup, Ironsi did coup, Zogo did coup. You guys are just changing your stories, man.
No, how now?
You know what frustrates me about Southeastern? When I listen to 10 Southeasterners tell me story of what happened, they'll give me 10 different stories. I don't know if there's one person saying the truth, then 9 people are lying.
No, but
you guys just change stories every year, every day, man.
You see one thing I like about the South, especially the South is we know how to write books. We know how to detail our story, no matter what. And the books people are referring to now are the books of those who actually participated in the coup.
Who? Like who?
Like Ademo Yoga.
Who else?
That's one why we strong. I mean, he was like the first second in that group, right? Then there was 2 other people that wrote a book that was in that group. And everything they said, no, I cannot. That's why I said that tomorrow I'm going to come. See,
Now you see, but a lot of Babangida wrote a book, but it's not going to tell you why he killed somebody, why he died. So they're going to be. Listen, I'm not going to go. See, if Babangida wrote a book now, but it's not going to tell you true about himself, things he does wrong, or it's only going to tell you the way he wants you to think.
Well, Mike, please.
So I'm going to go by what happened, the outcome of what happened. Yeah.
But tomorrow we're going to be here tomorrow, and I'm going to come with some receipt. And like I said,
bring all your receipt, man. Baba will finish.
Remy, everybody.
They don't come and start insulting Baba. Just don't use emotions trying to manipulate. But I'm glad you apologize, Baba. It's so good.
I apologize already, so I'm not going to do that. Man, thank you guys very much. Okay.
Yeah. We might as well forget these people. For now, to eternity, they go deny them. They will deny and trying to. Anyway, I don't know.
Everybody just quiet. Wait till they happen. Hello, can anybody hear me?
Well, now what they are posting all over the internet now is like Awolowo school.
That thing is so annoying. I don't like when people, you know, you know one thing is this: you will see something that you read that you understand, and some people will still come and be changing the narratives. I don't just. What type of people are we?
When it comes to propaganda, nobody. No, well, I take my hat off for the Southeasterners, man.
I don't just know. I don't know what exactly are our people trying to achieve from this. Is what I
somebody that's in prison is known as told the junior officers to go and eliminate. He's one that plot the coup with.
And people will just tell that story with confidence. You understand? People lie with confidence. It's so annoying, honestly. Because see, the thing is this: you can do your propaganda the way you like, but once you begin to confuse me with your propaganda, that you don't let me know the truth. Oh my goodness, that thing has some kind of spiral effect on me.
You know what's even worse? And that's the thing that tells your children, they will use lie. How can you be telling your own children lie? I don't know, man. I fear those people. I know will lie, man.
And they are denying those children opportunity to know the truth. Information benefit.
And some of those children become bitter. They become bitter. They are bitter based on lies that their parents told them.
You will see something. Okay, look at what we were trying to ask the other time now. Someone led an entire group into unnecessary war. And you say no, that one is okay. You don't have problem with that person. But Awolowo that was in jail, that was in prison, that even Ojukwu himself said that okay, when Awolowo advised him against that, because Ojukwu was speaking Yoruba friendly. He said at the point he was going to say, Baba Mutilo Atilo, that was telling Awolowo that way. He was
exactly
Awolowo that time. Awolowo and Ojukwu were still friends at the time they died. And some people will be blaming Awolowo for things. If it were to be now, Ojukwu would have gone for this war crime tribunal.
The guy made a conscious decision to go to war, like succeed and go to. You can't. First of all, there's no country in the world where one a colonel will decide he wants to create his own country within a country. The states, first of all, Gowon had no choice, and that's why I always say Gowon had no choice. Because if Gowon himself would have agreed that okay, you break that part of the country, you'll be committing crime. Because when you swear as a president, as head of state, you swear to uphold the constitution and defend the territorial integrity of the land of the country. That's what you swore him to do as a president or head of state. So there's no way Gowon, you say you divide a country, we just allow you. He can't. He himself will be committing crime. You understand? So Gowon, he has to crush the rebellion. So
I want thing is this: they warn him that you can't win that war. They warn him.
Exactly. And that's what a army of a country is created for. To defend the territorial integrity of the country. It's like saying Boko Haram in the Northeast, because the people there are Muslim. They should allow them to create, because they want to create a caliphate. They want to break a part of Nigeria to create a country. And then Nigeria will just say, okay, because we don't want people to die, we'll let it, we'll just leave it. It's not, even the world going to ask you anything that happened there within our space. The world will hold Nigeria responsible. Like, that's a recognized Nigerian territory. Whatever happens from there, Nigeria is responsible. The whole world recognize, the United Nations recognize Nigerian territory. If you want to divide a country, you have to do it through constitutional means, an agreement. You go and formally divide a country, but not like there's a sitting president. You're not dictating to the president. You are a governor. You're a governor. You say today you wake up saying you declare the Republic of. It's like one governor in Nigeria now. It's like someone who not declaring the Republic of Lagos. So you can't say you have your right because you are immigration. No, that's not the way it works. If you want Lagos to break away from Nigeria, you have to go to law. You have to use the law to do that.
Mike, what you don't understand about him is trying to tell you that everything they do is quite justified. But all that,
we always tell you.
Why you do like that? It's unfair. You have all the best. You are telling me because of you are the first president of this country, and you are telling us because since you are. Is it given to everybody on contact? Buhari contested more than 4 times. 4 times. What about Atiku? Since 1992, he has not been there, and you just want to have it. You don't want to play the politics. They will just give it to you like that.
Anybody can even be president. Who cares? But go and work for it. Stop making propaganda. Go and work for it.
Stop all this cry baby all around. It's unfair. Okay.
Yeah, since Obi lost that election, they've been so bitter. Like, I'm not doing that. Obi don't lose election.
Mike, you asked a very good question from him. You asked him, what about all those Benin people that you guys buy and all their money you took them away? How will you compensate them? It doesn't answer the question now. It throws it away. And
it will start talking about something different.
It's just a waste of time, to be frank. I even commend you because no matter what you say, it will
no. To be honest, I give it to Mike because that's why the comment from the session I have to put it on that screen. Because the thing is this: once people start pushing propaganda like that, oh my goodness! Because to me, you can, if you are joking, if you are watching Nollywood, I don't care. But when it comes to learning, I don't want to go to a platform and get wrong information because I don't know when I need that information, and someone must have lied to me. That's why that if I get things wrong, I say, oh, sorry, I got it wrong. I will say it immediately. I won't even move far. But some people, they will be lying to you. They know they are lying to you, and they be back.
Even their elders, they'll go on all these platforms, just be lying, just lying.
So if it was not Igbo coup, why is the counter coup try to kick them out? If it's not their own coup, why did they buy all the other tribe? Why not buy your own people too?
Gentlemen, I commend you. I've been in the background actually following. And the amazing thing is, particularly Mike and Ola, you put out facts there, indisputable facts there, and they can counter it. They just continue on a tangent. Things that are not in the book. Ola has the book in his front. Then when you become stronger in your argument, they resort to abuse, which is what I just don't like. Must you abuse? Must you abuse people? Does that make people become your friend? They've burned all their bridges by doing that. They burn all their bridges. And I'm coming tomorrow. Each and every person and the person that acquired him, I will put it down plainly to buttress the points I've been making here. Whether you say it's Igbo coup or military coup led by preponderance of Igbo officers is all semantic. It's still Igbo coup. It's all just language, rigmarole. And they just cling to anything. But I'm just happy you guys dealt with it on point of facts. That's why I just kept quiet in the background, because you were just
this thing, Baba, this thing, I followed this thing on X today. You know, when people were saying, no, IBB justified them, what I say, like, seriously? Because the first book I read on Nigerian Civil War is that Frenchman, the Nigerian Civil War by John Docho or something like that. I've shown the book. I pick it from my father's shelf then. You know, my father too served in the military briefly. So I love his book. I pick out that book. I read, in fact, very big book. You know, I've been aware of what happened for a very long time. You know, when people were reading Alicia's then, I picked that book. I sit down with that book. I was enjoying the book. So since that time, I learned what happened. Then it's in my nature that whenever we have a book release like that, just to sometimes for bragging rights, you know, I will just buy those books too. I put it around me here. If you see this book, Baba, even nígbà tí ògidì ò tí jáde, àwọn èèyàn ti ní ilẹ̀ tó ti circulate káàkiri, àwọn èèyàn ti kàwé yẹn lọ bàjẹ́bàjẹ́. Okay.
It's just digital activism. And you cannot force people to believe in what you believe. People tell you facts, you come with propaganda. And it will not help the situation. I can't even understand it. Then the next thing, idiot, stupid, your father. You people are... Look, what pained me mostly in all of that 1966 event till tomorrow is the death of Adekunle Fajuyi. He died in vain. He just wasted his life for nothing, for people who don't appreciate the reason why he died.
Baba, what do you think? I always get mad when I see Yorubas always pandering to them as like even their friend, all these people, they would never appreciate it. Even the one look at even Victor Banjo that was carrying gun on their behalf. They didn't even consider okay.
What about Shoyinka that went to the Gulag for almost 2 years?
Exactly. All these things is the reason why
that's why I said they burn all their bridges.
These are people they are not people that can.
Why now? Why must you abuse?
The last people I will waste my energy trying to please or appease is the Southeasterners. Like these are people I grew up with now. I know their nature, man.
Where you peacefully.
Very, very painful, this thing. Fajuyi died because it don't want them to. What he was preventing, that they don't say Yoruba man entrapped Ironsi. He sacrificed himself.
They will never talk about that. They will never look at. They will never use that. They will never use that to describe Yoruba people. They will never use anything positive. They will look for one negative something that they even
said. You will not kill this man here.
They will say,
but he doesn't want trouble. What he was avoiding, is it not what they are saying today? Yorubas are betrayers, they are cowards. They are
where Teofilo Danjuma was the one, if I remember. Let me try to recollect it, because I read this thing now. It's been long now, because the book I'm talking that I read now is like it should be going to like over 30 years ago. Now the thing is,
anyone abuse me, I go send them.
They let those people that went for Fajuyi let him know that we were not here for you. And that guy just told them, no, there's no way you can take my commander-in-chief without taking me. So they say, okay. They just, okay, if that is wish, they just clear the man immediately. You know, they went for Akintola. Akintola used SMG then. He wasted all the bullet without even getting anyone before he was captured. I read all those. I'm talking of what I read 30 years ago, over 30 years ago, not even like maybe like yesterday or this. So it was
I don't even need to read it because I witnessed everything.
Yeah, we know.
I witnessed everything. So I don't know this. That's why I put that. I said it. What again they did not appreciate that apart from Fajuyi is this Every part of Nigeria, they seize their properties. You've gone, you've gone. We are not giving you back. Only in Yoruba land. And I still say it tomorrow. Show me one person that lost his property. Everybody, people were contributing money when they got back and give them in Yoruba land and call tenants. Baba Lagbaja, landlord, Baba Shukuka. That's the man.
Baba, do you know? It's not only Southeastern that do that. Even South people. I don't know what it is about. Why people they try Satana. They just have
Why now?
This day for Yorubas, like that thing always eat me. Like that's why I always get mad at Yorubas. Like, at what point will you yourself start caring about yourself? Because it's just like we tend to care for others more. There was when they were talking earlier. I posted a message to Aizon, like when they were telling you how Shoyinka was standing for Saro-Wiwa, and I post the comment and say Aizon should name one Igbo man that stood for Saro-Wiwa, stood up for Saro-Wiwa, because in fact Igbos were celebrating the killing. See, today they still celebrate.
That's why I explained it to you why they were doing that, because of those agri road buildings.
Yeah, they celebrate the killing of Saro-Wiwa because they believe that South people betrayed them, and they say Saro-Wiwa had something to do with it during the war.
It's not nice, though. It's not nice at all. I'm not finding it funny. At my age, I'm not finding it funny at all.
I usually go to panels. I was seeing the guy on there. Those Nigerians, they be insulting Yorubas and they be applauding there.
They even try to intimidate one man and say, "Oh, this." But this is the most balanced platform.
Don't you think he also came here to intimidate? He said I should apologize to him that day.
Yeah. The guy,
this is the most balanced platform.
Very entitled somebody unnecessary.
The guy was saying
one man allows everybody diverse views. He allows it here.
I think the
ample
problem
time.
is this, Baba. I think
you can't get that time in any other platform.
It's a little bit of envy. That envy is there for you.
I just want to figure where that
southern tribe, the north.
Yeah. That's why I'm more. That's why I'm more friendly with the northerners, to be honest. Not because I like them like that, or that the things that leaders do and their ways I really don't like. There is religion I don't like. But I rather northerners. When I deal with northerners, I don't get that much. Like I'm talking about on a normal base. I don't experience that level of hatred I get from the southeast.
So you are right, Mike. Because an Hausa man, I will tell
you.
you.
The risk we even took during the war, Remy. The risk we took, you can't believe it. These Godo soldiers, those were the ones they brought to Lagos, because we will hide them in the ceiling. These are even Eka Igbo, Asaba people, Kwale people. Godo doesn't want to know. If you can't say Toro and say Tolo, you are in trouble. We will hide them in the ceiling at a risk. At a risk. No. I get really upset and I get very sad. Honestly.
They even have more. It's almost like I always find they even have more hatred for the Yorubas than they do for the North. Like sometimes, like I'm like, I always wonder where's this hate coming from. And then when I ask them, the only answer they always give me is that Yoruba betrayed them. They always refer to. I'm like,
no, BBC has that thing, that tape between Awolowo's discussion and Ojukwu before he came back. Before when he was released, it was the BBC has played it before. Nothing like that.
I always wonder where's this hate coming from. Even in America here, like when I go where he was, gathering everything, they just have this Yoruba. I'm like, guys, where's this hate for Yoruba? Where is it coming from?
The only consolation I have is that the friends I have, the families I have, you understand? They are not like this.
Yeah,
they are not like this digital
they are not like that, but
activists.
You know what you just said now. Remember,
they are not like these digital activists. The Igbos I know.
Sorry, Baba. In America, when they say in Nigeria, and they will say, "Are you Yoruba?" Because they are very conversant with Yoruba there. I don't know why. Maybe because of the quality of Yoruba or professional expert. I don't know. And that guy was telling him, "No, I'm not Yoruba. I'm from this. I'm from that." But the guy said, most of my friends are Yoruba or something like that, and they are good people or something like that. And that guy just gets mad at him unnecessarily. I don't know why.
I don't know what they fed them. I always feel that deep.
Even in family and Yoruba circle of friends, they will tell you, work well because the ones I know are not like this.
Yeah, I know a lot of them are not like that, to be honest. Particularly the ones that grew up in Southwest, like the ones that born and raised in Yoruba land, they're definitely, most are not like that. Maybe a few that are brainwash them enough. But if you go to the north, go to other part of Nigeria, run into Southeastern now, hey, or Israel outside of Nigeria, like in the US here, these people literally teach their own children born in America to dislike Yoruba people. Like I'm talking about, you see that guy Charles that coming. I think I was born and raised in America now. He doesn't know anything, but you look at the way the Yorubas, they just put that thing inside their children's mind. So boy, our own children, Yoruba children go to school, be coming on to ask us questions like, to tell them about Nigeria, or that these Igbo friends in school don't like them, they say because they are Yoruba. You know, we don't teach our children about Nigeria like that. But the children born in America, they be teaching them to despite the Yorubas the enemy, to the point where even the black Americans will say, man, the Igbos don't like you, man. I dated this black American girl. This guy was telling me how the Igbo guys used to day before used to tell her bad things about Yorubas. Like, you American, they won't tell you, like, they just, I'm like, where's this hate coming from? I don't sit down and trying to make sense out of it. Ask them. They will start telling you all kind of rubbish story that doesn't make sense. That some of you
It really worries me, Mike. It really worries me, honestly, because it's undeserving. The hate is undeserving.
And you know, sometimes you find yourself in a
if it was deserving, then I can understand it. Let's say the pogrom, the apple to them, Yorubas did it to them. I will understand it. Like, okay, this is where they are coming from. But they don't give me any. They can't point at anything that's deserving other than I will give them 20. I will betray them. Yorubas betray. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
You know, Mike. During Jonathan era, they have a lot of their people in power. And you do not see that kind of agitation or name calling from other tribes in Nigeria. But immediately, Buhari started. That is when they start calling him Jubri of something. They start abusing the hell out of him. That hatred, they pass it on to Yoruba when Tinubu won. If Obi has won, do you think we'll be naming calling? No need. To me, I see politics as a game. Whether we like it or not, there's going to be a winner and a loser.
No, the abuse going on during the IPOB. The online abuse started during the IPOB. It wasn't even.
Look at what Obi is doing now. You can see that more and more strong politicians, they are getting away from him. It's that outlive his value. They already know that most Nigerians don't want him anymore. And he's going to pan out in 2027. It's going to pan out. So at the end of the day, sometimes it's very bad that somebody will just hate you or dislike you for nothing. For what? What reason? When they go to international platform, we are whole Yoruba people. You'll be there castigating Yoruba. Why? For what reason? It's unfair. It's not good at all.
The hypocrisy of our people is what even baffles me. Before we saw, I'm not tribalistic, I'm not this, but everything you are doing is tribal. See, the thing is this: every woman is tribalistic. The question is this: how are you tribal toward the existence of your fellow person? It's where the problem lies in. Now, you want your people there, no problem. It's normal. Why won't you want your people there? But when you are doing the same thing, you are doing the same thing. Okay, you are being tribalistic. Oh, you are tribalistic. I'm national. I'm all those. But everything that points to you is saying so. Okay, you have a criminal from your region. You say, oh no, it's not the criminal. It's the fault of that criminal from the north. It's the fault of black.
So, let's just look at the last election. Because your guy did not win, and that means the presidency was selected. Because your guy did not win, that means they got votes for the other one. Why should you say something like that?
You have to buy voters once you don't win. Once the thing doesn't favor you.
So in their own area, that their guy won 94%, 95%.
That one is merit. That one is merit.
But the other one is not merit. When they win Lagos,
exactly. It's not like once you don't. Because you see, one thing is this: when you are talking to intelligent people, and you are now trying to be smart, that's the problem. The people you are talking to, they are not fools. Oh, when we are saying, okay, officer from Igboland, they are the one that are coming. You are saying, no, it's not this thing. You put something down, you put statistics now. It's telling you that this thing, and you are telling me, okay, oh, it's not this thing. Okay, ó jọ gàtí kò jọ gàtí, eégún àtiró wọlé èèyàn àtiró jáde. Now you are saying, oh, no, we are innocent. Asikiwe, everybody, they escaped. Oh, we are innocent, we are innocent. Then pie the Amadu Bello, the pie Tafawa Balewa. Then when it now comes to your region, nobody, everybody, miracle just happened. Every all of a sudden, your people are so smart to smell what was happening and they escape, no casualty. Who are you fooling? You see, even if you do that to an animal, you understand? Let me okay, if you carry knife now, you go slaughter one animal in the front of another animal. I tell you, within a week, if you want to try to that turn, you will get expired. That's exactly the same thing you did to Lagbaja yesterday. Is what you want to do to me. So what I'm telling you is this: animals have within the animal, they are very intelligent. They can see what is happening. They can sense the danger. You know, that's how they survive over time. You understand? But now we are now talking to human being that is capable of thinking higher than animal. You want to fool them. You carry okay out of 100, out of the division of 100, you okay. Probably you carry someone from Igbo like 80. You now miss Yoruba like Yoruba, another ethnic group like let's say that 20, and I say, oh, it's all of us. How can 80 to 20 be everyone thing? Just because we have is it Ademulegun? No, it's Adegboyega that was among them. The fact that Adegboyega was among them does not mean anything. Even in this 2023 election, there were some Yoruba people that were carried away that didn't even know they were using them. There were some other people that never realized they were using them. Like I said, I'm not saying Obi cannot become the, but when you are doing this thing with lies, is where I have go and play fairly. Don't try to how do I say it? Don't try to blackmail anyone into accepting your choice. Let everybody go to the field and play. It's not, if you play that thing fairly and you are there, good for you. But you want people to just come and just dash it, okay, take it.
Ola, the irony part of it is this. You claim your guy is the winner. So where do you put Atiku? That was the second. I don't understand. Before you jump to number one. Ali, you have to cross that number 2 before you jump to number 1. And if you are saying they gave the election to Obasanjo, to Tinubu, that means the next in person should be Atiku. It's not supposed to be your guy. So that means Atiku also rigged it. Only your guy get the lawful vote. The other ones are fictitious vote for the other 2 candidates.
Everyone else except the
Gentlemen, I wish you a very good night. I'm going to sleep. Thank you so much. Thank
you.
No problem.
Yeah. So anybody that want to come in can come in. So because let's shut it down. Let's move the conversation to the back. Anybody that want to come in,
I think we are not a lot.
Yeah, in case
Mike, it's not easy.
No, Mike, it's a trigon. Mike, really.
That kind of energy. The person that will not shift the position and continue to say the same thing.
No, both want to my abuse. Everybody.